Murder to the Max, written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Merritt North. Chapter 1. That ought to do it. Hunter pulled the last tie-down strap tight and climbed up on the trailer to give the motorcycle a firm shake. When it didn't budge, he jumped down and double-checked the hitch. I took one final longing look at the log cabin we'd enjoyed for the last week. I closed my eyes and inhaled, relishing the last few minutes of peace and quiet before we headed back to Keyhole Lake. "You know, it's not like we can't come back," Hunter called. "We're only an hour from home." I heaved a regretful sigh. "I know, but everything is just so perfect. As much as I miss everyone, I hate to leave." "Well, at least everything will be back to normal. As normal as Keyhole Lake gets, anyway, when we get back." I don't know whether to be happy or depressed about that. Our little burg in the middle of Georgia gave new meaning to sleepy little southern town. At least, it did until recently. He leaned down and gave me a kiss on the forehead. "Ready to head back?" I scrunched my nose. "Not really. But we don't have much choice, at least not until one of us wins the lottery or finds a random bag full of $100 bills. "Well, I'll be sure to keep my eyes open, but with our luck, it'll be sitting next to a dead body." "Don't even joke about that." Hunter and I had met over the body of Hank Doolittle, the biggest crook in town, when he'd keeled over dead in his plate of barbecue. But that's another story that, hopefully, you've already read. Anyway, the hubbub from Hank's murder had died down, and all of the loose ends had been tied up. When it was all said and done, Hank Doolittle ended up doing way more good by dying than he ever did by living. After the murder, Hank's widow, Anna Mae, had taken me and the other 3 women in our little group, whom you'll meet in a bit, on a 7-day Caribbean cruise. Adelaide, my ghostly aunt, and Sherry Lynn, a recently deceased exotic dancer, we don't say stripper because it hurts her feelings, had also tagged along. Sherry had met a sweet, dashing, living-impaired man who drowned in the top-deck pool several years before, so she opted to stay on the ship for an extra week to get to know him better. The rest of us, however, had to get back to reality. After several weeks of living under the watchful eyes of the local gossip mill, Hunter and I had decided that we needed some time away from it all to focus on each other. On a whim, we'd rented this cabin, loaded his motorcycle onto a trailer so we could take advantage of the great back roads and scenery, and headed out without so much as a "by your leave" to anybody other than my family and his closest deputy. I glanced at the cabin one more time before hefting my duffel bag onto my shoulder and heading for the truck. Hunter took it from me and tossed it into the bed, along with his bag and our riding gear. It would have been so much easier just to magic it to the truck, but for all he pretended it was fine when things moved through the air or broken dishes repaired themselves, I was sure it still freaked him out a little. He opened the driver's side door and climbed part way in, leaving the door open. "I need you to stand behind the trailer and tell me if the lights are working, please." I walked around behind the truck and waited for him to hit the brakes. Nothing happened when he did, so he got out of the truck and came around to check the wiring. As he was kneeling down looking under the bumper, an older, grizzled man wearing jeans and a blue Dickies work shirt appeared beside the trailer. Well, more accurately, the ghost of the man appeared. When he floated toward the trailer, my eyes about popped out of my head and my heart started to race. Hunter had accepted that I was a witch, but I'd been trying to ease him into it. New relationships were hard enough, without the additional burden of, I don't know, say, ghosts appearing randomly. I checked to make sure Hunter's back was still turned before I made a frantic throat-sawing gesture and mouthed the words, "Not now," to the ghost. He just cocked a brow and looked at me, then at Hunter, who was leaning under the truck checking the wiring. The ghost turned to look at the trailer, wrinkling his forehead. "That tie strap ain't gonna hold," he said. I pinched my lips together and glared at the man. "What?" he said, shrugging. "It's not. Look." He pointed to the strap, but I was too busy trying to shoo him away to look where he was pointing. "Did you say something, sweetie?" Hunter's voice was muffled as he fiddled with the wires. No? I glared at him, but he ignored me. Addie and Belle were going to have a conniption if he found out like this. The ghost leaned toward him and spoke a little louder, becoming more corporeal as he did. She didn't say anything. I did. I said your tie strap ain't gonna hold. Hunter pulled his head from under the truck, but remained kneeling. He looked puzzled, and when his gaze drifted in the direction of the specter, he fell backward onto his butt, and the color drained from his face. I groaned and pinched the bridge of my nose. He could see him. Just lovely. This is so not how I wanted to do this. Since he hadn't even known magic existed a few months ago, we were giving him time to dip his toes into the pond before we took him to the middle and threw him overboard. We hadn't exactly introduced him to the local ghost community yet, or told him there was one. Noelle, do you see a man standing there? With a resigned sigh, I said, Yes, Hunter, there's a man standing there. A transparent, grumpy-looking man? He was on his feet, gripping the tailgate so hard that his knuckles were white. I couldn't tell if he was going to bolt or pass out. I stepped to his side, watching him carefully. His eyes were glued to the guy, but there was some color coming back into his cheeks. He's a ghost, he announced. I raised my brows. Well, when all possible options are gone... Yes, he is a ghost. Breathe. Hunter took 3 or 4 deep breaths and then nodded, though he was still a bit pale. After a few awkward seconds, the ghost lost his patience. What's the matter with him? He jabbed a thumb in Hunter's direction. Don't tell me Numbnuts here is the only one in town who doesn't know you're a witch. He put the word witch in air quotes. The rudeness snapped Hunter out of his daze. Hey, don't call her a witch like that. Oh, but you're okay with a Numbnuts. The ghost rolled his eyes and Hunter opened his mouth to retort. Ugh. I decided to step in before it got ugly. Okay, first, don't call him Numbnuts. I assume that since you're here, you need our help with something. Being rude isn't the way to get it. Let's start with your name. You look familiar, but I can't place you. Max Wheeler. He started to put his hand out to shake, but realized the futility of the gesture and withdrew his hand. Now I knew why he looked familiar. He owned the company that was building my pool and patio. Fabulous. Now my pool was never going to get done. Before I even finished the thought, I felt bad for being so selfish. All right, Max, now I know who you are, and as far as I know, you were alive and kicking when we left town. It would seem that's no longer the case. Is there some reason in particular that you popped in on the tail end of our vacation, or did you just happen to be floating by on your way to the great hereafter? Obviously, you know who I am. This is Hunter Woods. He's the new sheriff of Keyhole Lake. I know who he is. He's the reason I'm here. Well, that, and I didn't expect him to be able to see me, so I was trying to catch him when he was with you. Hunter finally found his voice. Me? Why are you looking for me? Max flickered in and out for a few seconds, sort of like bad reception on a TV. When he stopped fizzling, he looked around as if he had no idea where he was. His eyes roamed over the bike strapped down in the trailer. That tie strap ain't gonna hold, he repeated, in a way that made me believe he didn't know he'd already said it. Hunter looked at me, asking what to do. I tilted my head toward Max, and he nodded. Why do you say that, Max? The ghost's gaze bounced from the tie strap to Hunter, and his brow furrowed. How do you know my name? His gaze strayed to the bike again. It's not going to hold because it's about worn clean through right there. He pointed to a frayed spot on the tie-down. Hunter looked closer and whistled. Whew, you're right, man. I didn't even see that. Thanks. He loosened the tie strap and opened his toolbox to get another, almost as if there wasn't a ghost standing right beside him. I had to hand it to him. He'd taken rolling with the punches to an art form. I eased closer to the trailer, afraid that if I moved suddenly, our visitor would pop out of sight again before we figured out why he was there, or that Hunter would suddenly realize what a nut job he was dating and run like his hair was on fire. Max, you said you were looking for Hunter? Can you remember why? Max looked at me for a few seconds, then the haze lifted from his eyes, and he stopped flickering. Of course I can remember why. I'm dead, not senile. I need numbnuts here to go find my body. Otherwise, I'll lie there till the cows come home. Hunter stopped fidgeting with the straps and snapped his gaze to him, incredulous. Say what? Max rolled his eyes again and scratched his whiskers as if he were gathering what little patience he had. He leaned closer to Hunter and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Go find my body. I'm speaking English. That irritated me. There's no need for snark. It's not like this happens to him every day. He crossed his arms. Well, for a sheriff, he seems a bit dense. My body's at my shop. Some meathead bashed my skull in with a toilet tank lid. His eyes glazed over again, and he drew his brows together, confused, then glanced at his watch. He muttered something about having to meet Darlin', then flickered out. Well, all righty then. It looked like we had a body to find. Chapter 2. I didn't know exactly where Wheeler Construction's main offices were, so I looked it up on the way back to town. As it turned out, it was on the other end of Keyhole, on our side of the lake, just about 3 miles past Hunter's house. Given the circumstances, we decided that it would be best to stop and drop off the bike and trailer first. That way, we could say we went out to talk to Max about making some changes to my blueprints and found him like that. It's not like he was going anywhere, so the extra 20 minutes wouldn't make any difference. We drove in silence a while, and I could tell that Hunter was turning everything over in his head. Not that I blamed him. I was more than a little wigged out myself. Even though I've seen ghosts all my life, it's not like one had ever actively sought me out to tell me to go look for his corpse. When we were a couple of miles from Max's shop, he broke the silence, his voice about half an octave higher than usual. Is this how it always is for you? Since there wasn't much about this entire situation that was normal for me, I wasn't sure what he was talking about. Well, what do you mean? I mean, he threw his free hand in the air, motioning all around. This. Trying to find plausible stories to explain how you know things. I thought you were just weird when I met you. But now I get it. We have no real reason to go to this guy's shop, but we can't not go. It's an impossible situation. So we just make something up and hope it holds water? I shrugged. Yeah, something like that. To be honest, I've not really had to deal with anything like this either. This is on a whole different level than explaining how I know where Aunt Pearl buried the jar full of rainy day money. It's not like we can just leave a note in a mailbox. He studied me for a minute, then burst out laughing. Was that really a thing? Actually, yes, and it was enough to cover a lot of rainy days. I delivered it to her niece, who had helped her when she was sick, even though she was working 2 jobs to raise her kids. I smiled at the memory, but the happy feeling didn't last long when I realized it was time to have a come-to-Jesus talk with Hunter about the living challenged portion of his constituency. The conversation would have to wait till that night, though, because we'd turned off the main road and were bumping down the dirt road that led to our destination. Wheeler Construction's main office loomed in front, looking more ominous than it should have. I cringed as the tires crunched across the gravel lot, and we pulled in beside a white, full-sized pickup with the company logo magnet on the door. Max's, no doubt, because it was the only vehicle in the lot. Hunter put the truck in park and looked over at me as he opened the door. You don't have to go in, you know. You can wait here. If he was telling the truth, and I can't imagine why he'd make that up, it's probably not going to be pretty. I swallowed and considered my options, and ended up climbing out of the truck. I'm not going to lie and say that I chose to go in with him because I'm some badass super witch. Nope. I decided to go in with him because if there was somebody running around bashing people in the head with toilet tank lids, I felt better being with the guy who was armed. I'm powerful, but I don't have eyes in the back of my head. The office was housed in a big aluminum building that had 3 double garage doors and a standard office door with the company name, phone number, and business hours in white lettering on the tinted window. The door was locked and the window was tinted too dark for us to see inside. There was a dirt path worn into the overgrown grass and weeds that led from the front door around the side of the building, probably to a side door. Boards, plastic pipe, and other miscellaneous construction materials lay half hidden in the tall grass. Sure would have been nice if he'd told us how to get in. Hunter looked around, then started down the porch and toward the path. I'll go around and see if there's another door. I shook my head. I'm not walking through there. It's a minefield of tetanus and snakes. Fair warning, though, as an officer of the law, you may want to turn your head for a minute. He was slow to catch on, so I raised my brows and wiggled my fingers at him. Oh. He coughed and turned his back. I grinned because I hadn't actually expected him to physically turn around. I muttered a few words and twisted the knob open. Well, would you look at that? The door is unlocked after all. Max is probably just in the back and didn't hear us knock, since his truck is here. Hunter rolled his eyes. Just open the door already, but let me go in first. I pulled the door open and stood back as he pulled his gun. Since Max hadn't bothered to tell us exactly where his body was, our nerves were stretched tight the moment we went inside. Not to be cliché, but you seriously could have heard a pin drop. We just stepped from the office into the main part of the warehouse when a loud voice came from a few feet behind me. For the love of God, would you stop pussyfooting around and just go to the back of the building? It ain't like anybody else is here. It's a good thing that Hunter's not a little wimpy guy, because if he were, I would have plowed him right over when I bolted forward. As it was, I crashed straight into him and had to catch hold of his arm to keep from bouncing backward. When he caught me, I could feel his heart slamming against his ribs as he scowled at Max. I placed my hand over my own to make sure it hadn't jumped clear out of my chest. Don't do that, I snapped. You nearly scared us to death. Then where would you be? Well, gee, Princess, I'm sorry I didn't slam a door or stomp so you'd hear me. Oh, wait, I can't. I have no body. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared at me. He had a point, but still, a cough or something would have been nice. Speaking of my body, there it is. Work boots leading to ankles clad in jeans matching the ones our ghost was currently wearing were sticking out from behind a pallet of tiles. He floated down to hover over his body and shook his head. Of all the ways I thought I'd go, being beat to death by a toilet tank lid didn't even come close to making the list. I coughed to cover up a nervous laugh. If it weren't for the fact that there was a dead body lying just a few feet in front of us and the ghost of said dead body hovering behind us, that would have been funny. Max started flickering again and his eyes glazed over. Just like before, he glanced at his watch and his voice faded to nothing as he blinked out for good. Gotta go meet darlin'. Hunter strode toward the body, and when I started to follow, he put his palm toward me. Even the iron-stomached cop from Indianapolis was a bit green. Through gritted teeth, he told me to stay back. This isn't something you need to see, sweetie. Trust me. His tone wasn't patronizing. He could hardly look himself. He turned his back on the body and called the station. My gaze drifted unbidden back to the boots. There was a broken toilet tank lid by Max's feet with bloody smears and splatters on it. 6 or 8 feet away, the rest of the toilet leaned against a stack of plywood, along with a variety of other bathroom fixtures, apparently gathered to take to a job. My stomach turned, and I was glad to do as I was told for once. My imagination was more than sufficient for the situation. I averted my eyes, and a pop of red caught my eye on the doorframe to his office. I stepped closer to see what it was. A piece of red and black flannel was hanging off a nail, sticking out of the doorframe about 4 feet off the ground. I wanted to see it, but if I went to it, that would put me within sight of the body. I pointed it out to Hunter instead. He bent down to examine it as he disconnected the call, then lowered his eyebrows. I can't tell for sure, but the nail might have scraped the skin when it caught the shirt. Good eye. I just nodded, doing my best to keep my eyes away from Max. Since there was nothing else we could do, we opted to wait outside until the cavalry, such that it was, arrived. The term's a bit misleading in our case. Dog and pony show may be a more accurate description. The only experienced, non-socially awkward cop in town was standing beside me. At least we wouldn't have to wait for the state to send a CSI to process the scene. We were fortunate enough to have our very own on staff. Well, sort of. Jim Sanders was born and raised in Keyhole Lake, but had earned his degree in forensic science at UGA. He worked full-time for the state, but still lived in Keyhole when he wasn't out on a case somewhere. We didn't have hardly any crime, but when somebody did turn up dead, he helped out if he was in town. Of course, those situations usually consisted of closing Great Meemaw Geraldine's eyes and expressing his condolences. Not that people didn't occasionally want to bash somebody's brains in, but every publication we're browbeaten with growing up, from Miss Manners to the Bible, expressly forbids it, and most people manage to control themselves if for no other reason than fear of prison. Until now, anyway. It just so happened that we were having our annual bass fishing tournament that weekend, and Jim had won it 3 out of the last 5 years. It was a sure bet he was around. The only possible problem was that he might be out on the water. When a black escapade pulled up, yeah, another cliché, I know, but it is what it is, Hunter released an audible sigh of relief. Jim climbed out, and we greeted him as he walked around and pulled a black case out of the back. Hunter reached out to shake his hand. Jim, thanks for coming out. I hope we didn't interrupt your fishing. Not at all. I was getting skunked anyway. Been on the water all day and didn't catch anything much bigger than a minnow. Now I can say that I'd have caught the big one if I hadn't been called away to work. He looked around as if expecting to see a body lying somewhere. What do we have? Hunter explained the situation using the story we'd cooked up. And we walked through to the back where we saw his feet and called it in, he finished. He whistled. I'm assuming I don't have to ask this since it's you, but you didn't touch anything, did you? We shook our heads. Good. It's always nice to start with a clean scene. He was striding toward the door when we heard the wail of a siren. Hunter took a deep breath and shook his head. Great. Now everybody on this end of town is going to know something's up. Nah, I grinned. Everybody between here and the courthouse is going to know. He ran a hand down his face. Fantastic. I give it 10 minutes before this place is crawling with... A city squad car pulled up, lights flashing and sirens still blaring, followed by a mini convoy. One of Keyhole's 2 ambulances, a Ford Taurus station wagon full of the clip and curl ladies, the spokes that extended from the hub of the local gossip wheel, and a jacked-up pickup with 2 men in the cab and 3 in the bed, all dressed in fishing gear, rubbernecking in our direction. Honestly, I was surprised those were the only looky-loos who followed to see what the fuss was about. I sucked on my tongue to keep from laughing and turned to Hunter. You were saying? Hunter scowled at the deputy and motioned for him to cut the noise. Blushing, the young deputy fumbled for the switches, then stepped out of the cruiser. Hey, Hunter. Sheriff. What do you need me to do? Hey, Smitty. What part of keep it to yourself didn't you understand? Smitty looked bewildered. I didn't say a word to nobody, Sheriff. I swear. Hunter rubbed the spot between his eyes as if warding off a monster migraine and motioned to the crowd. Please tape off the area and keep them back, and for God's sake, don't tell them what's going on. They'll know soon enough. He motioned to the 2 EMTs. You guys can come in if you want, but we don't need the stretcher until Jim processes the scene. He glanced at the growing crowd as another truckload of people pulled up and sighed. On second thought, bring it in now. Hunter waited while they pulled the stretcher out, then led them into the building. I took one look at the crowd, who turned their attention to me as soon as everybody else went inside, and decided there was no way I was standing out there like shark food. Instead, I went back inside and perched on an office chair, careful not to touch anything else. While I waited, I called Rayanne, my cousin and best friend, to let her know I'd made it back to town safely, and because she'd never forgive me if she heard about the murder through the grapevine. She ran a kitschy little coffee shop called Brew For You and was probably getting ready to close up for the day. When she picked up on the third ring, I gave her the 411. "Isn't that the guy who's doing your pull?" I heaved a sigh. "Yeah, but I feel horrible even thinking about that." "I bet, but it's a thing. What are you going to do now?" "I don't know. I guess just wait until Hunter's done." One of the paramedics had gone outside a few minutes before and came back in carrying a first aid kit, which a detached part of my brain found odd. There weren't enough Band-Aids and betadine in the world to fix that boo-boo. "Anyway," she said, "we need more pastries. How about I come over later and we'll bake? You can tell me how you sat by a romantic fire all week with a hot guy, and I'll tell you all about my mani-pedi night with my mother." I laughed. To say she hadn't had much luck with men lately would be an understatement of epic proportions. She'd sworn off dating until she could find a coupon for a thorough background checking service on Groupon. "Sounds like a plan. I'll text you when we leave here." I disconnected and pulled up a game on my phone. I'd been playing Candy Crush for about 10 minutes when my phone rang. It was Bobby Sue, my friend and sometimes boss. She owned the best barbecue joint in the state, and I'd waitressed there full-time for almost 4 years, until just recently, when I'd received a $50,000 reward for finding our former sheriff's murderer. Shortly after that, I'd been refunded $30,000 by his widow, a long, convoluted story you've hopefully heard, for back taxes he'd screwed my family out of over the years. Like I said, the man was a real peach. Since my windfall, I'd been spending some much-needed time with my kid sister Shelby and trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. So far, I was coming up empty. I refused to squander the money on any half-baked ideas or let it dwindle away, though, so I worked a couple shifts a week and provided Ray with baked goods for the shop to cover the bills. It wasn't in me to not work, and that money wouldn't last long if I started nickel and diming it. "Hey, Bobby Sue, what's up?" "Oh, thank God you answered, sugar. Are you back in town yet?" She sounded winded and panicked, which meant that whatever the situation was, it was at DEFCON 1. I'd known her most of my life and could count on my hands how many times I'd seen her in a tizzy and have fingers left over. "Please say you're back in town. If you are, I desperately need you to come in and work tonight, just through the rush." The new girl she'd hired on to replace me had more hair than brains, but surely she and Sarah, a competent girl who'd been there as long as I had, could handle things. "Why? You have Sarah and Miss Ditz, right?" "It seems Miss Ditz apparently has better things to do than work tonight. With the tournament, there are triple the people in town, and it's all-you-can-eat rib night. There's no way Sarah's going to be able to handle it by herself." I groaned. I hadn't even been home yet. And frankly, after the Max ordeal, I just wanted to drink a glass of wine or 3 and chill out with Rayanne. "I'm home. Well, not home, but back in town. I'm at Wheeler Construction. Somebody up and killed the owner." "Max? You saying Max Wheeler's dead? What happened to him?" "Somebody clocked him with a toilet tank lid." "Huh. Well, damn," she said, pausing for a beat. "He's dead, though. Ain't nothing to be done for him tonight that won't wait till morning. This place, on the other hand, is about to get overrun with hungry folks looking for all-you-can-eat barbecue, and I ain't got enough people to serve it to 'em. That right there's the bigger emergency." I could picture her stabbing the air with her finger for emphasis. Nobody can say she isn't pragmatic. "I'll throw in an extra $100 if you come in. Please?" I heaved a sigh. It wasn't about the money. I couldn't leave her in the lurch, and I wouldn't throw poor Sarah under the bus like that. I checked my watch. It was already after 3, so I'd have to hustle. "Fine, I'll be there as soon as I can get a ride into town, but it's a good thing I love you." I went to the back to see if Hunter would be able to give me a ride, but I was pretty sure that would be a no-go. Still, I needed to let him know I was leaving. He gave me a distracted peck, then turned back to his work. I took a second to admire the view as he walked away, and one of those old velvet oil paintings of dogs playing poker caught my eye in the background. It was hanging on the wall in an odd spot below the window unit AC, and it was askew. I figured it was probably just knocked aside in the struggle and shrugged it off, even though something seemed off about it. After a lifetime of having hunches, you'd think I'd learn not to ignore them. Chapter 3. I caught a ride back to town with the Clip and Curl ladies, and they about piqued me to death like the old hens they were, trying to get the inside scoop. I fed them a few scraps because I had no choice. They weren't going to let me out of the car in one piece if I didn't. There was no way I was going to tell them about Max's ghost or about how he died, but it gave me a chance to test our cover story. I dodged the rest of the questions by swearing all I saw was his feet before Hunter shuffled me out of the building and called it in. Technically, that was all true, so I didn't really feel guilty. Besides, they'd know more about it than I did by the time I got off work. Though we had a great local news station and a county newspaper, Channel 3 and the Keyhole Chronicle didn't have anything on the Clip and Curl girls as long as you understood that fact-checking wasn't high on their list of priorities. While we drove, the ladies began speculating. Marge, who runs the hardware store with her husband Bob, told me Max had fired his foreman, Basil Bennett, just that week. Bless his heart. From what we understand, he likes to take a few nips during the day, she said, lowering her voice. Coralie, the owner of the shop, snorted. Pfft, ain't no reason to beat around the bush about it. That boy's drunker than Cooter Brown by noon, and that's on days he sleeps in. Roberta, a rotund woman, who was head of the ladies' auxiliary, waved her off. Yeah, but you know Max was fighting with Emily because she thinks he was cheating. Maybe an angry husband found out about it. Roberta, Coralie exclaimed. Shame on you! Poor Emily now has a dead husband on her hands. There's no proof he was cheating, so don't go speaking ill of the dead about something like that lessen you know for sure it's gospel. Roberta crossed her arms and put on her best self-righteous face. I'm just saying what all y'all were thinking. What I was thinking, Coralie snapped, was it's gonna be bad enough her husband was killed with a toilet tank lid. That poor woman's gonna have to say that each time somebody asks her how he died. She doesn't need to have any of them kind of whispers going on around, too. She was shaking her head, serious as a heart attack. I'm ashamed to admit I had to bite back a giggle, not because Max was dead, but because the embarrassment caused by him taking one with a commode lid was the grand tragedy in the situation. Thinking about it, though, it was kind of a crappy way to go. Pardon the pun. The rest of the ride was fairly quiet, mostly because we'd run out of details and they were busy speculating, thinking of people and reasons to put on the list. At least this time around, the whole town didn't have motive like they did when Hank bit the big one, so they were going to have to work a little harder. By the time they dropped me off at Bobby Sue's, it was nearly time for the rush to start. I made a beeline for the back, where there were always a few extra T-shirts and aprons. As I passed through the service station, I tossed a giant tea bag into the tea maker and hit the button just as Sarah pushed her way out the swinging door from the kitchen, carrying 2 pans of lemon wedges. She smiled and hip-checked me as she slid the pans into the cooler under the counter. Hey, girl, how was your vacation with Sheriff Sexy? I knew I was grinning like an idiot, but I couldn't seem to stop myself. Great, actually. Except for the very end, when Max Wheeler's ghost showed up and bossed us into going to his shop to find his body. I didn't often confirm the suspicions most people had about me, but Sarah wasn't just a coworker. She was a friend. She'd found me out after a particularly long 10-hour shift years ago, when she'd walked into the back and seen the ketchup jug upended, filling bottles all by itself while I was loading the dishwasher. She'd watched it pour for a few seconds, and I'd held my breath, waiting for her to freak out. After all, it's not like setting it down would have been any less weird, and the bottle wasn't full yet. Instead, she'd paused, tilted her head toward the self-filling condiments, and said, Sweet, Do the rest of the sauces like that so we can knock out the dining room and get the heck out of here. I'm beat. And that was that. Apparently, her grandma had the sight, so a few ketchup bottles refilling themselves weren't too far-fetched for her. As far as she was concerned, it was just another part of me, same as my red hair and sass. When I finished telling her about Max, she smiled and shook her head. Well, nobody can ever accuse you of being boring. How's Hunter processing? I thought about that for a second. I don't think he is yet. He hasn't taken time to slow down since Max appeared. I mean, we had the drive back, but I think he was in shock. He seemed lost in thought and was crazy quiet. Wow, so I guess it's time for the rest of the crew to come out of the casket. That was a good question. I hadn't really given it much thought because it's never been any different for me. We have a thriving post-life community comprised of folks like my Aunt Addie who'd decided to stick around for one reason or another rather than cross over. They're not the chain-rattling sort and would look at you like you had corn growing out of your ears if you brought up that ridiculous stereotype. They'd just decided when they died that they weren't done living yet. Therefore, it only made sense that they showed themselves to many of the locals, to those of us in the inner circle, anyway, but never until folks crossed that invisible line that all small towns draw between stranger and local. The last thing anybody wanted was one of those reality TV ghost shows taking over the town. If somebody toes over that line before everybody agrees, the rest of the crew can ghost shame with the best of them. Some of those girls and guys, though they tend to let the gals handle that part, have been around for over a century if you count both pre- and post-mortem years, and let me tell you, there's nothing more anxiety-inducing than a Southern woman who's had 100 years to practice guilting and shaming. That's a powerful motivator. I don't know, I said as I filled our tea pitchers. It's really up to them. Honestly, though, Addie's been chomping at the bit to spill the beans. It drives her nuts that she can't throw her opinion in the hat when he's around. She thinks he'll be fine with it. Our speculations were interrupted when Earl, Bobby Sue's husband, and the only person allowed to touch the grill or smoker, yelled for us through the swinging door. We looked at each other, foreheads crinkled, as we headed toward the kitchen. He tended to be a man of few words. We pushed into the kitchen and waited a minute while he rummaged around in the walk-in. Once he'd gone through every pan, he stood in the center and scratched his jaw, perplexed. "Neither of y'all moved any of my meat pans, did you?" We shook our heads, and he furrowed his brow. "There's a whole brisket and rack of ribs gone." "Last I checked, they were right there." He motioned toward a rack on the back of the cooler wall where he kept all the cooked meat. Bobby Sue popped around the corner, carrying a huge plastic bin of coleslaw. "You still looking for that meat, Earl? I know you're good, sugar, but even you may have miscounted. It ain't like they sprouted legs and walked off. We have about a half hour till the rush starts, so you better get back to pulling that pork. With the amount of ribs we're going to be slinging tonight, you won't have time to do it later." Earl scowled at her before heading back to a huge stainless steel table covered with hunks of meat on one side and a mountain of pulled pork on the other, muttering under his breath as he went. Sarah and I headed back out to the dining room to make sure everything was ready. Bobby Sue used to have an AYCE salad bar, but she'd watched a show about sneeze guards on one of the science channels and shut it down the next day. That was perfectly fine with us. Since there were only 2 of us to cover 20 tables, we had enough to do without refilling the green pistachio dessert and pulling olives out of the ranch dressing 100 times a night. Sarah was just setting out the last table caddy when the first customer started trickling in, and it wasn't long before things were in full swing. Rib night was always busy, but that night was absolute chaos. I was taking 10 seconds to suck down a few drinks of water while I was filling a tea pitcher when Sarah nudged me with her elbow. "Heads up with table 16, Chet Malcolm, total jerk, and you won't be able to please him no matter what you do, and the kid's a brat. My advice? Invest minimum effort. He doesn't tip anyway." Yep, you bet your booties servers really do that. I peered around the huge aluminum containers to see an average-looking guy with a kid that looked to be 12 or so. They didn't look horrible, unless you count the fact that they were wearing matching green and black flannel shirts rolled up at the sleeves. Still, if Sarah, who loved pretty much everyone, said they were bad, then I mentally braced myself for the worst. I pasted on a smile and headed that direction. "Hey guys, welcome to Bobby Sue's. I'm Noelle. What can I get you to drink?" The man looked me up and down, and I fought the urge to cross my hands over my chest, or poke him in the eye. "Bring me a tea," he told my boobs, then motioned with his thumb to the kid sitting beside him. "And he'll have a kid's Coke, and we're both doing ribs, the all-you-can-eat ones, not the rip-off ones on the menu." "Sure thing." I nodded and turned to walk away when the kid said, "Put cherries in my Coke, like 10 of them. Don't forget." "Sure, kid. Let me get right on that." I put their orders in and dropped off their drinks, then turned away to greet another table. The kid called after me. "Hey, there are only like 5 cherries in here. I said at least 10. "I'll bring you a few extra when I come back through the next time," I said, smiling as I ground my teeth together. "I want 'em now." He crossed his arms, and his dad shoved his glass to the end of the table. "We were here first," the senior jerk said. I took a deep breath. I'm the easiest person on the face of the planet to get along with. I could make pleasant chit-chat with the devil himself if he met me halfway, but I live by the policy, don't start none, won't be none. These two were starting some. I don't take orders from a snotty, entitled tween or his douche canoe dad. "I'm the one who brings your food," I said, doing my best to remain civil. It had been a long night, and this guy was tap dancing on my last nerve. You may want to keep that in mind and adjust your attitude accordingly. I leaned around him to speak to the brat. Also, please and thank you will go a long way toward getting you more cherries. I turned to walk away, and Chet grabbed my wrist. I jerked my arm away from him and snapped, "Mind your manners, else I'll help you mind them, and you won't like that." His lip curled, and he started to say something, but I turned my back and stomped away, fuming before I did something I'd regret later. When their food came up, I'd cooled down, but frankly, didn't want to deal with them, so I grabbed it out of the window and dropped it in front of them without ceremony. The kid was pouting with his arms crossed, and his father looked none too pleased either. "I want to speak to Bobby Sue," he said, motioning toward the kitchen door. "Nobody talks to me that way, especially not an uppity waitress, and you still didn't bring my kid more cherries." The kid glared at me. "Yeah, more cherries." A real loquacious one, him. "I'll get her," I said, then peered around him to his spawn. "More cherries, please." I stood there tapping my toe for a couple seconds, giving him one more chance to use the magic word. Apparently, with this kid, it was going to take a village. When he just glared at me, I shrugged and walked away. When I pushed through the kitchen door, Bobby Sue was pulling a huge pan of baked beans from the oven. "A guy named Chet Malcolm would like to speak with you about your uppity waitress." I had to remind him of his manners when he grabbed my arm. Table 16. I gave her the Reader's Digest version of what had happened. She blew a tuft of hair that had escaped her bandana off her glistening forehead and scowled. "Tell him I ain't got the time nor the inclination to come out there and kiss his ass. If he has a problem with that, tell him to come back here and kiss mine." She shook her head, tossed down her dish towel, and pushed past me into the dining room. "Never mind, it's not fair to make you do that. Besides, I need to let off a little steam, and I reckon he'll do just fine." I walked over to the table with her, smiling because he was about to get both barrels, and Bobby didn't hunt with a BB gun. "What's your problem tonight, Chet?" Bobby Sue asked, sounding pained. He was glaring at me. "The problem is that your waitress is rude and disrespectful. We deserve an apology." Bobby Sue looked at the packed restaurant and snorted. "Please,
What you deserve is a swift kick in the pants. You've been a bully since kindergarten. You've cornered the market on rude and disrespectful for decades. And you're lucky, because if you'd laid hands on me instead of her, you'd be holding a bloody stump right now. Chet's face went beet red, and when he replied, I had to wonder if he kissed his mama with that mouth. The place was filled with kids and older people and, for that matter, adults who didn't need to hear that crap while they were paying good money for a meal. And nobody was going to talk to Bobby Sue like that as long as I was there. Not that she needed anybody to fight her battles. If the evil expression on her face was any indication, she was fixin' to prove that. She leaned forward, practically nose to nose with him, and opened her mouth to deliver the verbal 5-finger death punch, and maybe even the literal one. I sighed. Time to step in. I cleared my mind and subtly flicked my hand in his direction. His mouth snapped shut mid-rant, granting blessed relief to the bleeding ears of those around him. The emotions that flitted across his face when he realized his jaws were locked were priceless. I returned to the table and looked at him closely. You okay, Chet? Cat got your tongue? Bobby realized what was going on and bit her lip. Ribs were on the house tonight, Chet. She shifted her body and jerked her head in the direction of the front door. Don't let it hit you where the good Lord split you. The kid started to pipe up, but his dad grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him out of the booth, his jaw muscles flexing. He shot me a final death glare over his shoulder as they pushed through the door, and I wiggled my fingers and smiled. Y'all take care now. As the door swung shut behind them, Bobby Sue elbowed me in the ribs and whispered, How long were you going to leave him that way? I shrugged. I considered tying it to his next polite thought or deed, but figured he'd starve to death first. It'll wear off in a few minutes. The rest of the night passed without incident, though I have to say that the tips from the people who'd witnessed the event were on the generous side. When the last table left and we flipped the open sign off, Sarah and I pulled off our aprons and sagged into a booth. Looking around at the place, you'd never have guessed that more than 500 pounds of ribs had been devoured there in the last 5 hours, but we both felt like we'd delivered twice that. Bobby Sue came out and dropped down beside us, propping her feet up on a chair. Phew, my dogs are barking. You girls did good tonight. No, I appreciate you coming in, honey. You saved our bacon. Thinking of the wad of cash in my pocket, I couldn't feel too put out. Plus, I would have felt bad leaving them in the lurch if I'd refused. It's all good. What are you going to do about your newly hired bubble brains, though? Bobby pinched her lips together and shook her head. I'm going to fire her, is what. I just got to find someone reliable to take her place first. Would Shelby want to pick up a couple of shifts a week? Shelby had had a rough time of it lately. Since Aunt Addie had passed several months before, it had just been the two of us. It was hard enough being 16, but she'd essentially lost 2 mothers in her short life. Settling into a life without Addie, where I was essentially her parent figure, had been rough on us, but we were making ground. She'd stopped hanging out with losers and was trying to get back on track. I'll ask her. She's working part-time for Will at the vet clinic, but she's been talking about trading in her car. I could do another shift or 2 a week, too. Bobby nodded. Thanks. You girls would do your mama proud. I had to blink back tears as an image of my mother popped unbidden into my head. She died when I was 11, but the sorrow still caught me unaware sometimes. If I smelled jasmine or peppermint tea, it yanked me back to when I was 10, baking some treat or another with her in our sunny little kitchen. She'd been a kitchen witch like me. I think that's one reason I found so much comfort in baking. Dad left shortly after Mom died. Apparently, he had no idea how to care for 2 preteen witches, so he'd taken us to Aunt Addie and Uncle Cal's farm one day and just never came back. They waited a couple of days, then took us to our house, collected our belongings, and moved us in with them, and then raised us like we were their own. We haven't seen or heard from my dad since. Oh, Bobby said, digging in her pocket and pulling out a C-note. I owe you this for coming in."
I took it, but handed it over to Sarah. She was raising 2 little kids on her own son Sean and her little cousin Bonnie, whose dad had disappeared. Literally disappeared, right out of his bedroom, right before Christmas last year. She needed it a lot more than I did. She shoved it back toward me.
"I can't take that."
Her apron was on the table in front of me, so I stuffed it in the pocket with the rest of her tips. "Sure you can. Go over to Corley's and get a pedicure, then spend the rest on the kids. It's a school shopping time, right?"
"Yeah, it is," she said.
"Thanks, Noelle." I smiled as Bobby Sue reached into her pocket again and stuffed another C note into Sarah's apron.
"I forgot about it being that time of year. Kids ain't cheap."
Now, Sarah was the one who was misting up, so I nudged her with my shoulder. "Shoulda just got a puppy," I teased. She smiled, the result I was shooting for.
"No kiddin'. I love 'em both to death, but man, are they a handful."
She turned to Bobby Sue. "So, not to be nosy, a term every woman in the South uses before she's going to be nosy.
But how come you and Earl never had any kids?"
A shadow crossed Bobby's face, and one corner of her mouth tipped up into a sad half-smile.
"It's not that we didn't want to, honey. We wanted to have a whole passel of young'uns. It just wasn't meant to be for us, I reckon."
She turned sideways in the booth and put her back against the wall, propping her feet up.
"Instead, we turned our attention to the restaurant."
Though it had broken her heart at the time, she'd long since made peace with it, at least as much as a person can. I couldn't help but wonder why the universe saw fit to give kids to horrible people, yet deprive good folks like Bobby Sue and Earl of them. It just didn't seem right.
"Speaking of parents," Bobby Sue said, "Addie popped into the back this evening and talked to me for a bit. Wanted me to let you know that she and Belle held a meeting tonight and decided it's time to bring Hunter into the light. Her phrase, not mine."
She held up her hands. I snorted. Every time I heard them use that term when they'd decide to clue a newbie in, the irony and absurdity of it cracked me up. When the reality of what she'd said sunk in, I panicked a little. It looked like it was time to push Hunter a little deeper into the paranormal pond. Chapter 4. We sat in companionable silence for a couple of minutes, reveling in the silence and the sheer pleasure of sitting, then got back to work so we could go home. I don't use magic often, just to make things easy. There's no need to get lazy, but cleaning up when I worked was an exception. Between a little hocus-pocus and some elbow grease, we had the restaurant clean and ready for the next day in just under a half hour. I called Hunter before we started cleaning, and he was just finishing up. By the time we had the restaurant set to rights, he was on his way. When he pulled up in front of the restaurant, he leaned across the cab and pushed my door open, then gave me a quick kiss when I climbed in. A little bolt of anxiety shot through me when I imagined the scene waiting to take place at my house, but I pushed it down. It was actually going to be a relief for him to know, assuming he took it as well as Addie thought he would. "How was work?" he asked. I pulled the wad of cash out of my apron and started to bank-face the bills. Call me weird, but I can't count if it's all willy-nilly. Slammed. The tournament made it nuts. I saw more fishhook hats than you can shake a pole at, plus all the regulars. There seriously wasn't an empty table all night. How did things go with the whole Max thing? He ran a hand over his face and shook his head as he pulled away from the curb. "I don't know yet. Apparently, the man had some pretty strong opinions and wasn't afraid to voice them. I already have 3 people to talk to tomorrow, and I have no doubt those guys will point their fingers on down the line." I reached over and squeezed his hand. "I'm sorry you've had such a crap day. I called in a pizza for us. I figured we could eat at my place, and there's something we need to talk about. Shelby's home, and Ray's coming over." He raised an eyebrow and searched my face. "Those are words that nobody ever wants to hear. They're usually followed by, 'It's not you, it's me,' or, 'I'm sorry, but somebody burned your house down while you were gone.' Nobody ever says that when you've won the lottery or world peace has been achieved." "It's nothing bad. Just," More, I said, trying to put a positive spin on the fact that he was about to find out my dead aunt was only dead in body, and that those cold feelings he kept getting when he said something less than intelligent were her whacking him in the back of the head. Really, it should make him feel better to know that he wasn't imagining the movements he kept catching in his peripheral vision. I worried my lip, because sometimes there was a huge gap between what should be and what was. I supposed I was about to find out. I'd just started counting my money when goosebumps raced up my left arm and Max materialized between us. Hunter startled and jerked the wheel to the left. To his credit, he corrected before he even crossed the center line. "Geez, man, you're dead, but we're not. A little notice, please." Max snorted. "Sorry I didn't phone ahead, numbnuts. Were you just complaining about your day? I'll trade you. How about that? Speaking of, did you solve my murder yet?" Hunter scowled, but let the new nickname slide. "We just found you today, and you may not have realized, but apparently you weren't the most popular guy in town." "I had better things to do than mollycoddle folks. I got along right as rain with those that wanted to get along with me." Hunter glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and sighed. "Yeah, I heard that too, for the most part. What was your problem with Joe Sneed?" "Joe Sneed?" His eyebrows shot up. "He sold me a fishing boat that leaked like a sieve, that's what." "Somebody told me it turned into a shouting match at the hardware store the other day." Max dipped his head. "Course it did. He took exception to the fact that I pulled it out of the lake, then parked it in his garage, dead fish and all, while he was gone for a couple days." He grinned, likely imagining what poor Joe came home to. "But Joe didn't kill me, if that's what's going through that peanut brain of yours. We go way back. If anybody was going to do any killing in that situation, he'd be the one sitting here right now. I lost my best pole when a largemouth hit my line while I was bailing water. I'm telling you, though, leave Joe out of it. It wasn't him. Who else you got?" "We have a couple of people," Hunter hedged. "Who? Come on, boy." I looked over at the ghost, and I swear his silvery caterpillar eyebrows actually waved at me as he shook his head. He did the get on with it finger roll, shoving his icy elbow through my boob as he did. I shivered and moved closer to the door. You'd think riding 3 in the cab would be less crowded when one of you was incorporeal, but it was more like how it was when one of you had BO, and the other 2 were hugging the doors, praying for the end of the ride. Hunter slowed down and flipped on his blinker, then turned into the plaza that housed Duck's Pizza. Donald James, a.k.a. Duck, got his nickname in grade school in about the same way you're probably imagining he did. His name was Donald. Plus, he toed out a little, and our bullies didn't exactly come from the deep end of our already shallow gene pool. That's not really why the name stuck, though. The pack was picking on his buddy Gene one afternoon. One of them, the biggest one, was holding Gene's arms behind him, while the other was punching the scrawny little guy in the gut just for sport. Duck walked up to the pair and said one word to his buddy. "Duck." Gene did, and Duck laid the dude holding him out cold. None of that had anything to do with the fact that he's a brick oven god. My stomach growled when the smells of fresh bread and tomato sauce wafted through the window. Hunter put the truck in park and turned to Max. "I heard you fired your foreman last week." He reached up to scratch his grizzled chin and thought for a minute. "Yeah?" "He couldn't stay out of the sauce long enough to come to work. As a matter of fact, he was walking on a slant when I canned him. He took a swing at me and fell on his keister. I went to his place 'cause he hadn't bothered to show up for work again that day. He was cussing a blue streak as I was driving off." Sounded like motive and mindset to me. "You think maybe he could have done it?" Max flickered, and his gaze was out of focus when he looked at me. "Done what?" "Killed you." Hunter drew out the words as Max's form became fuzzy. His eyes got that far away, confused look in them again. "Killed me? You okay, son?" The last couple of words sounded like they were coming from a long way away. Then Max was gone. I climbed out of the truck. I didn't have time to worry about a disappearing ghost with memory and attitude problems. I had a pizza waiting for me and a cold beer at the house to go with it. Oh, and a translucent aunt waiting with bells on to officially introduce herself to a guy she'd been sitting in the same room with for months. Maybe I should grab an extra 6-pack. Chapter 5. By the time we made it home, Shelby, her sort-of boyfriend Cody, and Rayanne were already waiting for us. Cody already knew about Addie. Shelby hadn't yet learned to pay attention to her surroundings, which is actually how she met Cody, and he'd busted her talking to Addie or Sherry Lynn so many times that we either had to tell him or commit her. We weren't even through the door before Shelby snatched the pizza boxes out of my hand and headed for the kitchen while I ran upstairs to change. Ray followed, firing off questions faster than I could process them, let alone respond. How was your weekend? Was the cabin nice? What did you do? Was the body gross? I laughed when I saw her flushed face. She was one of a kind, and I wouldn't trade her for the world, but she really did need to lay off the espresso. She plopped down on my bed and waited while I pulled a pair of yoga pants and my favorite Bulldogs t-shirt out of a drawer. The weekend was great. The cabin was awesome. We mostly hung out, fished, and rode the bike, and I didn't see the body. Only his boots and ankles and the bloody tank lid. And oh, by the way, he actually showed up to talk to Hunter, not me. She raised her brows. Oh, snap. How did Hunter take that? I peeled off my snug barbecue-scented clothing and sighed when I slipped into the stretchy, comfortable sweats. Actually, better than I expected. As a matter of fact, aside from being a little weirded out for the first 2 minutes, he took it in stride. Rayanne gave me a half-smile and shook her head. You struck gold with that one, sugar. You better hog-tie him and marry him before he comes to his senses. Thanks a lot, I told her, as I tossed my clothes into the hamper and rolled my shoulders. Did you ever consider that he's the crazy one, and I better run for the hills? Any other man would have hightailed it out of here like his hair was on fire when a woman he's semi-suspected of murder started hearing voices in the middle of a conversation. Instead, he asked me out. That's a little squirrely if you ask me. Hunter learned early on when we barely knew each other that I was a witch when Shelby sent me a telepathic 911 while we were in his truck because she'd fallen off a ladder and busted her head. It was tough to come up with a rational explanation for why I demanded that he take me home at breakneck speed while I called for an ambulance out of the blue, so I'd gone with the truth. She cocked a brow and nodded. True that. Still, we should probably make sure he doesn't order anything from Brew with logic or wisdom in it, just in case, she said. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. As a whiz mixologist, Ray had a huge selection of proprietary blends that did everything from relieve anxiety to cure warts. It's not like she's slipping her customers Mickeys, though I wish I'd had one earlier for Chet. She's the poster child for truth in advertising. There's a menu that includes a meant-to-induce description for each drink, just like any other herbal shop. Hers just happened to deliver on the promises better than most. She'd plopped onto the side of my bed and was fiddling with my Yosemite Sam bobblehead doll. You know, you're going to have to tell him about Aunt Addie and the others eventually, right? I pulled in a deep breath as I smoothed my hair in the mirror. Yeah, in fact, they've decided to come clean tonight. I'm tired of hiding it from him, and so is Addie. I met her eyes in the mirror as I wiped the eyeliner from under my eyes. He hasn't been here long, but he's taken the permanent sheriff job and bought a house. He's not going anywhere. It's time. She held up her hands. I'm not arguing with you, sugar. I was all for telling him before y'all went on your trip. Then it looks like all we need to do is decide whether to do it before or after we eat. Wait till he gets a slice in his hand, she said as we left my room. He's not going to run off and leave Duck's Pizza behind. He'll be a captive audience, literally. You'll have at least 2 slices to break it to him. I straightened my shoulders. How bad could it be, right? On a scale of 1 to my girlfriend hears voices, I figured it was a solid 4 at best. We headed back downstairs where Shelby had already set out a stack of paper plates and napkins and was halfway through her first slice. Adelaide was sitting in her chair at the end of the table, looking irritated because she couldn't participate in the conversation because Hunter didn't know about her yet. I should probably give you a little background on her. She appeared in the stall doorway during one of my ugly cry sessions while I was cleaning stalls shortly after her funeral, telling me everything was going to be okay. She'd been so worried about leaving me to take care of the farm and raise Shelby alone that she'd opted not to cross over. And boy, I was glad, at least until she started criticizing. Since she couldn't physically do the work, she had nothing better to do than supervise. It was awesome. When I tuned into the conversation, Hunter was telling them about Max. I cleared my throat and 4 pairs of eyes swung to me. Rayanne placed her hand on my back in silent support. "Remember, I said we needed to talk?" He looked at me and paused with his slice halfway to his mouth. He lowered it and looked around. Since nobody else looked expectant or even worried, he shifted in his chair. "Yeah? Seeing as how I appear to be the only one in the dark, I assume this has to do with the whole witchy thing?" Not exactly, but along those lines, yeah." I glanced at the faces around the table. The expressions ranged from amused to expectant. How do you go about telling a guy that your living-impaired aunt is currently sitting at the head of the table with him and has, in fact, been present for most of our family get-togethers? Addie heaved a put-upon sigh.
"Oh, for the love of Pete, you're scaring the boy."
When I didn't say anything, she glowered at me.
"Never mind, I'll do it myself."
With that, she popped into sight. Or at least, I assume she did, since I could already see her, because Hunter pushed back in his chair so hard he tipped himself over backward, then busted his shin on the underside of the table when he tried to catch his balance before crashing to the floor. Addie hovered a little higher and peered over his boots at him, cringing when he rolled over and pushed to his feet. He was rubbing the back of his head and scowling. "Sorry about that," she said, wrinkling her nose. "I reckon I didn't think that one out very well." I glared at her as I righted the chair, noting in the back of my mind that he hadn't dropped his pizza. "You think?" She had the grace to blush, then settled back into a seated position. Everybody just waited to see what Hunter was going to do now that the ghost was out of the closet. He pinched his lips together and stared at her for a few long moments, then ran his tongue over his teeth, seeming to come to a decision. "Ms. Adelaide, I presume?"
"In the flesh,"
she said.
"Well, not exactly. That's just an expression."
Now she looked flustered, reaching up to pat her hair.
"Anyway, it's nice to finally meet you. It's been a real pain in the patootie having to keep my lips zipped while you were here."
He chewed on that for a few heartbeats. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am." He glowered at the rest of us. "I had no idea you were here, or I would have never asked that of you in your own home." "Now, wait a minute," I said. "It wasn't our fault. We didn't hide her in the pantry like a red-headed stepchild. We weren't allowed to tell you about her." "Allowed?" Addie floated closer to him.
"Yes, honey, allowed. We can't just go around showing ourselves to every Tom, Dick, and Hunter that comes to town. Otherwise, those stupid ghost hunter shows would be on us like white on rice. Then that would make for a whole passel of trouble for you."
She motioned to the pizza boxes.
"You should eat your pizza while it's still warm. All of you. You ain't never had any problem eating and jawing at the same time."
She cast a longing glance at the mushroom and pineapple.
"Don't see why tonight should be any different. Besides, if I can't eat, I can at least watch y'all enjoy it."
I scrunched my nose. "Food perv."
"Call it what you want, missy. It's one of the worst things about being on the other side of the daisies."
Hunter raised his brow at the expression, then took a bite out of his slice and munched for a minute. I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable screaming, arm-waving exit that I just knew was coming. Instead, he waved a slice toward Addie and swallowed. So, how does this happen? Do you, have a choice? Or do you have unfinished business, or what? Can you go all poltergeisty if you get mad? He narrowed his eyes. Can you possess people? Addie scoffed. See, it's exactly those type of stereotypes that keep us in hiding. I'm here because I chose to stay. I don't know how the system works, but for the most part, people choose to go on. I didn't because these girls, she waved a hand at us, still need me. He gave her a sideways glance. So, the poltergeist and possession issues? She cocked a brow at him. I'm not gonna go blowing all the bulbs or breaking things just because somebody twists my knickers. That's why the good Lord gave me a mouth. Plus, I paid a lot of money for some of the stuff in this house, and the rest of it has sentimental value. As far as possessing you, be reasonable. Would you want to crawl into my body? She shuddered and looked at him like he'd lost his mind. But could you? He pressed. She shook her head and scoffed. No. What's wrong with you that you're so hung up on me climbing into your skin? She turned to me and motioned to him with her thumb. Does he have some sort of kind of secret condition, or... She cupped one side of her mouth and lowered her voice. A wee willy winky? Hunter looked appalled. What? No. Oh, my God, Addie! I pinched the bridge of my nose. Shelby, Ray, and Cody snorted and dissolved into laughter. Well, I figured I'd better ask. She slanted her eyes at him, scrunched her nose, and adopted a wolfy grin. You know, so in case I decide to possess one of you, I can make an informed decision. Ray, Shelby, and Cody had just managed to recover when she said that, and fell out again. Hunter, on the other hand, wasn't sure what to think. She's kidding, right? I took a deep breath and almost made the mistake of praying for patience. Yes, honey, she's kidding. I took advantage of everybody's lack of focus on the important stuff to grab another slice. The peanut gallery managed to regain control of themselves, and we settled back in, eating quietly for a few minutes. Hunter stole a few glances at Addie, but I think it was more for the winky comment than anything else, because he scowled when he did. He swallowed the last bite of a crust, then asked, So, is this finally it? Is anything else gonna pop up, literally or figuratively? I thought for a minute, then shook my head. I don't think so. Ghosts, witches, that covers it, I think. Welcome to the real Keyhole. So, do you have any suspects in the murder? Addie asked, cutting straight to the chase. Max was a cantankerous old coot, but he was all haughty. I can't think of a single real enemy he had. He's always been honest, and he's coached Little League and youth football for nigh on 30 years. I stood to refill our glasses and then grabbed another slice of mushroom and pineapple. Well, he managed to piss off at least one person, I said, sitting back down. Coralie and the girls had a few ideas. I'd shared what I'd learned that afternoon on the way to the diner. I'd already told Hunter on the way over, and nobody else had anything to add. Probably because the folks we were talking about were so much older than us, except for Addie, that is. The events at the restaurant popped into my mind. I met the most obnoxious guy tonight, I said around a mouthful of pizza. Chet Malcolm. He came in with his kid, and Bobby Sue ended up throwing them out. I briefly relayed the situation. Funny you should mention him, because I was just about to because of Max, Cody said. His son Kyle's something else. He played on our team, and they butted heads a week or so ago at camp. Max benched Kyle for a week for bullying and threatened to ban him from the league if he did it again. So, this guy and his kid are just spreading love and sunshine all over the place then, I said. I didn't realize you knew Max, Cody. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too, he said. I just started volunteering and ended up as Max's assistant coach. He was a good guy. Hunter waved that off. How did the father react? I thought he was going to have a stroke. Flipped out.
He was up in Max's face, cussing a blue streak, said he'd get Max removed from his coaching position. One of the other coaches had to step in and physically pull him away from Max. Just then, my miniature donkey, who in a weird twist of fate also happens to be named Max, came plodding into the kitchen. He stopped and rubbed the top of his head on the underside of the table, then peeked over to see if there was any pizza left. "What seems to be the problem? I keep hearing my name," he said, after nudging a pizza box with his nose. "Besides the fact that you were being gluttons and weren't going to save me a slice, as usual." Hunter looked at him, then at me. "The donkey talks." I gave myself a mental forehead slap. Oh, yeah, witches, ghosts, and talking donkeys. I smiled, and as usual, waited for him to come to his senses and hit the bricks, but he just sat there. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Yes, the donkey talks," Max said, lopping his ears back and rolling his eyes. "Let's get this over with. I'm Maximilian Beauregard Lancaster III, or Max. In the 16th century, I was having a high old time as a member of the nobility, and had the misfortune of running afoul of an Irish witch. She blew the situation completely out of proportion. In hindsight, the red hair and the Irish blood probably should have been warning signs, but I wasn't exactly looking at the future, if you know what I mean." He waggled his furry eyebrows. "She turned me into an ass, for reasons known only to herself." "Oh, no," I said. "They're known to everybody, except maybe you, which is what landed you in that sack of furry thumblessness to begin with." He scowled at me, which is a hilarious expression on a donkey. His great bushy eyebrows slammed down to hood his eyes, his ears lopped back, and his lip curled. Hunter just looked at him and nodded some more. "Uh-huh, that's perfectly logical." He looked back and forth between me, Addie, and Max, then ran a hand through his hair and shrugged. "I had no idea normal was so subjective." I tipped up one corner of my mouth and thought back to one of the first times he was here, when he suspected me of murder and didn't know that magic existed. He'd said I was one of the most normal people he'd met. I guess it said something that he was willing to change his entire definition of normal for me. Not that he really had a choice. Some things you just can't unsee. But he was still there. Max butted him on the leg. "Yes, we're not normal, except we are. You'll get used to it. Now, about the slice of pizza." Hunter looked askance at me. I shrugged. Pizza sauce gives him gas, and you have to pull it into little pieces for him, but that's all you. He's going to nag until you give in anyway. "And pour me a scotch to wash it down with, woman." Again, he wonders why he's in that body. I shook my head. I stood and pulled a half-full 750 of Glenlivet out of the cabinet and poured a couple fingers into one of those black salsa bowls that you get at Mexican restaurants. Come on, don't tell me you've never popped one of those in your to-go box. Anyway, it's easier for him to drink it that way. Hunter was watching when I sat it down. "Scotch," he deadpanned. "Of course. Silly me. What else would a talking donkey eat with pizza?" He shook his head and sent me a little smile, and I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The skeletons were officially out of my closet, and he was still smiling at me. Wonders never cease. "So," Max said, licking sauce off his whiskers, "I heard my name repeatedly earlier. What did I do to deserve so much table time?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at me. "You're not bringing home another of those deplorable dogs, are you?" "No, but you've made me wonder if I should reconsider it. Dogs are wonderful." "Yes, lovely. Until one of them wants to curl up with you after it's just rolled into something either filthy or dead. I swear, I shall start a barnyard revolution. Especially if work doesn't proceed post-haste with that giant mud hole you've sworn is going to be a pool with my own private lounging area. I rolled my eyes. It's called a wading pool, and it's going to be for everybody, not just you. And now that you mention it, what we were just discussing has bearing on it. We were talking about Max Wheeler of Wheeler Construction, the company we're working with. His ghost showed up when we were coming home from the cabin. He was murdered. Fabulous, he said, lowering his eyebrows and wringing his tail. Now, I'm never going to get in my lounging area. I would have corrected him, but I wasn't in a position to judge, considering that was my knee-jerk reaction to. We were talking about possible suspects. Will the recreation facility still be constructed? I sighed. Of course. I'm sure after they get the details ironed out, they'll finish it up. God, I hoped they finished it up. We were planning an end-of-summer pool party and barbecue on the new deck, which would be tough without the pool or deck. Guilt flushed through me again, and I turned the conversation back to Max, the cranky dead guy, not the Scotch-swilling donkey. Okay, we were talking about Chet Malcolm, I said, and took a big bite of pizza. I thought about what little I knew about Max just from the couple of interactions we'd had with his ghostly self. He didn't seem like the kind to take any guff, especially from a punk like Chet. So, how did Max react when Chet bowed up at him? I asked after I swallowed. Weirdly enough, he didn't really respond at all, Cody said. I mean, he didn't back down, but he didn't say anything either. He just crossed his arms, widened his stance, and stared Chet down while he raged. Cody reached for the last slice of pepperoni, but Rayanne snatched it up. He scowled and looked at the mushroom and pineapple box like it was full of fungus, which I guess it was, but after a few seconds, his teenage stomach won out and he grabbed a slice. Hunter polished off the last of his crust and brushed his hands. That seems odd. From everything I've seen and heard so far, he wouldn't have been so diplomatic. Adelaide cleared her throat. I know exactly why he didn't bust him in the mouth. He would have never set such a piss-poor example for the kids. I used to talk to his wife Emily at the socials, and he loved coaching. Started 30-some years ago when his son was in Little League and never quit. That surprised me. I wouldn't take the old geezer who called Hunter numbnuts for the kid-loving type, but stranger things have happened. Like, for instance, Hunter reaching over to grab the last slice of my pizza after he'd been ragging on me about how weird it was for 2 months. Desperate times, I reckon. I watched as he took a tentative bite, then another more enthusiastic one. I gave him a knowing grin and nodded. Welcome to the dark side, baby. He rolled his eyes, but took another big bite, swallowing before he continued. So, we have a crotchety old man who wasn't actually crotchety, who pissed off some entitled rich boy who thinks the sun rises and sets on his spoiled rotten son. Is that it? Rayanne shook her head. No, he really was crotchety, but you got the rest of it right. Plus, there's the fishing boat guy. Yeah, but Max is dead set against him being the killer. Says there's no way, I said as I tossed the pizza boxes in the recycle bin. Who's the fishing boat guy? Rayanne asked as she opened a box of my pastries she'd apparently scavenged from the freezer at some point. Joe Sneed, Hunter answered. He sold Max a leaky fishing boat, and they had a yelling match while they were playing poker. Apparently, Joe threatened to beat him to death. Adelaide shook her head. Nope. No way. Max and Joe go all the way back to kindergarten. Cross him off the list. Besides that, Joe threatens to beat everyone to death. It's his go-to line. Hunter looked thoughtful. I don't know, guys. I've seen a lot of nice, normal people do some crazy things in the heat of the moment. I poured myself a glass of milk and snagged a strawberry cream cheese strudel. I sank my teeth into it and groaned as the sweetness of the fruit, the flakiness of the pastry, and the tartness of the cream cheese had a party in my mouth.
You'd think the fact that I make them all the time would sour me on them, but it's just the opposite. I'm an addict. Fortunately, I have a crazy high metabolism, because if I didn't, I'd be as big as a house. Hunter raised a brow at me. Need a minute? No, I'm good, I said around a mouthful of deliciousness. So, are you at least going to talk to this Joe guy? Shelby asked, grabbing a pastry of her own. Of course I'm going to talk to him. Everybody says he isn't capable of it, but I'm not convinced. Maybe I just don't have as much faith in people as you all do. I don't think that's it, Cody said, shaking his head. I think it's because we weren't raised here. We aren't used to the way everybody knows everybody else. Where we're from, there's a certain anonymity that's just not possible here. It's good and bad. That's true, Hunter replied. I guess it's going to take some getting used to, but I'm still talking to Joe Sneed. I think that's a good idea, I said. You're right in that you never can tell. Look at Sherry Lynn, for example. At the mention of her name, the pretty brunette ghost popped in right beside me, wearing a bikini with a sarong twisted around her waist. Sherry Lynn had a crappy life when she was alive and ended up getting herself murdered a couple months back. She swears her afterlife is 10 times better and she's having a ball. Did I hear my name? Her voice was the epitome of the southern drawl. She'd never been out of Keyhole Lake except to go to Atlanta a few times, so her accent wasn't diluted by outside influence. Her voice was smooth as honey, and her eyes were as long as a country mile. She'd had sass and a sweetness that made me wish I'd taken the time to know her when she was alive. I glanced at her, then at Hunter. Since he was munching away rather than looking at her, I assumed she was hiding herself from him. I told her we'd filled him in. Well, thank heavens! I was getting mighty sick of trying to talk to you while you pretended I wasn't here. She shut one eye and concentrated for a second, then smiled right as my ears popped. There, that's better. Hunter jumped a bit when she popped in, but then a look of understanding crept over his face when he recognized her. So, that's how you knew about her being murdered, he said to me. And about the other stuff. Geez, that whole mess would have been so much easier had I known about her back then. You know it, sugar, she said to him, rolling her eyes. That was one of the most frustrating experiences of my life. At the time, I didn't even know how to make you see me. Else, believe you me, I woulda. Now I heard my name. What's going on? We were saying that you don't really know people. We've had another murder. I gave her a quick rundown of the situation. So Hunter thinks that we should probably look closer at Joe, just in case. She puckered her lips and pushed them to one side, thinking, I'm with y'all. I don't think Joe's got it in him to up and kill nobody, let alone Max Wheeler. Chet, on the other hand, is a piece of work. He was in tassels every Friday and Saturday, even though he has a sweetheart of a wife at home. Bless her heart, I don't know why she puts up with it, but I guess she has her reasons. Tassels was a sleazy strip club where she'd worked as a dancer pre-mortem. She tapped her finger on her chin and furrowed her brow. He has a wicked temper, too. Once, the girl he asked for was with another guest, and he walked right up like he owned her and snatched her by the arm mid-dance. The gentleman she was with took exception and busted Chet in the mouth when he got in his face. Jim tossed him out on his behind, but he was back the next weekend just as handsy and rude as ever, though he did mind his manners enough to wait his turn from then on. Yeah, that about fits with what I learned about him, too. I told her about Bobby Sue giving him the heave-ho, and she laughed. Man, that little woman's nobody to mess with. I would have loved to see that. She turned to Rayanne. You doing okay, sugar? Rayanne's then-boyfriend had been in on a plot to kill us several months ago, and needless to say, it had hit her ego pretty hard. She'd tried to shake it off on the cruise, but it was there, right under the surface. You just don't recover from being duped like that overnight. She quirked one side of her mouth. I'm getting by, Sherry Lynn. Thanks for asking. She turned her attention to the rest of us. I hate to be a party pooper, but I've been up since 5, and I've got to do it again tomorrow. I'll be in to help you open, I said. No, you won't. Not unless you're planning on staying up all night baking, because we're completely out of pastries. Just ate the last of them, and if we don't have blueberry muffins, Mr. Stockton will be heartbroken. And unveiling the ghosts cut into the time I'd allotted to help you. You went through all of the ones I left? I'd tripled up on what we'd normally use before Hunter and I left for the cabin. Yeah, did you forget about the fishing tournament? I guess I did. I looked at my watch and was surprised to find that it was after 11. I'll bake enough tonight to get us through and still try to be there to help you open. She finished the last of her tea and pulled her purse onto her shoulder. If you can, that would be great. If not, that's fine. Just, for the love of God, don't come without pastries. I grinned and gave her a hug. I wouldn't dare. See you in the morning. Cody stood up, too. I told Uncle Will I'd help him with rounds in the morning, and we have to be at the Williams farm at 7, so I'd better go, too. Thanks for the pizza. His uncle, Will Newsom, was the county vet. Shelby followed them out, and it wasn't long before I heard Cody's motorcycle fire up. I turned to the kitchen and started pulling things out for muffins and turnovers, our staples. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 6. A few hours later, before the sun had even started to peek over the horizon, I propped 4 big boxes of fresh pastries between my hip and the brick wall beside the door to brew for you, so I could dig through my purse for my keys. I should have had them out before I got out of the car, but it was 5:30 in the morning. The lights weren't on yet, but that wasn't unusual. Ray often avoided turning the lights on first thing in the morning while she was working in her office. It was partially for security, but mostly because if somebody sees the lights on, they'd want to come in. While it would be rude to say no, there are some things we needed to do before we opened the doors, like have a couple of double-shot lattes. So we just kept the lights off until we opened to avoid the hassle. It was also kind of nice sitting in the dark with just the glow of the coolers while we had breakfast and shot the bull before crashing headlong into our days. I finally managed to pull the front door open and shivered as the smell of coffee beans, confections, and camaraderie enveloped me. I called out to Rayanne and slid the pastries onto the gleaming black faux marble counter, plopping my purse down beside them. I flicked a wrist to turn on the espresso machine, then used the bluish light from the upright coolers to make my way back to the door. I'd made so many pastries that I had to make a second trip to my new-to-me F-150 to get the rest of the boxes. Once I was back inside, I locked the door behind me, then called to Ray again, getting a little worried because she hadn't already surfaced from the paperwork to have coffee with me. I made my way around the end of the bar, careful not to trip over the stools or bump into the funky little cafe tables. There was light spilling out of her office, and I pushed the door open. Hey, the least you could do is come out and make a girl a lively latte. My butt was up till 3 baking, but... The door swung open to an empty room. Her chair was tipped over backwards, and her files had been pushed off of her desk and spilled across the floor. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I flipped off her office light. I'm not one of those stupid horror movie bimbos that stand there waiting to be murdered, and frankly, it pissed me off that somebody may have harmed my bestie. I ducked back around the counter in order to stay out of the light spilling from the coolers, then reached up and quietly pulled my purse down. Still squatting under the counter, I fumbled through it for Faith, my 9mm. Yes, I'm a witch, but I'm a Southern witch. There are just some traditions that are ingrained. Plus, shooting an intruder in the leg is a whole lot less risky than trying to find a logical explanation for something more magical. The last thing I needed was to draw more attention to myself from the council. My fingers closed around the cool grip, and I pulled it free of my purse, careful not to snag the sight on the lining. The hum of the cooler and the ticking of the espresso machine as it heated up were deafening in the quiet. I just made my way back around the counter when I heard the soft sound of fabric brushing against the wall near her office, about 10 feet in front of me. I stopped in my tracks, trying to decide what to do. In a blinding flash, the track lights over the bar flipped on, and Ray barked, "Freeze, or I'll shoot your eye out!" When she saw it was me, she let out a huge breath and lowered the gun that was a twin to mine. "Holy crap, no! You scared the bejesus out of me when I came up from the basement and saw that somebody'd shut the light off in my office." "Me? You?" My hand was shaking as I pulled it away from my chest. "I walk into your office and the chair is tipped over and all your crap is all over the floor. I thought for sure somebody had nabbed you. Then you come out here and go all Dirty Harriet." She looked at me for a few seconds and burst into laughter. "I had a mouse run across my desk and about came out of my skin. I knocked over my chair and files." She was bent double, laughing, grasping her side, and slapping her hand on the counter. She pointed at me. "The hat," she crowed, and stomped her feet, tears running down her face. The hilarity of the situation hit me, and soon I was laughing as hard as she was. The picture of her standing there in her shooter's stance, eyes wide and darting back and forth, about killed me. Then I remembered what she'd said. "You'll shoot my eye out? Really? No more Christmas in July movies for you," I wheezed, holding my side. After a minute, I could finally catch my breath and stood upright, wiping the tears from my eyes. "So, where were you?" I gasped, handing her a napkin to wipe her eyes. "You didn't answer when I hollered for you." She'd gained control of herself, but was still chuckling as she took it from me. "I couldn't find the broom up here, so I went to the basement to see if I'd carried it down with me yesterday when I went down to get the stepladder. I knew the mouse was gone, but we're going to need it anyway." She flicked the brim of my ball cap. "That hat about got you blown to smithereens. I thought you were some dude here to rob me." She looked at my pistol I'd laid on the counter. It's a good thing we were taught to make sure of the target before we pull the trigger. Aunt Adelaide and Uncle Calvin had taught us both how to shoot when we were 12, and we target practiced just for fun at least a couple of times a month, competing to see who could shoot the most cans from the longest distance. They'd gotten us matching pistols when we turned 16, to be kept at the farm under lock and key when we weren't using them. I nodded my agreement as we moved around the counter and started to work in tandem to get the coffee area ready. "So, where's the broom?" "No idea. It wasn't down there either. I would have sworn I put it in the storage room, but apparently I didn't. We'll have to run down to Bob and Marge's and grab one when they open. Till then, don't be a klutz and spill anything." I hip-checked her. "Then make me a lively latte. I was up all night baking." She elbowed me back. "I suppose I could do that, considering you stuck around to save me instead of hightailing it out of here to save your own hide." She shoved my latte into my hand and pushed me to the end of the bar, where we sat down to relax for the last 15 minutes before the fishermen and the early bird regulars started filing in. The light was still off in the front, so I waved a hand to open the pastry case and pulled a couple of bear claws our direction. I held my coffee cup up for a toast as they settled in front of us. "To the magic of sugar and caffeine. Hear, hear." After we finished our breakfast, Ray flipped her wrist to unlock the door, and I did the same to turn on the open signs and the rest of the lights. Like moths to a flame, people started fluttering in almost instantly. Max's murder was the subject du jour, and as usual, conjectures and theories began to fly. By the time the morning rush was over, even my lively latte wasn't enough to keep me from dragging. When Bob Newsom, the owner of the hardware store, had come in, we'd mentioned that we needed a broom because the other one apparently sprouted legs and walked off. He'd sent one over to us so that we didn't have to leave the shop. Bless his heart, because there was no way I'd have been able to drag myself all the way down there to get one. I wiped down the tables and started to sweep, but Ray took the new broom from my hands and shoved my purse into my hands. "Go home. You look like you're about to fall over." I would have objected, but I was running on empty. Thanks, I'm going to. I gave her a quick hug and headed out the back door. I stopped short when I saw the rear tire of my truck was flat as a pancake. I leaned back against the driver's door and clunked my head on the window. Just flippin' fabulous. Yes, I knew how to change the tire, but being the intelligent, prepared person I am, I hadn't switched the good jack over from Bessie yet, and I was running on empty. I didn't have it in me magically or mortally to use the stupid hand crank one. I sighed and pulled my phone out to call Skeeter, the owner of Skeeter's Automotive and Appliances. Great guy, great work, great prices. When I dialed his number, it went straight to voicemail, so I fired off a text to his cell phone explaining my problem. I waited a few minutes for him to answer, but he must have been elbow deep in grease. I went back inside and dialed Hunter to see if he could give me a ride. When he didn't answer either, I dropped my head on the counter and bounced my forehead off it a couple times in frustration. It had been a rough couple of days, and I was exhausted. "Aw, honey," Rayanne said, giving me a quick squeeze. "It's no big deal. Let me finish up here and I'll give you a ride home." I barely had the energy to move, but Ray was going to a movie. "No way, you have plans. I think I'm going to go get my nails done while I'm waiting. Might as well go see what the rumor mill is grinding out today." "If you're sure, because I don't mind." "I'm positive. Besides, I've been gone for a week. What if Mrs. Snodgrass hung her hooker panties on her line again? The outrage." "Shut up and go," she said, laughing and shoving me toward the door. "Be sure to call me and fill me in. You know how important Mrs. Snodgrass's choice in underwear is to me." "Yeah, I'll take notes so I don't miss anything important." I gave her a final hug and headed down the street toward the clip and curl. If I weren't so exhausted, I'd be looking forward to the gab session. Those gals had a phone tree that spread news faster than the clap in a cat house, and I was anxious to see what they dug up on Max. Chapter 7. The smell of Aquanet and acetone assaulted my nose when I pulled the door open to the clip and curl. The place was empty except for Coralie, the owner, and Belle, the resident ghost and previous owner of the shop. They were arguing over something, but zipped it when I walked in. I narrowed my eyes and looked back and forth between them. "Were you two just talking about me?" "What? No, of course not," Coralie said, but she couldn't quite look me in the eyes when she said it. "Yes, we were," Belle said, crossing her arms and glaring at Coralie. "The girl needs to know what the town's saying about her." Oh boy, I couldn't wait to hear this. She scowled at her predecessor. "The town ain't saying nothing about her. A handful of you judgmental old biddies are just gathering up your righteous indignation when you know good and well it's a matter of the pot calling the kettle black." "Okay, ladies," I said before things got any more heated than they already were. "What have I done now that's causing such a stir?" Belle floated forward. "Your mama, bless her soul, didn't raise you to go running off on clandestine weekend trysts with strange men. It's not proper." It was all I could do not to laugh. It was hardly clandestine, and I doubt Mama would disapprove. If you remember, it was during just such one of those weekends that I was conceived. And unless I'm mistaken, didn't you tell me once about how Clive Dowdy took you up to those very same cabins a month or so after you met? Clive had been the first of her 4 husbands. Coralie coughed in her hand. Belle struggled to find a rebuttal, but when nothing came to mind, she just growled in frustration, muttered something about smart-mouthed kids today, and popped out of view. Coralie grinned at me. "What can I do for you today, sugar?" "I was hoping to get a mani-pedi. Yesterday was a nightmare. I was up half the night baking, then came in early to help Ray open, and when I went to leave, I had a flat tire. Skeet didn't answer his phone, and Hunter doesn't get off for another couple of hours, so I have some time to kill." She shot me a knowing look. "And is that the only reason?" Somehow, the woman had a bullshit meter that was better than any polygraph, so there was no use trying to deny it. Okay, fine. I also hoped to pick up some information about what everybody thinks about the Max situation. Coralie pulled me over to the pedicure chair just as Joellen Burr's daughter Elise walked in the door carrying a brown paper bag. Joellen was one of Coralie's friends, and Elise had graduated from the cosmetology school at Keyhole Lake Community College. Elise needed a job, and Coralie wanted Friday afternoons off to play bingo with Joellen and the rest of the group, so it was a match made in heaven. The smell of burgers and fries wafted across the room. "If you two were getting ready to eat, take your time. I'll just keep you company," I said. No, Elise said. "I'll get you going. Then eat while you soak, so sit back and relax. Did you already pick a color?" She handed the bag over to Coralie, sprinkled some smell-good salt into the petty tub, and turned on the water. "Nah, I just figured I'd let you pick." She was a magician when it came to picking colors to match skin tones and attitudes, and I don't mean she's a witch, though she may have a touch of that too. I'm not one to pry. Okay, I am, but not about stuff like that. She squinted and appraised me for a minute. "Plucky plum. It says, 'I'm sassy but classy.' What do you think?" She turned off the water and swirled it a bit. "Perfect?" I sighed as she placed my feet in the warm water. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the feeling while they divided the food. "So, have y'all cleared Joe Sneed yet?" Coralie asked as she dragged a French fry through her ketchup. "I have no idea," I replied. "I'm not really involved in it beyond being there when Max was found. Hunter was going to talk to him today." "Why?" "Because looking at him is a waste of time." She waved her hand dismissively. "There's not a snowball's chance in Hades that he did it. He don't have it in him. Kay's been married to him almost 40 years, and she's always griping that he won't take up for himself." "You never know what somebody can do if they're mad enough," I said, swirling my feet in the water. "Tell her, Elise." Instead of echoing Coralie's ringing endorsement, Elise busied herself with adding more mayo to her burger and smearing it around with the packet. "Elise?" The girl looked decidedly uncomfortable. "I don't know, Coralie," she said, not taking her eyes off her burger. "I've seen him get all riled up over piddling things a couple of times. Once I saw him belt Oscar Wells for buying a tractor out from underneath him. And then there was the time that he and Duke Sizemore butted heads over who actually shot that buck." Coralie waved it off. "That's all boys will be boys crap. A couple of fights does not a killer make." Elise took the last bite of her cheeseburger and stuffed her to-go container in the trash. "You're probably right. I'm just saying, maybe Noelle has a point. After all, somebody did it, and it almost had to be one of us." She turned toward me. "You've soaked long enough, sugar. Let's get you finished before your toes turn into prunes." Normally, she'd be right about it being one of us, not about my toes. But the fishing tournament had started Friday, so that was a factor. When she started massaging my feet, I leaned back and closed my eyes. At that point, somebody could have whacked me in the head with a toilet tank lid, and I'd have died a happy woman. The girl knew exactly what spots to hit. I found myself drifting off and just enjoyed the massage. When she pulled the plug and toweled off my feet, I forced my eyes open and shook my head in an attempt to wake up a bit. "So, if you don't think Joe did it, then who? Surely y'all have come up with some ideas." Coralie leaned back in her barber's chair and crossed her legs. "As a matter of fact, we do. You know he gave Basil Bennett his walking papers, right?" "Yeah. Y'all were talking about that in the car yesterday. What about the stuff about Max cheating? Do you think there's anything to it?" I paid close attention to her expression. Often with her, it's not what she says, it's what she leaves out. She had a knack for telling the truth, but leaving out the uglier details. She didn't pause when she answered me, so she probably wasn't going to do any cherry-picking right then. All I know for sure is that Emily says things weren't adding up. He was bidding jobs way lower than normal, sometimes barely enough to cover the costs, and he disappeared for an hour or two, a few times over the last couple of months, with no explanation. She pulled my polish off the rack beside her and handed it to Elise. Anyway, they had a big old brouhaha about it Saturday, right in front of the library when he picked her up from work, but he said she was making a mountain out of a molehill. I cringed. After 40 years of marriage, you'd think a man would know better. Needless to say, Coralie continued, she was fit to be tied. Told him he could sleep at the shop. I can't even imagine how horrible she's feeling right now. She paused long enough to clean up the remains of their lunch, then continued. Personally, I don't see Max as the cheating type. I mean, why start now? Though, if Emily felt that something was fishy, that's usually a pretty good sign that it is. A woman knows. I thought about what she'd said about Max bidding low. I'd gotten a few estimates for my pool project, but had only ended up going with Max because he estimated he could have it done a couple of weeks faster than anybody else. He was a little cheaper, but only by a small percentage, definitely not as much as Coralie was talking about. I decided to keep that tidbit to myself, at least for the time being. If I said anything, the gossip chain would have him running off with a tassels girl by morning, and Emily was dealing with enough, assuming she didn't kill him herself. You said Emily works at the library? Yeah, she's the head librarian. Knowing her, she's probably working today. She hasn't missed a day of work in 20 years, except when her mama died. Maybe it was time for me to visit the library. That's all you've come up with? They'd had a full 24 hours to speculate. I'd expected a list. Elise motioned me over to the manicure table, and I waddled over, careful not to dislodge the foam toe separators. She started massaging my hands, and her brow was furrowed like she had something to add. You have any ideas? I asked her. As the spring chicken in the group, she tended to keep her opinions to herself, unless asked. She'd no doubt get over that after hanging out there for a few months. They dealt just as much in speculation as they did beauty. She bit her lip and took a deep breath. I just remembered something, but I'm not sure if it amounts to a hill of beans. Coralie arched a brow. Apparently this was news to her, too. Max played poker every Friday night with a group down at the Moose Lodge. Daddy plays too, and he mentioned a couple weeks ago that Max was leaving ahead by quite a bit almost every week. Larry Huffman bowed up at him about it a couple weeks ago because he reckoned Max should be giving him a chance to win his money back. What did Max do? Coralie asked, leaning forward as Elise slicked the clear coat over my new plucky plum nails. She shrugged. Told him if he couldn't afford to lose, he couldn't afford to play. Daddy said Larry was all bent out of shape about it, mostly because he bets high and loses because his left eye ticks when he's bluffing. Course, ain't nobody told him that. I don't reckon they would. Before Elise could say anything else, Belle popped back in. All signs of outrage gone, now that the conversation was getting juicy. Did you say Larry Huffman? I don't mean to spread gossip. Of course she didn't. But word has it, Larry and his missus are having some problems. She wants to move her mama in with them. Elise gasped and put her hand to her chest. Shut the front door. Why? I was lost. I didn't know these people from Adam, but apparently this was akin to giving away the man's best coon dog. What? I asked. Why is it so horrible that she wants to move her mama in? Coralie put her hand up and shook her head. Oh, honey, you'd only have to meet Mary Lou Simmons once and you'd know. Frankly, I'm amazed any man was willing to marry one of those girls, knowing up front there was even an outside chance they'd have to take in Mama at some point, too. Belle nodded. That woman would argue with an empty room. She's meaner than a snake, and now she's losing her mind to boot.
She needs to go to a home, but none of the ones here'll take her because they know her, and the ones in Atlanta are too expensive. They want at least a couple grand a month, and the state don't cover nowhere near that.
And he's on salary as a manager out at the Walmart, so he can't get overtime, Elise said. I considered that for a minute. It sure explained why Larry was gambling the way he was, and why he was so mad that Max would take his money and run. For that matter, it probably explained his nervous tic. From the sound of it, the man had a lot riding on that money. Yeah, but do you think somebody would kill just so he'd have the money to put his mother-in-law in a home? Sugar, Elise said, her eyes big. If I had to choose between killing somebody and living with Scary Lou Simmons, I'd pull that trigger or swing that toilet tank lid every time. Though I don't know why Candy doesn't get a job or why he don't get a second one, or both for that matter. Candy? I asked. Coralie barked out a laugh. Yes, with a Y. That's Larry's wife. Her sisters were Cinnamon, Bambi, and Roxy. I rolled my eyes and made a mental note to ask Sherry Lynn if any of them fulfilled their destinies at Tassels. Belle shook her head. I'm not saying Larry's lazy, but I will say all the men in that family like to whine about being broke way more than they like to work to fix it. So, lazy guy, crappy job, with an impending invasion by the mother-in-law from hell. Men had killed for much, much less. Chapter 8. Elise had just finished the top coat on my nails when my phone chimed with an incoming text from Skeeter. He was on his way to Brew to fix my tire. I texted him back and told him I'd meet him there. I paid and headed back toward the shop, admiring my new polish and turning things over in my head as I walked. I admit that I was also daydreaming about my clandestine weekend. For the first time ever, I was actually considering a long-term relationship. I was jerked out of my reverie when I collided with somebody.
Geez, lady, watch where you're going.
A red-headed kid with a dusting of freckles across his nose was brushing himself off and glaring at me. If I had to guess, I'd say he was 10 or so. I looked around for his parents, but we were the only people on this side of the street. I'm so sorry, sweetie. I wasn't paying attention. Are you okay? I reached down to pick up his backpack for him, but he snatched it up before I could touch it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
With a final glare, he stomped off in the other direction. He turned a corner, and I still didn't see any sign of his folks. Some people. By the time I reached my truck, Skeeter was already there and had my spare beside the truck. He's a lanky guy that's always smiling and has dug me out of more than one automotive catastrophe over the years. Honestly, he knows my vehicles better than I do. Hey, Skeet, thanks a ton for bailing me out again.
Anytime, No. How you been?
I barked out a laugh. Let's just say it's been a mean couple days. He glanced at me as he loosened the lug nuts, then jacked the truck up. Yeah, I heard y'all found Max Wheeler's body out at his shop. Any idea who done it? Nothing solid. I've probably heard the same rumors you have. I was here all day and haven't talked to Hunter. I heard y'all are looking at Joe Sneed. I shrugged a shoulder, waiting to hear the same song that everybody else was singing about how Joe was innocent. Instead, he nodded. I can see that. Joe don't get mad very often, but when he does, it ain't pretty, and you don't see it coming. He's like a stick of dynamite, one big bang. And he and Max aren't exactly peas and carrots right now. You've heard about the boat, right? I bent down to hand him my lug nuts when he lifted my spare and settled it into place. Yeah, I have. I gotta say, you're in the minority on this one. Most everybody else says there's no way Joe could have done it. Most folks haven't worked on his vehicle, or been fishing with him, he said, as he released the jack and tightened my lugs. Trust me, I've beat more than one fist, or
boot-sized dent out of his truck and watched him sling more than one good pole overboard when things weren't going his way.
He pushed to his feet and wiped his hands on a grubby bandana that he'd pulled from his back pocket. I reached into my purse and dug for my wallet, but it was gone. I dug deeper, pulling out my hairbrush, a handful of receipts, and a beat-up pack of gum. It wasn't there. An image of crashing into the scrawny brat on the sidewalk popped into my head, and I growled. Just freaking lovely. Would this day end already? I braced my hands on the truck and hung my head for a minute, then stuffed everything back into my purse. Moving to the back door, I said, "Come on into the shop, Skeet. I have to grab my tip so I can pay you." He followed me through the back door, but said, "How about you make me up a triple latte and we'll call it even?" We wound our way around tables to the front. "I'll gladly throw the coffee in, but I don't feel right not paying you." He waved it off. "I was done for the day and on my way back to the shop when you called. I'd have probably seen you and stopped to help anyway." And that, my friends, is the biggest benefit of living in a small town. Humanity, kindness, and courtesy are all live and well. Of course, so are cattiness and nosiness, but it's a fair trade. I smiled and fired up the espresso machine. "Done, then. Do you want any add-ins?" He made a face. "No, I'm good. Latte is fancy enough for me." He was eyeing the pastries in the case. "If you want to throw in a couple of those blueberry cream cheese turnovers, I probably wouldn't argue too much, though." I laughed. "Whatever you want. 1 triple latte, hold the fancy stuff, and a side of blueberry turnovers coming right up." I smiled and turned back to the machine, making us each a latte. Ray popped out of her office just as I kicked the frother off. "Hey, guys, did you get the tire all taken care of?" She came behind the counter and bumped me out of the way. I gave up my position at the coffee machine and instead filled a bag with a few blueberry popovers, then threw in a couple banana nut muffins for good measure. He was wiry, but he'd had a sweet tooth since kindergarten. "Yep," I told her when I pulled my head out of the case. "We sure did. Skeet hooked me up. He's only charging me coffee and pastries, which is a good thing, because some punk kid picked my wallet." "What do you mean, some kid picked your wallet?" she asked. I described what had happened, and she shook her head. "Right here in Keyhole. Pickpockets today, muggins tomorrow." "Things sure are changing, that's for sure," Skeeter said as he took the bag of pastries, his eyes widening in appreciation. "Wow, no, you didn't have to do that." I waved him off. "My pleasure. It's the least I can do." Ray handed us both a cup of coffee, and Skeeter stood to leave. "As much as I'd love to hang out, ladies, I need to head home and get cleaned up. It's poker night." He shook his head. "It's not going to be the same without Max. He was ornery, but he had an oddball sense of humor and was an all-around good guy." "What do you think about Larry Huffman? I heard he wasn't too pleased that Max tended to take his money and run." Skeeter scratched his whiskers. "I plumb forgot about that. He was fit to be tied last week. Said Max had to be cheating, 'cause nobody wins all the time." He tipped his head to the side. "It seems odd, thinking back, just how mad he was. Weren't no reason for him to be like that." I sighed and decided to do what I rarely did. I was going to spin the all-powerful gossip wheel. I don't know this for a fact. I just heard it. But supposedly, he and his wife are on the outs because she wants to move her mama in. They can't afford an old folks' home in Atlanta, and the one here won't take her," Skeeter finished, shaking his head. "Woo-wee! That poor feller." Ray was as confused as I had been. I started to tell her the story, but Skeet cut me off. "That woman sheer meanness stuffed in a day dress. Ain't a nice bone in her body. I used to dread when she'd bring her old Lincoln in for service. Always found fault. Grease on the door panel. The inside smelled like somebody'd been smoking in it. The seat wasn't just like she left it.
He shuddered and pulled a face. Just an ugly person all around. But if everybody with an evil mother-in-law up and killed somebody, we'd only have about half as many people in this county as we do, I said. Skeet shrugged. Maybe, but a man's got to do what a man's got to do to keep the dragon out of his castle. I'm not accusing, just saying I'd understand his motive, and Larry ain't exactly what you'd call ambitious. Was Max robbed? I don't know yet. I'll have to ask Hunter. He's been slammed since all this happened. Anyway, thanks again. I gave him a hug and held the bag of pastries out to keep me from squishing them. He'd been like an older brother to me all my life, so he didn't have to sacrifice a blueberry turnover in the name of being polite. He picked up his coffee and headed out the back door. Once he was gone, I gathered my purse. Ray put her hand out. Not so fast, Missy. I know you're tired, but I want to hear what else you found out at the salon. Nothing, really. I gave her a quick rundown, then told her what Skeet had said about Joe's temper. She thought about it for a few minutes. Too bad neither of us can get into that poker game. It sure would be interesting to hear what the boys have to say. I grinned at her sideways and picked up my phone. We can't, but I happen to know a man who likes to play poker, or at least he's never said he doesn't like to play. I frowned, remembering my wallet. And I need to call the cops to report a thief. I pulled up Hunter's number and hit send. 2 birds, 1 stone. It turned out that he didn't see the brilliance in the plan, and he pointed out one glaring fact that my exhausted brain had failed to consider. He was still new. Plus, he was a cop. They weren't likely to talk in front of him, even if he sat there all night. Instead, we agreed to meet at my place later. I said goodbye to Rayanne and headed to my truck. I had about half an hour before the latte wore off and I crashed and burned, so I was making a run for it in order to grab a quick nap before Hunter got there. I shot a text to Skeeter asking him to keep an ear open and let me know if anything popped up at the game, and he said he would. Then I pointed my truck toward the farm, thankful to be out of the grind and on my way home. I was so close, yet so far away. How silly of me to expect so much as a peaceful ride home. Chapter 9. As soon as I pulled away from the curb, who should pop in but my favorite, scowling, crotchety, recently deceased contractor, complaining as usual. Numbnuts won't acknowledge me.
Max crossed his arms and glowered at the windshield.
He just stares at me like he's the village idiot. I'm starting to worry that boy don't know whether to scratch his watch or wind his ass.
I rubbed my temple. Was this day ever going to freaking end? I looked skyward, wondering why the fates hated me today. You know, I'm starting to understand why somebody went upside your head with whatever they could get their hands on. He can't talk to you in front of other people, you knothead. At least, not if they're strangers. Not to point out the obvious, but you're a ghost. To most people, you're dead and gone, and folks don't tend to put much faith in a sheriff who talks to himself. He drew his eyebrows together, and all of the fight drained right out of him.
Fine. There's no need to be mean. Let's start over. I don't even know what day this is. How long's it been since you two found my body?
We'd come to a red light, so I took a few seconds to examine him. He looked like 10 miles of bad road, though I'm not sure how that was possible for a ghost. You don't remember how long you were gone?
If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. Now would I?
Now that he had somebody to talk to, he couldn't seem to look me in the eye. It was just yesterday. You've only been gone a little over 24 hours.
Things keep getting fuzzy, then go black, until I just appear somewhere, and my memory is weird. I can remember some stuff, but not others. Did you find my safe? Was my money in it? How's Em? This is probably killing her.
His face fell. I honestly can't answer either of your questions, but if you concentrate, you should be able to appear wherever your wife is. About the safe, though, where is it, and how much was in it? He was starting to flicker again, and his voice cut out. Behind. Playing poker. 10 grand. Poker? Did he mean he won it playing poker, or that somebody he played poker with knew about it? I knew he was about to poof, so I could figure that out later. Okay, what's the combination? It was too late, though. He got that 1,000-yard stare, looked at his watch, and uttered the same phrase that he had before. Gotta go to meet darlin'. The tail end of the phrase faded to a whisper as he flickered out of sight. I'd never seen a ghost do that. Usually, they were coherent and caught on to the whole post-living experience fairly quickly, but he was running a little behind the curve. I wondered if it had something to do with having his brain scrambled. Whatever the reason for his spectral senility, I was beat. There was nothing that was going to stand between me and my pillow, at least not if I could help it. Chapter 10. By the time I got home, it was all I could do to hold my eyes open. I stumbled upstairs to my room, kicked off my shoes, and fell across my comforter, clothes and all, grabbing my pillow and wadding it up under my head. I was pretty sure that at that point, nothing had ever felt better. It seemed like no time at all had passed when Shelby woke me up, yelling like a banshee. Noelle, are you dead or what? Wake up and answer the door. I just got out of the shower. I hadn't heard anybody knocking, but as soon as her screechy voice woke me up, somebody pounded on the door like the place was on fire. I'm coming. I jumped out of bed disoriented and nearly fell as my socked feet hit the slick hardwood floor. I righted myself and took a second to clear the sleep from my eyes and orient myself before navigating the stairs. There was a reason the fates didn't encourage my mama to name me Grace. I pulled the door open to find Hunter standing on the other side, a 6-pack of Big Wave, his favorite beer, in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. That was one of the many reasons I loved the man. I paused. Loved? I shoved that to the back of my mind to examine another time, when my brain wasn't fogged by sleep and a rush of dopamine and oxytocin. Hey, come in. I just woke up. He was biting his lip to hide a smile and trying desperately not to look at something on top my head. I jerked my hand up to see what he was not staring at and groaned when I felt what must have looked like a bird's nest up there. The curse of the curly-haired. Please tell me it's not as bad as it feels. It's not as bad as it feels, he said, but the way his eyes were shining told me he was lying. I pulled the door open, figuring it was bad manners to leave him standing there considering he was trying to be a gentleman and because he had wine. He followed me in, and I motioned toward the kitchen. When he bent down to give me a kiss, I turned my cheek and held up a finger. I felt like I had hair growing on my tongue. Give me 3 minutes. I'm going to go up and tame the beast on top of my head and brush my teeth. I'll wait in the kitchen. Awesome. A glass of the wine wouldn't be a horrible thing to come back to. He had excellent taste in wine, even though he rarely drank it, preferring microbrews instead. I rushed upstairs, and when I saw myself, I gave him extra points for not dropping the wine and running the other direction. My eyeliner and mascara were smeared under my eyes. Well, at least under my right eye. Most of what had been on my left eye was gone. My hair was flat on the right side and standing straight up on top. I looked sort of like a hungover pencil troll. Combing through the rat's nest on my head would just enhance the troll look. When I brushed it, it tended to turn into a 70s disco fro, so I yanked it back into a messy twist, cleaned up my eyeliner, and brushed my teeth. Satisfied that I looked like a semi-normal person again, I headed back downstairs. Shelby and Hunter were sitting at the table eating cookies and looking at cars for sale in the local trader. She'd been looking at Mustangs, but the thought of her behind the wheel of anything peppier than her VW Bug gave me hives. If I were honest, that had a lot to do with how I'd driven when I was her age, but still. I was kind of in that over-my-dead-body stage, though I was beginning to see it as a potential bargaining chip. Hunter looked up, then glanced at my hair and grinned. "Look, it's Noelle. I was afraid when that other person opened the door that you guys had failed to mention the existence of zombies last night." I gave him my fakest smile. "Hardy har, you're a real comedian. You might want to remember I'm the one cooking your supper." He held up a hand, still grinning. "I'll be good. Just, are you making those stuffed cheeseburgers? Please say you're making the stuffed cheeseburgers." I sniffed. "I don't know if you deserve them after that comment." Shelby kicked him under the table. "Dude, if you lose us the stuffed burgers, you're going to have more to worry about than a homicide." She looked at me. "If you're going to punish him, just make his taste like Rayanne's meatloaf or something. Don't take it out on the rest of us." Rayanne could cook up a potion or elixir for just about any ailment you could imagine, but when it came to cooking, she fell a little short. He handed me a glass of wine. "Peace offering." "Offer accepted. You're lucky I like you." I took a sip of the red wine, cringing a bit as it mixed with the flavor of toothpaste in my mouth. Nice and deep, fairly dry, with a fruity top note. Just like I liked it. Well, minus the cool peppermint. He was looking at me, waiting for my response. I took another sip, then smiled. "Okay, fine. The wine earned you a pass on the zombie comment. Plus, you were just calling it like you saw it, so I can't really hold it against you." I set the glass down on the farm-style oak table and turned to dig the ingredients for the burgers out of the fridge. I pulled out the egg carton, but there were only 5 eggs in it. I needed 2 for the burgers and 4 for the macaroni salad. "Did you not gather the eggs again this morning?" I asked Shelby. She'd been slacking off a bit on her chores in favor of spending time at the lake. "I gathered the eggs," she said. "There just weren't many of them. There haven't been for the last few days, actually. Maybe the hens are getting ready to molt." I furrowed my brow. "They shouldn't be. It's too early." She shrugged a shoulder. "I don't know what to tell you. They've been eating and drinking the same as always." "Well, go and see if there are new ones out there, or if you missed any. I need a couple more for supper." She heaved a put-upon sigh, but shoved up from the table. "Fine, but I didn't miss any. You may not believe it, but I'm perfectly capable of gathering eggs, seeing as I've been doing it for, 10 or 12 years. I pretty much mastered it when I was 6. After the screen door slapped shut behind her, I dumped the hamburger in a bowl and added the eggs, French onion soup mix, and other seasonings. I shook my head and blew the one stupid curl that always managed to escape my ponytail out of my face. I'm not sure what to do with her. She's so insistent on being an adult, but I can't even get her to do the same chores she's been doing all of her life. She's a teenager, and it's the end of summer. That's pretty normal. I reckon, but it's still aggravating. The discussion had distracted me, and I'd forgotten to put the water on to boil for eggs, or the macaroni before I started the dirty work. My hands were already covered in raw meat, eggs, and chunks of seasonings, so I wiggled one slimy finger to move a couple of pots to the sink and filled them, one at a time, with water. Hunter raised a brow. "I could have done that for you, you know." "Oh, I know. But you look comfortable there, and it's not like it was any extra work for me." He was still a little uncomfortable with my magic, but he needed to get used to it. I was trying to break him in slowly by incorporating witchy stuff a little at a time, because that was part of our normal. I could mostly conform in public because I had no choice, but my house was my home. I'm not lazy. Most of the time, I like doing things without magic. Well, at least kitchen tasks. Cleaning was another matter. I figured if ever there was a time to take advantage of being a witch, it was when it was time to make my bed or dust. He quirked one side of his mouth up. I'm trying. To be honest, I think it's cool. But it still startles me when pots start moving around by themselves. Fair enough. I guess it would me too if I hadn't grown up with it. Heads up then, they're going to the stove. He motioned that direction. Proceed at will, ma'am. I did. Then Shelby came back in carrying 2 eggs. That's all there was. She started to hand them to me, but I held up my gooey hands and asked her to wash them and put them and the others in the small pot of water on the stove. Oh, and thanks for fixing the gate, by the way, she said. I tried to do it the other day, but couldn't find any nails big enough. Putting a broken plate or window back together was easy, because all the pieces were there. The gate needed new nails and hinges, which weren't already there. Therefore, no amount of finger-wiggling would mend it. It had broken a couple of weeks or so ago, and it was one of those things I forgot about until it was time to use it. You had to lift it up and manually move it back and forth. Not hard, but inconvenient. I tilted my head, confused. What are you talking about? I didn't fix the gate. I turned to Hunter, who shook his head as he grabbed another beer from the fridge. Wasn't me. I'd have fixed it if you'd told me it was broken, but I had no idea. I glanced back at Shelby. Did Cody maybe do it? No, he's the one who noticed it was fixed, because he turned the horses out this morning while I was cleaning stalls. I frowned. Not that I was complaining, but in my experience, gates don't magically mend themselves, even on a witch's farm. That was an odd situation I'd examine later. I'd rather catch a murderer than track down somebody going around fixing things. Well, we'll thank the farm fairies then, I said. Will one of y'all please start the charcoal? At the term fairies, Hunter glanced up, then around. Shelby swatted him on the arm and grinned. No, there are no such things as fairies, at least that I know of. Stop looking around like one's going to dive bomb you. He scowled. It's not like you can blame me for being a little gullible right now. Fair enough. Just don't get mad if I mess with you. It's one of my greatest sources of amusement right now, she said, as she popped the top off of his beer with a snap of her fingers before going to get the grill going. Now that's magic I could use. Chapter 11. My ears popped, and Addie and Belle appeared right as I was stuffing blue cheese in the last patty. Belle floated over to Hunter and got right up in his bubble. For some reason, ghosts tended to lose their sense of personal space, or at least that was the case with those two, and Max didn't have a problem moving an elbow or knee right through me either. Sherry Lynn was mindful, but then she probably had been in life, too, lap dances aside. Pleased to finally meet you, Belle told him. I'm Belle. I owned the Clip and Curl. Now I just supervise. Well, I try to. Lord knows that girl don't listen to a word I say half the time. By now, Hunter was taking it in stride. She was the 4th ghost he'd met, and it seemed he was settling into the idea. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Belle. Oh, I know who you are. I actually won the bet that... Okay then, ladies, I interrupted before she could finish that sentence. The old hens at the shop tend to run small wagers on the side just to keep themselves amused, usually a $20 buy-in, and they bet on everything from when and how somebody was going to kick the bucket to when somebody was going to mow their shamefully overgrown yard. They'd had a wager running on when Hunter and I would go on our first date, but that was information he just didn't need to have. Belle realized she'd nearly spilled the beans and changed the subject. "We just popped in to see if y'all had any more news on Max." By news, she did of course mean more fodder for the gossip mill. She and Addie looked so expectant that I almost made up something outrageous just to give them something to talk about, but it wasn't worth dealing with a pissed-off, bossy, living-impaired aunt with no boundaries when she found out I'd pulled her leg. I zipped my lip and concentrated on peeling the eggs and making the dressing for the macaroni salad. "Actually," Hunter said, "I did go out and talk to his wife today. She seems to be really sweet, and I feel badly for her. It seems she and Max had a slight disagreement." Belle snorted. "Slight disagreement? It was almost a knock-down, drag-out on the library steps, is what it was. She rained hellfire and brimstone down on him because she'd been to the bank and figured out the deposits in the books weren't matching up." Addie nodded. "I saw it too. He said she must be mistaken, and she proceeded to take a strip of hide off him right there in front of God and everybody. Told him to sleep at the shop until he could explain why there was a $30,000 discrepancy between what the book showed and what the bank showed." $30,000? Hunter asked, eyebrows raised. "Over how long of a period?" Addie shrugged. "Way she was talking, a year or so." "That's a ton of money to just go missing," he replied. "Not really," I said as I washed the gooey hamburger mixture off my hands. "If you think about it, he made good money. I mean, I gave him $6,000 down when I signed the contract on the pull-in deck, and I'm just one customer. He had several crews working all the time." Belle lowered her brows. "How much did he bid your job at?" I shrugged and dumped a box of elbow noodles into the boiling water, stirring so they didn't clump on the bottom. "All said and done, $12,000. "And how did that compare to other bids you got?" I was starting to get a little uncomfortable with the direction this conversation was going. "Why?" "Because Emily said that according to the books, he was way underbidding the jobs by around 10%, which, when you think about it, is a lot of money. That would be 1,200 smackaroos on your job alone. So how did he compare to others?" "I only got 2 others, and they included stuff I didn't include in my list with Max, so it's not a good comparison. I just decided to go with him because he said he could start immediately and would be done 2 weeks faster than anybody else," I fibbed. I had actually broken down the bids so I could compare them to Max's. He worked out to be just a tad cheaper, but not by that much. I felt like that was information that could really be twisted into something ugly by the time it made the rounds, so I wanted to discuss it with Hunter, and Max for that matter, before I said anything. "Girlie, I know when you're lying, because you raise your eyebrows." Addie narrowed her eyes and swooped over to me. "You just raised your eyebrows. What are you fibbing about?" I concentrated on leaving my eyebrows exactly where they belonged. "Nothing, honest." She gave me the mom look, and I did everything I could to stay composed and not squirm. After several excruciating seconds, she looked away, then cut her eyes back at me once more for good measure to see if I looked relieved. She was good, but I knew that trick. It had caught me up too many times as a kid to fall for it now, and I held fast to my composure. Rather than risk further interrogation, I figured it would be best to change directions. Maybe distract them. I picked up the plate of burgers. "Hunter, will you pour me another glass of wine? And, Shell, will you grab the chicken legs from the fridge and bring them out?" I pushed the screen door open with my butt, backed onto the porch, and set the plate down on the rack by the grill. The charcoal was perfect, so I spread it around and replaced the grate. The hiss of the juices hitting the charcoal when I put the meat on made my stomach growl. Hunter had followed me with the barbecue utensils and a clean plate and was relaxing at the shaded patio table when I finished. "Just hang out here for 1 sec," I said. "I'll be right back." I went back inside and finished up the macaroni salad and slid it in the fridge. Time to relax. Shelby excused herself to go pick up Cody, and I sat down beside Hunter at the table, the sound of the grease hissing on the charcoal, making my mouth water. They'd been talking about Hunter's visit with Emily. "She was so upset her hands were shaking," he said. "I felt bad even asking her about him, but it's something I had to do. I mean, murdered husband, angry wife, money issues. I would have been nuts not to look there first." "So, now that you've met her, what do you think?" I was curious to hear his take. According to Addie, Emily was all of 5 feet tall, and maybe $110, and though she may be wicked with a rolling pin, the only way she could have brained Max with a tank lid like that would have been if he was squatting down. I suppose that could have been, since I didn't exactly know where or at what angle it hit him. "I think there's no way she did it. Jim says from the angle and the level of damage, the killer was at least 5'7" and had decent upper body strength." Addie tapped her chin. "That doesn't narrow it down much. Shoot, Noelle almost fits that description. She can swing a 75-pound hay bale into the bed of a pickup all day long." I rolled my eyes. "Thanks. I was a suspect in the last murder. That was enough for me, so if you don't mind, I'm going to take a pass this time around." Hunter patted me on the leg. "You have an airtight alibi this time, sweetie. You were on a weekend getaway with the sheriff." Belle raised a brow. "What? You saying being sheriff takes your name out of the hat? Didn't you learn nothing from the Hank Doolittle situation?" Hank Doolittle had been our last sheriff and was crooked as a Virginia fence. He's directly the reason Sherry Lynn was a ghost, and she's directly the reason he's getting his comeuppance in the Great Down Under, and I'm not talking about Australia. I saw his sooty black welcome wagon suck him under myself. "True story. Still, she has an alibi. I know exactly where she was at, and I'm the one that matters." "That's so. Awful big for your britches there, aren't you?" Belle had her arms crossed, trying to look stern, but she couldn't hold it. It seemed my ghostly hair advisor had a post-mortem crush on my sweetie, and I bit back a smile. Speaking of holding it together, I asked if they could shed any light on why Max did the whole flicker and poof thing. When Max pops in, he's only good for a few minutes. Then he gets all staticky and disoriented before he mutters the same phrase and disappears. Either of you know why he's doing that?" The two looked at me, then at each other, and shrugged. "No idea, sugar," Belle said. "I've been around here in this form for almost 30 years, and I ain't never heard tell of nothing like that." Definitely weird. I got up to flip the burgers, but Hunter motioned me back down. "I'll get them. You've done everything else, and, speaking of weird, check this out. Somebody's been putting wallets in the big blue mailbox outside the courthouse. Another one turned up there today. I hadn't heard about it until today. It started while we were gone." My mind flashed to the juvenile delinquent that swiped my wallet, but before I could respond, the sound of loud rock music broke the quiet of the evening, and Shelby's car came into view around the last bend in the driveway, a little puff of dust following in its wake. No sooner had she pulled up than a little slate-gray sports car came tooling up behind her. I grinned as the driver pulled up and climbed out carrying a foil-covered pan. "Anna May! You made it!" I stood as the petite, pixie-faced woman came up the steps and across the porch. As soon as she set the pan down, she turned to give me a hug. I'm not typically a hugger, but Anna May was just, well, huggable. You'll understand as soon as you get to know her. "Hey, Noelle! How you doing, sugar?" She was still tanned from the cruise we took, and her perfect white teeth stood out against her face as she greeted Hunter. She looked a little guilty when she pretended, as usual, that Belle and Addie weren't there. "He knows about us, baby doll," Addie said. Anna May heaved a huge sigh of relief. "Oh,
thank the stars. I always feel just awful when I have to pretend you aren't there, and even worse when you stay away because you know we can't talk to you. Makes me feel about this tall." She gestured with her fingers, leaving about an inch between her thumb and forefinger. The kids had gone inside to get something to drink and were now thundering across the porch, their flip-flops slapping on the wood planks. They were being a typical teenage couple, pushing, elbowing, and laughing. That would have scared the bejesus out of me a handful of months back, but Cody was a complete turnaround from the guys she'd been hanging around with then. He was a good kid and a stabilizing influence on Shelby. Max was stretched out, sunning himself on the backside of the porch as they barreled around it, and he grinned his scheming little donkey grin, which is more than a little creepy, and stuck a hind hoof out just far enough to trip them. There was a plastic planter on the sill above his head that had held a vine until I'd killed it. I twitched a finger at it and sent it tumbling down onto his head. Surprised, he jerked his foot in and jumped to his feet, shaking the dirt off. He looked around to see who'd done it, and I wiggled my fingers at him, smiling. If you've never seen a donkey scowl, it's much cuter than their scheming grins, or at least it was to me right then. I turned my attention back to Shelby, glad that she was smiling and having fun. Learning how to live with the new family dynamic after Addie passed had come with some growing pains, and our relationship, which had always been great, had grown strained to the point that we were barely speaking to each other at one point. Then the whole Hank incident had happened a few months back. She'd met Cody, and we were finally mending some fences and making some progress. There were still a few bumps in the road sometimes, but we were working on it. Yet another good thing that came from Hank keeling over. His death was the gift that kept on giving. That may sound harsh, but trust me, if you haven't already heard the story, dropping dead was the nicest thing he ever did. Even Anime, his widow, agreed with that. Shoot, especially Anime. "Aren't you on the committee for that too, Noelle?" Anime's voice snapped me back to the here and now. "The committee? For what?" "To design the Veterans Memorial in the park." She was looking at me like I was simple. "Oh, yeah. The first meeting is tomorrow night. There are only a few of us, which is good." Belle looked at me and cringed a little. "You may want to rethink that. A bunch of the women at the salon today were talking about it, and Olivia Anderson is blabbing off about being the president of the committee." I scrunched my forehead and scoffed. "You gotta be kidding me. The only thing she's the president of is her own fan club. We haven't even had our first meeting yet. As usual, she's a hero in her own mind." Just the thought of her being on that committee irritated me. She'd been my nemesis since grade school, when I pushed her off the seesaw for stealing a kindergartner's juice box. I'd pushed her, smacked her, or just flat out beaten the crap out of her on too many occasions to count since then. And it looked like there may be another one in her future, if she was getting high-handed and lippy already. I'm not typically a violent person. In fact, I've only hit 2 people in my entire life, in anger. Her and her high school bestie. They're both evil creatures. The only thing that kept them from being too much trouble is that if brains were leather, they wouldn't have enough between them to saddle a June bug. Still, a little of the shine was off the project for me now. I scowled and determined then and there that I wasn't going to let her do that. If she couldn't be civil, I'd wait for her after a meeting, detune her a little, and let her know the lay of the land. I was going to enjoy this if it killed her, and if it did, that was okay by me, too. Chapter 12. The rest of the party went smoothly. We'd pigged out. The burgers were delicious, even if I did say so myself. I couldn't take much credit for them, because Addie had been the one to teach me how to season the meat and stuff cheese in between 2 layers of meat. Yum. I did, however, have a glass of wine too many and was paying for it when I rolled out of bed the next morning. It was my turn to feed the horses because Shelby was working at the clinic with Will and Cody. Old Man Bailey's steers needed vaccinated, so they needed an extra set of hands.
I slid into my cutoffs, an old tank top, and flip-flops, stuffed my hair under a ball cap, and headed to the kitchen, squinting at the hideously happy rays of sunshine filling the room. I needed about a gallon of coffee. While it was brewing, I chugged down a huge glass of orange juice, the one thing I always craved when I was a little hungover. As soon as the coffee was done and my ginormous 7-Eleven cup was full, I shoved my sunglasses on and stumbled out the door to the barn. I pulled the bill of my hat further over my eyes and grouched as sweat trickled down my back before I even made it to the barn. Barely 8 o'clock and it was already a steam bath. I yawned and scratched my neck, then took a huge swig of coffee. Truth be told, I was used to the heat. I was just crabby and would have groused even had Ed McMahon pulled up in the yard to deliver my giant $10 million cardboard check. Just FYI, and a total rabbit trail, but technically, those are legal tender, as long as the checking info is on it. As I trudged into the barn, a sharp crack, a broom hitting the floor to be exact, startled me. I looked in that direction and halted mid-stride. Something was wrong. Where there should have been eager nickers and impatient door kicks, there was only silence. The horses were gone. All trace of grogginess evaporated as adrenaline flooded my body. I ran back out of the barn, my heart racing. Mindy, a paint mare that belonged to one of my boarders, was standing at the gate, nickering at me. I went over and patted her neck, and she nuzzled my shoulder, but didn't act like she was waiting for a meal. We had 3 separate pastures, and while I scratched her ears, I did a head count. Everybody accounted for. I went back into the barn, smiling at my sister's unexpected act of niceness. I say it that way because kindness from her isn't unexpected. She's usually kind, but always nice? Not so much recently. She was still a cocky teenager, and though I was starting to see light at the end of the tunnel with her, this was nice on a much larger scale than I was used to from her. All I had left to do was clean the stalls and sweep. Since I had only been half alive when I'd ventured into the barn and on the edge of a heart attack when I'd left, I hadn't noticed somebody had swept most of the aisle. That was weird, because sweeping was the last chore we did after cleaning stalls, and surely she hadn't had time to do that too, unless Cody had helped her. I glanced over a stall door, and sure enough, there was fresh sawdust spread evenly over the floor of the stall. All but the very end of the aisle was swept. We usually just sweep it right out the back end of the barn because that area tends to get mucky when it rains. I could see the pile where she'd stopped. I made my way down, looking in each stall as I did. Not only had she done them, she hadn't half-assed them like she sometimes does. The barn opened on both ends, and we had 8 stalls on each side, with an exit aisle halfway down that opened on either side. The broom lay on the floor in front of the last stall, and there was a boot print in the dust. A big boot print. Could have been Cody's, but I didn't think his feet were that big. I picked up the broom, and my heart stuttered again before I realized how stupid I was being. Never once, not in my entire life, had I ever seen a newspaper heading that read, "Serial killer hacks woman into little pieces after feeding her horses and cleaning her stalls." Take it from somebody who's busted her butt cleaning stalls nearly every day for 15 years. Ain't nobody gonna do that. Not happening. You wouldn't be able to hide that level of crazy. Before you say, "But Noelle, you're a witch. Why don't you just magic them clean?" Let me tell you what a mess it is to try to work a stall fork with magic. You get sawdust everywhere, and you just can't get the stall clean because there's inevitably a pile of poop or a pee spot hidden somewhere. So nope, no magicking the stalls clean. We do spell the broom to sweep the aisle sometimes, though. Okay, more than sometimes, which made it even stranger that she didn't finish sweeping. The simple explanation was that the kids had done the chores, then left before they were finished, which
made no sense, but there you have it. There was surely a reason. Still, I shivered and decided the aisle was just fine and headed back to the house. As soon as I was inside, I called for Addie. When she popped in, I explained what had just happened. She crinkled her brow. "I've been napping, so I didn't see a thing. I was out when the kids left this morning." Napping was what we called her in-between place, where she went when she wasn't on our plane, for lack of a better term. She can't really describe where it is, except that it isn't here. Gentle snoring coming from the direction of the living room told me Max was still sleeping, so it looked like the mystery wasn't getting solved any time soon. Not that I'd suspect him of doing it, even if he had thumbs. The witch really did know what she was doing when she chose an ass as his form. I guess in the scheme of things, if I had to have something weird happen in the barn, having it come up clean was the least horrible scenario. I just made some toast and texted Shelby to thank her when Hunter called. "Hey, sweetie, how's the hottest sheriff in town?" Ew. As soon as I said it, the sappiness of it about made me gag. I wasn't used to this whole relationship thing, and was honestly more accustomed to making fun of Rayanne, who had the worst luck with men, but still always seemed to have one. She was currently on a hiatus from dating, though, since the last one had tried to murder us. Personally, I was sort of glad she was taking her time getting back on the horse after all that. She was just so eager to find Mr. Right that she kept mistaking him for his devious older brothers, the Mr. Right nows. "Hey yourself," he said. See, he wasn't nearly as grossly mushy as I was, which made me even more disgusted with myself. "How's everything going?" "I'm sitting inside enjoying a cup of coffee and waking up. Shelby fed and cleaned the stalls for me before she left." "Really? I mean, I know she's been going out of her way to be nice, especially since she wants that Mustang, but she fed and cleaned?" "Yep." My phone buzzed with an incoming text. "Hang on just a sec," I said as I pulled the phone away from my ear and put it on speaker. "Shelby's texting me." S. "As much as I'd love to take credit, I have no idea what you're talking about." I frowned. That made no sense. But the only other option was the serial killer thing, and we've already discussed how irrational that would have been. Had it been later or on a weekend morning, I may have thought that one of the boarders did it. Every once in a while, a couple of them would get together and do something like that so that we could all go for a ride together. But not on a weekday. N. Okay. Weird. Have a good day and be careful. I put the phone back to my ear. Want to hear something freaky? Shelby didn't clean the barn this morning. He was quiet for a long moment. Then who did? I have no idea, but it's the strangest thing I've heard in a while. Wonder if they did the laundry too, I mused. A girl could always hope. Chapter 13. I had nothing else to do that day, so I decided to do some checking around just in case the family decided to close down Wheeler Construction. With the horses and the boarders, I couldn't just leave it like that indefinitely. And besides, I wanted my pool and deck area. We'd all been looking forward to having it, and by then, it should have been within a few weeks of being done. I'd only gotten bids from 2 other local companies, so I started with the nearest one, Bailey Builders. Jeff Bailey came from farm stock. His grandfather John, otherwise known to many of us as Old Man Bailey, owned the farm where Shelby, Cody, and Will were working that day. Jeff's place wasn't too far from mine, so I finished my coffee, got dressed, and climbed in the truck.
I felt like a traitor when I climbed into the relative luxury of my newer truck and appreciated the cool air that blew almost immediately from the vents, especially when I looked out the windshield and saw Bessie sitting beside the barn, a fine layer of dust covering her faded blue hood. She served me well, but the feeling of nostalgia only lasted a second, just long enough for me not to burn my legs on the butter-smooth cream leather seats. Bessie's AC had been broken for several months, and I was pretty sure I had the pattern of the cracked black seat burned permanently into the backs of my thighs. While I drove, I thought. Even taking the long way to Bailey's gave me plenty of time to mull over what all we'd learned so far. To be truthful, it wasn't much. A ghost with a Swiss cheese memory, a handful of guys with possible motives, and a scrap of flannel on a nail. Bailey Builders' office looked much like Max's, a big garage-like structure with double bays, and the office at the front. I wondered idly if the aluminum building people had a contractor's model in their lineup. There were a few guys bustling around, loading lumber and drywall into a couple box trailers. When I asked if Jeff was around, they motioned toward the front of the building. The inside was blessedly cool as I stood for a minute, letting my eyes adjust to the relative darkness. I made out the silhouette of a man coming toward me before they did. "Noelle, it's great to see you again. How are things?" Jeff Bailey had been a couple of years ahead of me in high school, but we'd all hung out and swum in their pond, which happened to be situated conveniently in one of the best peach orchards in the county. Happy days. "Hey, Jeff. What's going on?" "Things are good, except I have a huge mud pit in my backyard. I went with Wheeler for my pool." "Ah," he said. "I'd wondered what was going to happen to his clients. I figured Emily and Scott would pick it up and run with it." "Scott?" "Yeah, their son. Actually, I guess there are two of them. They raised their nephew Darren, too. He's never shown much interest in the business, though. It seems like every time I talk to him, he's starting some new venture. For that matter, now that I think about it, Scott hasn't shown any interest in the company either. He's some sort of suit." I didn't know anything about either of them, so I just shrugged. "Anyway, what brings you out today?" "Well, I'm a little worried about the way the winds are going to blow on Wheeler Construction, and I want to have my ducks in a row if they can't finish it. You gave me a competitive estimate, so I was wondering when you could start and finish, if the bid still stands." He blew out a breath and took a couple steps back toward the desk he'd been sitting at. He leaned forward and glanced at his computer screen, then bent closer and scrolled through something. "I'm definitely willing to help, but I'm booked for the next 2 months, almost. Should I pencil you in?" Dang, 2 months? I didn't want to wait that long, but it was starting to look like I may have no choice. "Let me give it a couple of days to see what Emily decides to do, and then I'll know something for sure, and will call you." "No problem," he said, taking his seat behind the desk again. "Just let me know. Are they close to making an arrest yet?" I pulled my gaze away from the pictures on his walls of all of us growing up, though I didn't see myself in any of them. Many of them were taken at the pond, though. "Not yet. They're working hard at it, but no luck yet." He was watching me intently, which was a little weird. "What?" I asked, resisting the urge to run my hand over my nose for a booger check. He smiled. "Nothing. I just haven't seen you for a few years, and was honestly just thinking how great you look." His tone had zero creep factor, but for some reason it made me uncomfortable, like I was somehow cheating on Hunter. "Thank you. How's your dad?" Dads are always safe ground, right? "He's good. Still running the farm." "Yeah, Shelby's actually out there today helping with shots. It's what made me think to come here. I noticed a picture of him with a blonde woman and a dark-haired boy that looked just like him. That's got to be your son." He grinned, and pride shone from his face. "Yep, that's Jeff Jr., and the woman's his mama, my wife, Patty." That awkward silence that falls when people run out of things to talk about descended, and I stood to leave. "Just out of curiosity, am I the only other bid you got?" Nah, I got one from you, one from Max, and one from a guy named Bo Jackson, too. Well, from his company. The guy who'd shown up for the estimate had been condescending, and I didn't want to go with them unless I absolutely had to. Oh yeah, Bo's a character. The way he said it implied he wasn't impressed. I didn't meet him, but if his foreman was anything to judge by, I'm guessing he's a tool. I'm a lot of things, but a mincer of words I ain't. He laughed. And you'd be guessing right. He can't stand Max. He's convinced Max was undercutting all the bids. But truth be told, I think he was losing business to us because he's so abrasive and his work's shoddy. He made a real jerk of himself at the town hall meeting last month because he lost the bid for the Veterans Memorial. He became thoughtful. As a matter of fact, he threatened Max. Told him he was going to get what was coming to him. Is that so? I asked, intrigued. Do you think he'd follow through? Jeff lifted a shoulder. I don't know. He's a hothead, that's for sure. But to kill him with a toilet tank lid? Somebody did, I said. True, and I reckon he's as likely as anybody now that you put it like that. Well, great. Another suspect, but not a lick of proof to lay it at his feet. I made my goodbyes and left, telling him I'd call him if Emily decided to close up shop. It didn't occur to me until after I left that he stood to benefit from Max's death, too. Chapter 14. On my way back to town, I called Hunter to tell him what I'd learned, and then turned the truck toward town to meet Anna May for lunch. I met her at a little hole in the wall on the other side of town called Fancy's. Despite its name, it was more of a local dive bar than anything else, but they had the best wings in the county. She was waiting for me when I got there, playing the Ms. Pac-Man console that had been there since before I was born. She must have been on her final life because I hadn't even settled in the bar before she joined me. An older woman wearing a spaghetti-strap tank top that showed off the Harley tattoo on her collarbone greeted us. "What can I get you, ladies?" she asked, smiling. "Hey, Mary Beth," Anna May said. "I'll have a Bud Light bottle." "Make it 2, I said. We exchanged pleasantries as she pulled our beers out of a watering trough filled with ice, and then we ordered lunch. "I've been thinking about something and want to run it past you." She took a long pull off her beer and seemed to be gathering the courage to say something. "Well, out with it then." Her eyes were sparkling, and she looked like a kid who was about to get a new toy. "I used to sew my own clothes when I was younger. We didn't have much money, so I either had to make my own or wear hand-me-downs from 2 sisters who were way bigger than me." "Okay," I said. "How does that play into what you are thinking about?" "I'm thinking about opening up a used clothing shop. I sure wish we'd 'a' had one way back when I was young, seeing as how even somebody else's second-hand clothes would have seemed brand new to me if I hadn't seen my sisters wearing them for 2 years each before I got 'em." She took a deep breath and watched me for a minute. "So, what do you think?" I thought about it for a minute. "That suits you, I think." I could see her behind the counter of a little consignment store, making adjustments so that somebody else could feel good about themselves. She was that type of person. "I like it." She smiled. "Good. I was afraid you'd think I'd lost my mind. I was ready to just scratch the idea and see what you and I could come up with." "Nah, you need to do whatever makes you happy, Anna May." Strictly speaking, she didn't have to do anything. When Hank kicked the bucket, he left her a wealthy woman, but she didn't have it in her to sit idle. Now, if we can just come up with an idea for me. What have you been thinking about? Anything in particular? I took a drink of my beer and considered the question. I've been thinking about a few things. First, I thought maybe I should open a bakery, but I love baking. I don't want to have to do it. "Then nix the bakery idea," she said. "Next? That's the problem.
There really aren't any nexts, or at least nothing stable. I can't think of anything that really appeals to me that I'd want to do on a full-time basis. A movement over her shoulder caught my attention and distracted me from what I was saying. There was a rumpled man sitting in the corner of the bar by himself, his elbows on the table and his eyes downcast. He was absently picking at his coaster and looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Who's that?" I asked Mary Beth as she slid our wings in front of us. "That's Max Wheeler's boy. Well, technically, his nephew. He's been in here every day since it happened, doing exactly what he's doing now." She shook her head. "I feel bad for the guy. He's really taken it hard." My heart twinged a little before the vinegary, spicy scent of the wings overcame me. Anime and I enjoyed the rest of our lunch, then parted ways, happy that we'd made some decisions, even if all it really amounted to was solidifying what we were already thinking. By the time we were done, it was almost 3. Hunter was meeting me at the farm, and we were going for an evening ride at 4:30, so we went our separate ways. It didn't occur to me until I went to bed that night that I hadn't seen Max all day. He must have been tormenting Hunter instead. Chapter 15. The good thing for me about baking is that it gives me plenty of time to think. The soothing, familiar rhythm of kneading and rolling out the dough almost puts me in a trance. My magic flows through my body and into the dough, and my brain is free to wander. That's what I did the next morning. I couldn't sleep with all the puzzles rolling around in my head, and the picture of Darren Wheeler looking so lost was haunting me a little bit. Since I was already up, I decided to make a few batches of pastries. When I'm in a hurry, or just not in the mood, I'll use one of my machines to knead the dough, but when I need to relax, I do it all by hand. So, I pulled out the flour, butter, eggs, and all the other goodies, and got to work. There were a lot of rocks to turn over in this situation. It seemed more like we had to prove who didn't do it, rather than who did do it. The DNA wasn't back on the flannel yet, so until the critical piece of evidence came through, there wasn't much to do with it. The problem for me was that there was too much evidence to show that too many people were guilty. Hunter would follow every lead, at least until he was sure that it was one of them in particular. At that point, the man who drew the short straw was toast, guilty or not. Small-town pack mentality would have them convicted and fried before the trial even started, and I'm not sure Hunter fully grasped that yet. I had to make sure that the forward momentum continued before the focus turned too far toward any one person, at least until we'd looked under each of those rocks. To that end, I finished up the pastries and texted Hunter to see if he wanted to have a late breakfast with me at the diner. I was craving biscuits and gravy, and everybody knew that if you wanted the best breakfast in town, you went out to Ray and Jeannie's diner to get it. He said he'd meet me there in an hour. I jumped into the shower and got dressed, then packed up the pastries. I'd made extra, even though the fishing tournament was winding down a little. Most tournaments last a day, but not ours. We go whole hog. We have a singles bass tournament on Saturday, a team bass tournament on Sunday, a singles trout tournament on Monday, and then the kids' equivalent on Tuesday and Wednesday. Then, lots of folks end up staying for a couple of days to do some informal grudge matches, which aren't official tournaments, but serve more as a means to talk smack and drink beer. Up until a few years ago, there wasn't much of a rule about drinking during the tournament. Common sense pretty much ruled the day. But then, Jerry Lee Akins ran his boat into the dock right behind the Channel 5 news lady, then fell overboard, a dozen crushed Natty Light cans spilling out behind him. She was doing a live segment on how fishing was a great way to teach family values and instill a sense of social and environmental responsibility. Sweet irony. Jerry knocked his front tooth out, and the tournament lost the advantage of live coverage, which, let's be honest, probably wasn't such a bad thing considering the circumstances.
During a fishing tournament, it doesn't matter what a guy's social status is in the real world. During that time, he's a beer-swilling redneck, and that just doesn't go far toward promoting Keyhole as the family-friendly place we need people to believe it is. Locals were the bread and butter of the businesses in town, but you can't pay your electric bill with carbs and fat. We need some extra meat on the bone, which was what tourism provided. Anyway, my point is that we needed extra pastries because there were still lots of folks in town. After I met Hunter for brunch, I'd take the pastries over to Brew, but first I had an order of biscuits and gravy with my name on them. I pulled into the gravel lot of the Starlight Diner a few minutes early and pulled into a shaded spot. It would take less effort to maintain the spell I needed to keep the pastries from melting. I'd found that it was easier to put the pastries in one of those insulated pizza bags and give the inside a frosty blast rather than focus on maintaining a constant temp. It only required one blast of energy rather than a steady trickle that I'd have to maintain. And if I added a nice blast to my newer, well-insulated truck, it was good for an hour or so in summer temperatures. I missed Bessie's idiosyncrasies, but I didn't miss her non-functional AC. I'd packed a couple of boxes just for Ray and Jeannie, so I scooped those off the bench seat, cast the spell on the others, and headed inside. Their daughter, Becky, who happened to be third member of Shelby's Gal Pal trio, saw me coming and opened the door for me. Considering I ate there at least once a week, this wasn't my first pastry-toting rodeo, so she knew what I had. "Hey, Noelle, just go ahead and sit wherever you want." The pretty blonde teenager was eyeballing the boxes, and I smiled. "Thanks, Becky. These are for y'all. I threw in a couple of apple fritters since they're your favorite." She grinned and brought me a cup of coffee and a water, then pilfered through the box for the fritters. Since it was too late for breakfast, but not quite lunchtime, I was one of the few people there and just took a minute to enjoy the quiet. By the time Hunter pulled in, I was on my second cup of coffee and feeling pretty good about the day. I turned the barn puzzle over in my head, but couldn't find an answer for the life of me. He leaned over and gave me a kiss, then settled into the booth beside of me and asked Becky for a Coke. "Have you already looked at the menu?" he asked. "Nah, I've been craving biscuits and gravy, so that's what I'm getting. You go ahead and look, though." While he glanced over the single laminated sheet, I decided to jump in with both feet because Hunter seemed to be leaning more and more toward Joe, and I just didn't see it. Not with Addie, Belle, and Coralie, and don't forget the victim himself, saying he wouldn't have. So, who's on the agenda for today? Chet Malcolm? Larry Huffman? Bo Jackson? He looked at me and arched a brow. "Is that your not-so-tactful way of asking me if I'm going to talk to them?" I concentrated on wadding up a straw paper. "Well, yeah. I mean, I don't mean it that way. I just want to know how dead set you are that Joe's the one who did it." He sighed. "Noelle, he had a falling out with the victim. He actually threatened to beat him to death. That doesn't look good." "I know. But I just want to make sure it was him. There's no actual evidence yet. It just doesn't feel right to me." "Why? Because everybody says so?" "That's what everybody always says. He was such a nice guy. I would have never thought." That got under my skin, a little. Partly because he was right, but it just didn't sit well with me for some reason, and not just because everybody else, including Max, didn't think it was him. My witchy instincts were rejecting the concept outright. "I'll check into them, okay?" he said. "It kind of irritates me that you think I'd be so myopic and incompetent. Can we eat now?" "Yeah, it's just, I'm really not trying to be a pain in the ass, but..." I stopped when he gave me a pointed look. "Fine." We put our orders in, and while we were waiting, he asked, "Just so you know, I did look for Basil Bennett. He's nowhere to be found, but the bartender at the Cheshire Cat says he was there most of the night and was probably too hungover to swing a cat, much less a toilet tank lid, assuming he wasn't still passed out." Her words, not mine. That was something, anyway. While we were eating, Jeannie came out to say hello. "Hey, guys! Thanks for the goodie box, no? It's always nice to eat something I didn't make. Is everything okay?" I scooched into the booth and made room for her, swallowing a mouthful of biscuits and gravy with a dollop of fresh blackberry jam as I did. "It's amazing as usual. How you been?" "We've been good," she said as she slid in beside me and sighed in relief. "This fishing tournament's kept us busier than a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest, so it's nice to sit. Still, it's better to have too much business than not enough, I reckon." "No doubt. Bobby Sue's been slammed too. I had to go in and help the other night." She drew her eyebrows down. "Lordy, we went down for supper the other night, and that new girl waited on us. I hate to badmouth her, but geez, if her brains were dynamite, she wouldn't have enough to blow her nose. Rude, too. Course, considering her older sister, I'm not surprised." I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? Who's her older sister?" "Why, I'd think you of all people would know that. She's Katie Lawson's little sister." "Shut your mouth! Are you serious?" She nodded. "As a heart attack." Hunter looked confused, so I started to fill him in. Jeannie waved me off. "I get to tell this one, 'cause ain't no way you'll get it accurate from an outsider's standpoint." She turned to him and leaned in. "It was her senior prom. I was a few years ahead of them, but my younger brother forgot his wallet, so I took it up to him. Rayanne was dating Billy Evans, but he'd stood her up for prom and showed up with Katie Lawson instead. When I pulled up, I saw Ray crying and running toward the lot, but No here was spitting mad. Katie was standing there beside old Billy, looking all hoity-toity and smug, and Noelle stepped up and punched her right in the snot box, then grabbed her by her updo and proceeded to beat the daylights out of her right there. And then Jeannie started laughing and could barely talk, but she drew in a steadying breath and continued. Katie tried to walk away, and No grabbed the back of her dress, and since it was strapless, it pulled down around her waist, and what must have been a whole box of Kleenex flew out of her bra. By that point, I was laughing with her. The memory of her standing there trying to pull up her dress and stuff all the Kleenex back in at the same time still cracked me up, at least until I thought of Ray. Then I got mad all over again. I'd gotten a good groin shot in on Billy, too, when he tried to pull us away, so bonus. Ray's loyal to the bone and would have done the same for me, but she'd always been horrible at standing up for herself. Still was, though she'd gotten a little better. Anyway, she finished, the dingbat working for Bobby Sue is her little sister. I shook my head. If that don't beat all. It explains everything, though. Does Bobby Sue know? Probably not. They have different daddies, so her last name's different. It was good talking to y'all. She started to get up, then turned back to Hunter. Do you by any chance know if Louise Wheeler, well, I guess it's Turner now, is coming to town for the funeral? I'd love to get with her while she's here. I can't imagine that she'd miss it. She's probably hating herself right now. Hunter tilted his head sideways. Who's that? Jeannie shot him an odd look. Max and Emily's daughter? Oh. He looked flummoxed. Nobody's mentioned a daughter, just the sons. He looked at me, but I just shrugged. All those kids were way older than me, and I only met Max when he came to discuss the pool with me. Nope, she said. There's Scott, his son. Then Louise, who's 2 years younger than Scott. She hasn't spoken to them in a year or two, since she eloped to Vegas. Lots of bad blood there between her husband and her daddy, poor thing. She shook her head, looking sad. Oh, and Max and Emily also raised her sister's boy. She's worthless as tits on a bull. He's always chasing that next get-rich-quick scheme and always failing. Yeah, I saw him over at Fancy's yesterday. He looked destroyed. I bet he does. He and Max were always close. More than that, though, Max was his gravy train. Emily cut the purse strings a couple years ago, but Max still slipped him some cash every now and again, from what I understand. A family of 5 walked to the front door, and she slid out of the booth. See y'all later, she said as she headed to the kitchen. Lunch is on me. Thanks, Jeannie, I called out, but she was already through the bat wings. I looked at Hunter. News to you? He wasn't looking too happy. Yeah, news to me, again. When I asked her about her kids, she only mentioned Scott and Darren, and none of the details we just got about him. I shrugged. I wouldn't read too much into that. She was probably just so in shock that she wasn't thinking. And family dirt is family dirt. It's not for public consumption. Maybe so, but they're loose ends, or at least the daughter is. I didn't even know about her. Seems to me like you got a lot of those. I tried to keep my tone neutral. He heaved a sigh. I guess I do. Chapter 16. The heat smacked us in the face like a wall of fire when we walked out of the diner. He walked me to my car and gasped when he pulled my door open for me and felt the remnants of the cool air I'd sealed inside the truck earlier. No fair. My truck's gonna be hotter than the seventh circle of hell, and yours is practically refrigerated. I rolled my eyes. Follow me, Sheriff. I'm always glad to help a public whiner. He gave me a little shove on my shoulder as we walked. Keep sassing me like that, young lady. Go ahead. Now I know your aunt's still around, and I'll rat you out for being mean to me. I think she likes me. I cocked an eyebrow at him as I laid my hand on his truck. Really? You realize I can make this smell like bean farts just as easy as I can make it cool, right? Or, for that matter, I can do both. He held his hands up, laughing. Peace. I smiled, smug, then pulled his truck door open and sent a blast of cool through it. All I did is cool it down right now, so turn on your AC as soon as you get in. I stood on my tippy toes and gave him a quick kiss, then rushed back to my truck before it got hot. By the time I got to Brew, lunch rush was in full swing, so I jumped in and helped them out. Angel, a teenager who worked there a couple days a week, was there, but the place was a madhouse. I took one look at the pastry case and groaned. It was nearly empty again. I filled it back up with the fresh ones, then jumped behind the line to make coffees. When I reached for the jar of energy blend to make a peppermint loco mocha and found it almost empty, I opened the cabinet underneath to get another bag and was surprised to find there was only one left. There were usually 4 or 5 bags under there because she did most of her blending on Mondays, when it was slower and she could take the afternoon off. Shrugging, I filled the canister. With all the early morning fishing, I supposed it made sense that people would need more of a boost. Things finally settled down around 1 o'clock, so I made myself a triple latte and took a seat at one of the window tables. I hadn't paid much attention from the back side of the counter because I'd mostly been making coffees, but the pastry case was almost empty again. Part of me was happy because Ray insisted I keep the sales from them, but another part was sick of baking and wanted a couple of days off. What I'd baked the night before should have been enough for 3 days. It seemed like it was either feast or famine. I took a few sips and watched the street, thinking about everything and nothing at all. It was usually sleepy, but when we had events like the tournament, the streets were bustling. It was nice seeing different faces. A disturbance caught my attention. A well-dressed man was helping a kid to his feet. My eyes narrowed when I recognized the same kid that had swiped my wallet. Before I could think beyond just watching him work his con, he was around the corner and out of sight. There was no way I'd catch him now, but at least I knew it wasn't a one-time fluke. That meant I had a chance to catch him and get some payback. Ray disrupted my thoughts when she slid into the chair across from me with a cup of coffee and a couple of peach turnovers. Phew, stick a fork in me 'cause I'm done, sister, she said, as she kicked off her ballet flats and curled her toes. Those last few mornings have worn me plumb out. I love the money, but I'm ready for a couple of days off. She looked in the direction I was staring. What you looking at? I told her, and she shook her head. We didn't used to have stuff like that. I hate to think Atlanta's finally reaching us. I puckered my lips, thinking. I don't think it's that. He's a country kid. When he knocked into me, his accent definitely wasn't from the city. I just can't figure what's up with him. You can't save the world, sugar. I know, but I can put a boot in the pants of the brat who stole my wallet. Doesn't matter to me whether he's a city brat or a country brat. She laughed. True that. Well, since I still haven't seen him, I can't even keep an eye out for him. But point if you see him. That is, after you hog-tie him. The thought of the kid trussed up with an apple in his mouth made me laugh. She'd slid a fresh coffee and a peach turnover in front of me. I still have... I swirled my cup and was surprised to find it almost empty. You've been sitting there for almost a half hour, she said. I've already finished cleaning up and sent Angel home while you were daydreaming. If you didn't finish a coffee in that time, I'd check your pulse. I did back that down from espresso to regular old blueberry coffee with a pinch of Ray's Energy Blend. I finished the last swig of my latte and set the empty cup aside, noting that we were the only people in the shop. Thanks. Sometimes it's nice having a mind-reading best friend. Oh, no, that would be you. I just happen to know you. She touched my hand to get me to look at her. It doesn't take mind-reading to see that you have something on your mind. I heaved a sigh. I do. Hunter's leaning toward Joe, but it just doesn't feel right. I stirred my coffee, thinking. Addie, Bobby Sue, and everybody else says it couldn't have been him. All three of them have mad accurate bullshit meters, but what if they're wrong? I mean, like Elise said, it almost has to be one of us, right? And she and Skeet both say he has a wicked temper. Ray shook her head and chased a bite of turnover with coffee. Any other time, I'd say she was right that it had to be one of us, but we do have a lot of strangers in town this week. I shook my head and took a sip of my fresh coffee. No, this wasn't some stranger, I don't think. Looked to me like a crime of passion, so to speak. I think whoever done it was there for another reason, and things went sideways. What makes you think that? Well, for one, who says, that Max really pissed me off. I'm going to go out to his place and bash his head in with a toilet tank lid. I shook my head. They'd take a weapon. She almost spit her coffee out laughing. You ain't right, but in this case, you're not wrong either. That's a good point. Yeah, but still, there are other people in the running too. She nodded. There are. Who's at the top of your list? Before I could answer, Max popped in. You checked my office safe yet? He barked. Well, hello to you too. How are you this fine day? Dead as a hammer, and I don't see anybody doing jack about it either. He turned to Rayanne and motioned to me with his thumb. Has she done a single thing to find who killed me, or has she just sat on her laurels and sipped fancy coffee? Hey, Ray said, that's not nice. You should be glad you've got her. She's slam busy and still worried about helping you, you ungrateful old goat. In fact, we were just talking about it. John don't get the work done. He softened a little, though, grumbling. It just seems this ain't moving none too fast, and M ain't gonna be able to move on without some closure. That's why it's so important you look in my safe. Why are you being so cryptic? Why can't you just tell me what's in there? He blew out an unnecessary breath and drew his eyebrows together. I wish I could, but I can't remember. All I know is that there's something important in there you need to see. He shook his head as if to clear it, and he flickered. Is it always like this? So fuzzy? No, I told him. And I'm trying to figure out why, but nobody's run across it before. I'm sorry. Well, sorry don't make it any better. Just check that dadgum safe, would ya? I nodded. Okay, but are you sure it wasn't Joe? His face turned red. I said to leave Joe out of this. He ain't got nothing to do with it. You're way off base. He paused, tilting his head to the side. Base? Why does that ring a bell? I wanted to get as much as I could before he could blink out on me again. What about Larry Huffman? We heard his nose was out of joint because you had a take your money and run mentality at the games, and from all accounts, you took a lot of his. He scratched his whiskers, and even though he was incorporeal, I would have sworn I heard it.
It's possible he done it, I reckon. He came to me a couple of days before it happened, cussing me till a fly wouldn't light on me. I let him run out of steam, and you could have knocked me over with a feather when he asked me for a loan.
I didn't see that one coming, though I probably should have, considering Larry's situation. What did you tell him? Did you give it to him? He shook his head, making those caterpillar eyebrows wave.
Nope, my pappy always said, neither a borrower nor a lender be, and that served me well my entire life. Onlyest thing I ever borrowed money for was the land the house is on. I did offer him a job, though.
Ray just popped the last bite of turnover in her mouth and almost choked. He cussed you, then wanted to bum money, so you offered him a job?
Course I did,
he said, looking at her like she was nuts.
He needed money. I needed another carpenter. Like the good book says, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach him to fish, and he'll never be hungry. If you ever met Mary Lou Simmons, you'd understand he only cussed me because he was desperate.
Well, I asked, trying to be patient, but worried he'd flicker out. Did he take it?
Nope. Said he just needed a loan, not a job. Didn't much surprise me. His family always was that way. Not keen to put any more effort into something than need be. That's why he was playing poker. Easy money. That is, if you win. His problem is that tick.
Rayanne started to ask, and I cut her off. His eye ticks when he's bluffing. He continued after she nodded.
We tried not to take advantage of it. We mostly used it to keep him from taking too much of our money, but at the end, he was betting all crazy on even bad hands, with money we all knew he couldn't afford to lose.
I took a deep breath, then released it. When you combine desperation and laziness, murder isn't outside the realm of possibility, if that'd fix the problem.
Man should stand on his own 2 feet, not depend on others to do for him and his, he grumbled. Laziness, that's what's wrong with your entire generation. Ain't nobody willing to put in the effort.
He tilted his head sideways and went pale as a sheet, then flickered in earnest and looked at his watch. I heaved a sigh as he said the now familiar and incredibly annoying phrase.
Gotta go meet darlin'.
As usual, he faded out. Wow, Ray said. He's always like that? Oh, no. He was actually fairly nice that time. He calls Hunter numbnuts. She burst out laughing. Seriously? I'm so going to use that the next time I see him. I grinned. Go ahead. He's not nearly as amused by it as you are. She was still smiling as she picked up our empty plates and tossed them in the trash. I don't guess he would be, though he does seem to be using less starch in his shorts lately. I fired off a text to him about the visit from Max. I keep meaning to ask you if you've heard from Camille, she asked me. Camille was Shelby's tutor and had been gone for the better part of a month, which was odd. She worked for the Council of Magic, overseeing their Magical Oversight Committee. Her sole responsibility was to monitor and manage people who misused magic or had problems managing it on their own. She was sort of like a magical social worker and had taken Shelby under her wing. She and her daughter Emma had recently moved here, and Shelby, Emma, and Becky had become pretty much inseparable. Camille was a stickler for rules and schedules. For her to miss one lesson with Shelby was highly unusual. For her to disappear for a month was unimaginable. I haven't, and I'm getting worried about her too. Emma is out of town at her dad's for the summer, so I called the council and talked to Aurora Darkmoor. She just told me that Camille was working on a case that had extended a little beyond what they thought it would. No time frame to expect her back or anything. Weird, though I'm not surprised. The council does like to play their hand close to their chest. As long as she's all right, that's all that matters. Camille hadn't been one of our favorite people until a month or two ago when she helped Shelby through a magical quagmire, but we were warming up to her. Yeah, that's what I figured too. It's been kinda nice having her around since she took that stick out of her butt and started acting like one of us mere mortals. Ray snorted. Seriously, I'd still like to know what happened there. No idea, I said, shrugging. All I know is that since she moved here, she's been a different person, and I'm glad. My phone dinged with an incoming text. I creased my brow as I read it. What? Ray asked. Is that Hunter? Yeah, I read the text to her. H. We're making an arrest. N. Who? That's odd, Ray said. You don't think it's Joe, do you? I really hope not. My phone dinged again, cutting me off. H. Larry Huffman. He ran. We caught up to him at Walmart and we found almost 10 grand on him. All C notes. I read it to Ray and thought back to what Max had said about Larry wanting to get things the easy way. I don't know if I'd call swinging a toilet tank lid at a man's head easier than swinging a hammer at a nail, but it definitely paid off faster, as long as you didn't get caught. Chapter 17. So, does this mean he's got it nailed down for sure? Did he mention anything about the flannel? No, but he said that could take a week or more because they had to ship it to Atlanta. My mind flashed back to when I first saw that strip of cloth, then Max's boots, and that broken tank lid flashed through unbidden. All the crime scene guys working. Hot damn! I know where the safe's at! I jumped from my chair, knocking over my empty cup in the process and almost dumping Ray's in her lap. What? Where? She'd picked up her cup and was sopping up the mess where it had been splashed over the edges. Behind the picture of the dogs playing poker. I'd bet my bottom dollar on it. I dug out my phone to call Hunter. She scrunched her forehead. Honey, you're going to have to give me a little more than that. Do you have any idea how many of those tacky old crimes against the humanities exist in this county? I held the phone away from my ear while it rang. He has one hanging in his shop. I saw it the day we found him and thought something was off with it, but my brain was on overload. I'd have been worried about you if it hadn't been. Yeah, but that's beside the point. The picture was hung in a weird spot almost at eye level, right underneath a window unit AC, and it was crooked. Oh, yeah? That's weird. Though it makes as much sense as anything else in this case, I reckon. My call went to voicemail, so I texted him. What do you think's in the safe? And why is it important now that they've caught the bad guy? I shrugged. Max was doing the whole flickering thing when he told me about it, but from what I can gather, he had 10 grand in there. Besides, Larry may have killed him, but for some reason, I'd kinda like to clear his name with his wife, too. I don't think he's a cheater, and I don't want her to have to think that if it's not true. Folks have killed for a lot less than 10 grand, though. Plus, if this Larry guy was caught with that much cash, do you really think the safe is important anymore? I don't know. I just wish Max could remember more. Yeah, that would make things a ton easier, and it's weird that he can remember some stuff, but not others. Yeah, it is. That's a mystery in and of itself. My phone dinged. I read the text and groaned in frustration. What? Ray said, trying to read upside down. He says the safe's not going anywhere, if it even exists, and that Joe's coming in for more questioning too, since his alibi fell through. I fired back another text. N. Have you cleared the scene yet? Though I choose, sort of, to be a waitress and baker, I have a degree in criminal justice from UGA, and I had dreamed of being a forensic tech once upon a time, mostly because I can't resist a puzzle. This was definitely a puzzle. He answered quickly. H. Yes. Why? N. Gonna run out there real quick. Max says it's important. H. Max is a ghost with a memory problem. Not my most reliable witness. I growled in frustration. Ray had moved beside me to read the last text for herself rather than wait for me to tell her what it said. This man's making me batty. I turned off my screen instead of replying, then grabbed my purse from behind the bar, along with a pair of rubber gloves that we used for food prep. "Grab me a pair too," Ray said. "I ain't letting you go out there by yourself. Besides, you may need a witness, or backup." My phone rang about 5 seconds later. I answered it, and Hunter said, "You're on your way out there, aren't you?" I wasn't going to deny it. Max may not know why, but he knows it's important. It's worth at least checking into. What's it going to hurt? He sighed. "Fine. Emily Wheeler wants to go in and get some stuff from the office, but she doesn't want to go alone, and her daughter hasn't made it back into town yet. The son and the nephew are working." I smiled. "Ray and I would be happy to go with her." "Noelle, be careful. And if you find anything, don't touch it. Just let me know." "Okay." "I'm not unreasonable, you know. I haven't quite figured this town out yet, but I have learned that it doesn't work the way Indianapolis does, and that truth somehow consistently defies logic here." "Now you're catching on," I said. "That's really not the case, though. The truth follows the rules of logic just fine. It's your definition of logic that's messing you up. And thank you." "You're welcome. And, Noelle, I didn't want to say anything before, but Joe's alibi fell through." "What do you mean it fell through?" "I mean, he says he was in Atlanta all day at a boat show, but his credit card was used twice here that day, with the first at 10 in the morning and the second at 2 in the afternoon." I rubbed my hand over my face. I was so sure that he wasn't guilty, but why would he lie if he was innocent? Chapter 18. Wheeler Construction was about 15 minutes out of town, and I hadn't really had a chance to catch up with Ray one-on-one since I got back from the cabin. While I drove, I told her all about it. "So what about you?" I asked. "What did you do all weekend?" She made a show of looking at her fingernails, cleaning away non-existent dirt. "Nothin'." I narrowed my eyes at her. "Rayanne Michelle, you spill right now. What are you up to?" She tossed her hands back in her lap. "Fine. I went on a date." I was confused. Why wouldn't you want to tell me that? Then her bucket list flashed behind my eyes. Hers followed the spirit of the bucket list concept, but it was more like the bucket list extreme edition. Some of the stuff on hers was just flat-out lunacy. Bungee jumping, skydiving. Wait, did you go zorbing with some dude? You better not have. I totally wanted to do that with you. What? No, I didn't go zorbing without you. She looked appalled and hurt that I would suggest such a thing. I suppose I should explain. You know what zorbing is. You probably just didn't recognize the name. It's that game, sport, activity, whatever, where you roll down a hill in a giant see-through ball inside another ball. Then why didn't you want to tell me? I asked. She looked out the window for a few seconds. I kinda didn't want to admit that I'd gone on a date until he didn't try to kill me or anything. That sounds bizarre, but she'd been with some humdingers, and, as I mentioned before, her last boyfriend tried his best to kill us. Thankfully, brains aren't always at the top of her list of must-haves, otherwise we'd both be dead. I think that's actually a reason in the why you should tell Noelle column. I prefer to know who you're out with. I thought about the fake name her last guy used, and have a picture and a set of prints on him if possible. She pushed on my shoulder. You joke, but it's a soul-wrenching combination of sad and embarrassing that I can just close my eyes, reach into the barrel, and pull out the batshit craziest monkey in there. I reached over and squeezed her shoulder. Look at it this way. Your luck has to get better. I mean, you can't really do any worse now that you've got the mass murderer box checked off the list. There's no way that could happen twice, even to you. True, she said, smiling, then blushed. His name's Dave, and you've met him. I racked my brain trying to think of anybody I knew named Dave and came up empty. I don't think so. Dave who? Adams. He was Shelby's doctor when she fell off the ladder. Oh, I did remember the fine doctor. Tall, dark hair, dimples. He definitely fit her physical type. Does he have a basement? If so, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go with you the first time he takes you home. It may be a little awkward, but better safe than sorry. Zip it, she said, pinching me. See, this is why I didn't want to tell you. I jerked my arm back and slapped her fingers. She always pinched that sensitive skin on the underside of the arm. It was her go-to move, and it hurt in that special I-want-to-punch-you way. And no, he doesn't have a basement. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. Before you ask, no, I haven't been home with him. I worked it into the conversation. She paused. Then I checked the city blueprints of his house to make sure he wasn't lying. It's a good thing I wasn't drinking anything, because that there was funny, and even more so, or less, depending on how you looked at it, because it seriously could be a thing. When we pulled up in front of the building, there was already a newer model champagne Cadillac with an older lady at the wheel sitting in the lot when we got there. She opened the door and stepped out as soon as she saw us. You must be Noelle and Rayanne. I'm Emily Wheeler. Folks call me Em, she said. After the introductions were made, she moved toward the door, jangling some keys. I didn't want to come here, you know, she said. I can't say as I blame you, Ray replied. It has to be done, though. She unlocked the door and took a deep breath. Shall we, ladies? I nodded. Then it sunk in that she was about to walk within 20 feet of where her husband had been murdered just a few short days ago. Emily, if you want to tell us what you need, we don't mind going in and getting it for you. She gave me a tired smile, and the creases on her face seemed to deepen. I appreciate that, but I'm going to have to get past it. Like it or not, I now have a business to run, at least until I can find somebody else. We've saved back some over the years, but not near enough to where I can retire or even sell the place for enough to live on. Speaking of, Bo Jackson's already had the nerve to offer to buy me out. Can you believe that? She shook her head. It's shameful. Max isn't even in the ground yet. Still frowning, she stepped through the door, and my respect for her was pretty much bottomless as I followed her through. She had gumption. I'd give her that. Sheriff said you two were here in a semi-official capacity looking for something. May I ask what? I shifted uncomfortably and looked at Ray, who just shrugged. We're looking for your husband's safe. I think it may be behind that stupid picture of the dogs playing poker, she said. I always told him that was a stupid place to hang it, but he said there wasn't no way anybody'd ever find it 'cause ain't nobody was gonna steal that picture. She smiled, her eyes focused on something we couldn't see. She shook her head. Anyway, that's where it's at. I'll open it up for you if you'd like. I need to get the emergency stash out of there anyway. We always kept a few grand in cash just in case, plus all the permits and licenses and whatnot for this place are in there. She looked a little lost. I guess I'll need to look at all of those. She strode through the building, keeping her eyes glued straight ahead of her. I prayed to every god out there that the crime techs had cleaned the place up, because the last thing this poor woman needed was to see the insides of her husband's gourd splattered hither and yon. I should have known that Hunter would have thought of that. The place was spotless as she walked right over where we'd found him, toward that ugly picture 20 yards or so away from the scene. Hang on a second, I said. Something wasn't sitting right with me. I looked around to see what it was, then realized the picture was straight. It was likely nothing, but it didn't make sense that one of the crime scene techs or cleaners would have gone that far away from the scene just to straighten a picture. And if they had, they would have found the safe. Never mind, just a weird feeling. It passed, I said. Ray looked at me, curious, but I gave one little shake of my head and quickly made the sign for later in my palm. We'd learned the language in grade school, and it still served us well. She nodded.
"Can't say as I blame you," Em said. "It's not a cakewalk for me either. I know he was found somewhere right around here, and I know you know where. So I figure that even though you didn't know him, you're probably at least as uncomfortable as I am in here." "Actually, I'd met him," I said without thinking. She cocked a brow. "Do tell." "Yeah, he came out and worked up the estimate for my pool and deck a couple of months ago. I ended up going with you all. They're about a quarter of the way through," I said. "So, girl to girl, I'm glad to see you planning on picking up the reins, but I'm extra happy on a personal level because I've got a giant mud hole taking up a good piece of my backyard." She smiled. "I bet you are. Don't take this personal, but I know he way underbid that job, and you're getting it done for a steal. I'll honor his estimate, but jobs from here on out are going to be billed so we make a profit. Competitive, but I'm not giving away the farm like he was." This is what Belle had been talking about, the reason they'd been fighting. But I felt the need to set her straight. I'm not sure what to say other than that if he'd bid any higher, I probably wouldn't have gone with y'all because he was right there in the same range as everybody else. I picked him because of the time frame, not the cost. She knitted her brow. "When did he bid your job?" "About a month ago." "That doesn't make any sense. That means you were in the list that I reviewed." "Wait, you're the Flynn girl? The one who inherited Addie and Calvin's place. I do remember that bid. He underbid that quite a bit, at least according to the books." She held up a finger. "Hold that thought, because I want you to do something for me after we take care of this." She pulled the picture off the wall and set it aside, then stood on her tiptoes to see the dial as she spun the combination lock, counterclockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise. "When you go to pull it open, will you just use the upper corner in case something's squirrely and we need to dust for prints?" I asked as she spun it the last time. "I guess you're probably right. I hadn't thought of that." She pulled up on the door, but nothing happened. She redid the combination, and when it still wouldn't open, she stared at it, puzzled. "That's the same combination we've used for everything since we were married. It don't make any sense that it's not working." I stepped forward. "Mind if I give it a try?" "Why do you think it would work for you when I've stood here and done it 3 times? "It probably won't," I said, "but I'll gladly give it a shot. No offense, but since I'm a little taller than you, it could just be that you didn't get the numbers lined up just right. Sometimes they're touchy." I stepped forward and asked her to repeat the combination, and she did. I stepped forward and touched the combination, focusing on the tumblers inside as I spun the dial to the numbers she was rattling off. I didn't know exactly how this one worked, but I had the general idea, so it only took a second before I pulled the door open by the top corner. When the door swung open, there wasn't a red cent in there. The paperwork was there, but no cash. She scratched her head, and Max popped in, shaking his head. "No. No," he said, wagging his finger. "There should be at least $5,000 in there, and for some reason, 10 is the number stuck in my head." I turned to see if Emily could see him. She was still staring into the safe, thinking, so apparently not. I raised my eyebrows and nodded toward Emily with my head, silently asking why he wasn't talking to her. I couldn't exactly come out and say, "Hey, your husband's ghost says there should be $10,000 there." In my experience, that never worked, and usually got you thrown off the property. "I'm trying. It won't work." He was waving his hands in front of her face, floating up and down in front of her. She shivered, but just reached up to close the door. A flash of color caught my eye, and I stopped her before she shut it. Reaching in, I shoved the business paperwork to the side and pulled out the colored paper. It was just a travel brochure for the Grand Canyon. "That's odd," Emily said. "The kids and I were just talking about the Grand Canyon the other day." I turned to question Max about it, but he adopted his 1,000-yard stare. Sure enough, he glanced at his watch and uttered the phrase I was getting sick and tired of hearing. "Gotta go see darlin'."
Emily was holding the pamphlet, and I wasn't sure whether she was going to smile or cry, or maybe both. "Does that mean something to you?" Ray asked. "I don't know what it means, sugar. I've been wanting to go that direction and see the stuff out west all my life, but we ain't never had the time to do any of it. Then lately, he's been acting all odd, disappearing and messing with the money." She shook her head. "Since Hank's not bleeding us dry, we should be plenty in the black. But it's just not so." She wiped a tear from under her eye. "I wish I could tell you girls what was going on, but I don't know myself." We followed her back to the office. "I just want to grab the ledger and a couple of other things for now, so I'll just be a minute." "Take your time," I said, looking around at the plain office. There were stacks of papers, but it was neat. There seemed to be an order to things. "I feel like a complete fool for asking, but would you mind telling me how much he bid your job for? Considering you own the business, I think it's okay to discuss money with you." I smiled and told her the amount we'd agreed upon. She ran her tongue over her teeth. "The book shows he bid almost $2,000 less than that." All I could do was shrug. "I just wrote the check for half down. Hopefully, it won't be much longer than a few days before things are moving again. I just need to go through all of this and find a foreman." She stuck a key into a lock on the left-hand drawer, opened it, and pulled out a couple of ledgers and an appointment book. When she did, something slid out of one of the ledgers, and I bent down to pick it up for her. It was a stack of receipts, and the one on top was for $1,500. It was only initialed D. Tenney and said Cindy Lou in the memo. I handed them back to Emily, and if the steam coming out her ears was any indication, there was trouble in turn 2. Chapter 19. Needless to say, Emily didn't handle it well, though she held it together well on the outside. She snatched the ledgers up and strode out of the office. Ray and I barely made it out before she jerked the door shut and locked it. We had to trot to keep up with her as she rushed toward the front door, muttering under her breath. I won't repeat what she was saying, but if his mama was still alive, her ears were burning. After we were outside, she locked the door and gave it a solid kick, then dropped the ledgers and grabbed her foot, howling. I looked at Ray to see if she had a clue what we should do, but she was as deer in the headlights as I was. I picked up the ledgers and helped Emily to her car, then grabbed a bottle of water from the lunchbox cooler in my truck and shoved it into her hand. She twisted the lid off and took a gulp, then took a couple big breaths in through her nose and out through her mouth. After a few deep breaths, her complexion went from beet-colored to just this side of rosy, so I was feeling better about her ability to operate heavy machinery, such as, say, a caddy. Ray moved a little closer to her. "This may not be my place to say, because I didn't know the man, but that receipt could be for a lot of things. I mean, to take it at its worst, like you seem to be doing, well, $1,500 sounds awful high for anything like that. That's more pretty woman prices. I can't imagine the going rate around here is anywhere near that." I glared at her. Not helping, I thought. She gave me the "what else can I say" look, then scowled at me and slammed her mental door on me. Emily was looking at us both like we'd lost our minds. Things looked like they were heading in the right direction until a familiar voice said, "She's right," Sherry Lynn said as she faded in. She'd been working on that because she felt bad making us jump when she just popped in all at once. "No man's gonna pay that kind of money just to keep a woman. Too many cows willing to give the milk away for free," Sherry Lynn said. Again, I looked at the widow, ready to apologize. "Oh," Sherry said, waving a hand toward Emily. "Don't worry about her. She's not even a little receptive to me. Total denial. There's no way she'll see me." She floated over to look at the receipts on top of the ledgers that Emily had plopped onto the hood of her shiny new car. She looked 100% better. Her color was good, and her breathing was back to normal. "Do you really think so?" she asked. The three of us, me, Ray, and Sherry Lynn, looked back and forth at each other, wondering what she was responding to. "I think she's responding to your pretty woman comment," Sherry whispered, even though she didn't have to. "Oh, yeah." "I really do," Ray said. "I think you may want to consider less scandalous options before you jump to conclusions." Emily smiled, wiping tears from under her eyes. "Thank you. I appreciate you girls coming out here, and it really was a silly thing to think." "Our pleasure. And it's been a horrible few days for you. It's no wonder you don't know what to think," I said as she climbed into her car. I offered Rayanne a bottle of water when we got in the truck. "Do you really believe that money wasn't for another woman?" She shrugged as she twisted off the lid. "I don't know. Honestly, I don't think so. I mean, it's not like those were jewelry or hotel receipts. They don't make sense." She paused, thinking for a few seconds. "But I do know that even if there was extramarital hanky-panky going on, there's no reason for her to have to think of that every time she looks at a picture of him from here to eternity. No good will come of it. So if she don't have to, I figure we should do what we can to give her something nice to remember, even if it isn't the truth. And that, folks, is why she's my best friend, as well as my cousin." We'd just backed out of our spot when a big red work truck with a winch on the front blocked our way. A lumberjack of a man got out and approached my window, since we were in front of Emily. He turned his finger in a circle, telling us to roll the window down. "What can we do you for?" Instead of answering, he looked inside at me, and then Ray. Then his gaze roamed over the inside of my truck. Finally, he stepped back and looked in the bed. "If you're done snooping, I asked what we can do you for," I snapped as I leaned my head out the window. "Answer or get out of the way, but either way, quit being nosy." Man, what was it with people lately? I felt like I spent half my time reminding people of their manners. He stepped back and touched the brim of his cap, unperturbed. "Yes, ma'am. I'm Robert Gilly. I live on the farm up the road. I know what happened to Max, and I saw y'all drive up here and figured I'd make sure it weren't nobody messing with the place. The woman in the car behind us is Emily Maxwell. She's here to get the ledgers and whatnot." I figured that was all he needed to know. He stepped back to the caddy and spoke to Emily for a few seconds, then came back to my window. "I didn't mean to come across too strong. It's just, after all the traffic up and down this road on the day he was killed, I figured it was better to start keeping track. Wish I woulda that day, but me and the missus was getting ready to go visit her family for a couple nights." He pulled off his cap and ran his palm over his hair, then put it back on. Max was good people. I should have known it was something like that. The place was a little out of the way, and neighbors tended to keep an eye out. Ray leaned across the console. "I'm Rayanne, and this is my cousin, Noelle Flynn. What all traffic was up here the day he was killed?" He shifted his weight and rubbed the back of his neck. "Usually a man's company is his business, but I reckon it won't hurt to say anything now. A beat-up green GMC pickup went through fairly early. Then his foreman went through a half hour or so later. Maybe 20 minutes or so after he left, there was a white SUV, newer model, one of them foreign brands. Oh, and a late 90s silver Impala. That was last. Oh, and I saw the dust from one leaving, but I didn't see the actual vehicle." I held out my hand. "Thanks, Robert. And no hard feelings. Nice to know somebody's looking after the place until Emily can get things squared away." He shrugged and turned his head to spit out tobacco juice. "Ain't no big deal. It's what neighbors do." As we waited for him to back up into the grass and pull back onto the road, Rayanne got all quiet. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" "Probably. I'm thinking we need to match those vehicles to some faces." "And how are we going to do that?" she asked. The easiest way to find out would have been to ask Max, but I didn't want to wait for him to show back up. We said at the same time, "Skeeter!" I figured it was only right to call Hunter and let him know what we'd just found out, so I called him before we pulled onto the main road. His phone went straight to voicemail, so I ended the call without leaving a message, then sent him a text telling him to call me. We decided to stop by Brew and make him a goodie bag with a couple of sandwiches and pastries in it. When we pulled in, all we could see was a pair of legs sticking out from under a jacked-up Subaru. "Skeet?" I squatted down and made sure it was him. "Oh, hey, Noelle. What's doing? Hand me that 15mm there, would you?" I checked the numbers on the sockets, scattered on the ground, and handed him the right one. "Thanks," he said. "Give me 2 shakes to finish this up, and I'll be right out." About 1 shake later, I cringed at the sound of a tool slipping, then flesh hitting metal, followed by a string of what would have been fighting words if the car were sentient. He wheeled out from underneath it, shaking his hand, then squeezing his forefinger. "Dang knuckle-busters," he scowled, then saw the bag in my hand and grinned. "If that's for me, it's better than any Band-Aid." I held the bag out toward him, but he held his hand up. "Let me go wash this scrunch off my hands first. Come on in where it's cool." We followed him into the shop, and he motioned toward his office. "I'll be right in. Make yourself at home." The space was decent-sized and much more organized than you might expect. Of course, greasy fingerprints marked the edges of many of the folders and paperwork scattered across his desk, but I couldn't really hold that against him. If I had to walk around with icing or dough on my hands all day, everything I had would be ruined. In a minute or two, he entered the office and plopped down in the chair behind his desk. The citrusy smell of the gojo he'd used to degrease his hands wafted across the desk as he reached for the bag. "You girls have no idea how welcome this is. I've been busting my hump all day. It must be something in the air." He reached to a mini-fridge behind him and pulled out a Coke, then offered us one before he unwrapped the chicken salad sandwich and took a big bite of it. "What brings y'all by?" he asked, around a mouthful. The good thing about Skeeter is that we're tight enough that it's perfectly okay to stop by just because you want something. No need to put a dress on it. We were out at Wheeler Construction with Emily Wheeler. Robert Gilly blocked us in with his truck when we were trying to leave. I gave him a rundown of the conversation. "Yeah, Bob Gilly's all right, but he does protect that holler." He finished off the sandwich and pulled out a peach fritter. "The white SUV and the Impala are tough. They're a dime a dozen around here anymore. I'd have to have a little more to go on than that. The beat-up green GMC's easy, though. There's only one of them around. The feller who owns that had it since high school, and it's in worse shape than Bessie was. It's hard to imagine anything worse than Bessie still being street legal." "That'd be Larry Huffman, the guy we talked about the other day. He works at the Walmart. We know," we both said. "Jinx," again at the same time. Skeet rolled his eyes at us. On a whim, I asked, "Do you know what Chet Malcolm or Joe Sneed drives?" "Joe drives an old Jimmy, but now that you mention it, Chet Malcolm drives a white Subaru Forester." What a shocker. Chapter 20. The first meeting of the Veterans Memorial Planning Group was at 7 that night, so I pulled on a pair of jeans and a V-neck t-shirt and climbed in my truck, a box of mixed pastries and cookies on the seat beside me. When I pulled in, Olivia's little foreign whatever car was already in the lot. I took a deep, cleansing breath, figuring it was better to clean my psyche than her clock in a public, grown-up setting. Thankfully, she wasn't the only one in there. Kelly Kennedy, another girl we'd gone to school with, was there. If memory served, she didn't get along much better with Olivia than I did. When I entered, she stared at me like I was a lifeline. "Noelle, sugar, I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. How you been?" I set the box on the table next to a box of expensive gourmet cookies that, unless they'd drastically improved, tasted like dog biscuits. Proof that if you slapped a high enough price tag on a turd and branded it as recycled filet mignon, there were people like Olivia who'd buy it. "I'm good, Kelly. How you been? You and your mama still running the skating rink?" When we were teenagers, that was the place to see and be seen, but I hadn't been there in years. "We are, and it's pretty much the same as it was when we were kids. Had a new floor put in not too long ago. The salesman pushed us to go with that new blue rubber flooring stuff, but we figured wood's worked for us for 60 years. No need to fix something that wasn't broke." I nodded. "I hear you. That place is a landmark by now. It just wouldn't be the same with rubber floors." Though, to be fair, I kinda wished it had started out that way because I was even clumsier as a kid than I am now. It would have saved me hundreds of bruises. 2 more people, a man and a woman I didn't recognize, strolled into the room a few minutes later. They were discussing the cost of building permits and various code requirements, so my brilliant guess was that they worked for the city. I couldn't imagine there was going to be many more of us. It wasn't a huge project, even though it was an important one. If memory served, Kelly's dad and brothers were all vets, which explained her interest. I didn't think Olivia had any military members in her family, but neither did I. Just because I couldn't stand her didn't mean she had no appreciation for the things that mattered. The woman who'd entered last pulled the door closed. "Hello, everyone. I'm Suzanne McKinley, and I'll be the liaison with the city council, so you don't have to come to meetings when we need approval for anything. My dad is a Vietnam vet, and both my brothers served in Iraq, so this is personal for me. It's going to happen, and it's going to be great." The guy who entered with her introduced himself next as Mark Smythe. He was a local real estate agent who was, like me, no family that had served, but mad respect for those who had. After the introductions were made, we took a seat around a small conference table and moved straight to business. "Excuse me," Olivia said. "I thought this was a committee. How many other members are there? Surely it's not just us. Shouldn't we decide on a leader?" Ah, there it was. She'd expected to come here and be elected Miss Queen Bee over a larger body of people. "No," Suzanne said. "This is it. But we may have a bit of a problem," Suzanne said. "Wheeler Construction won this bid, but obviously there's some confusion there right now. We should probably discuss what we want to do." "How many other bids did we get, and how competitive were they?" Kelly asked. 4, Suzanne said, as she dug through a stack of folders she'd brought. She pulled one out and opened it up. The next closest bid was from Jackson Construction. It was a little more expensive, and they projected that the job wouldn't be finished for another 2 months. Her face flushed. "Honestly, though, those aren't the main reasons we didn't choose them. I mean, time was definitely a factor since we want it done by Labor Day, but their reputation isn't exactly sterling." Mark spoke up. "I have some personal experience with them and wasn't impressed. We used them a few times when we needed improvements on homes to increase value or meet code, and their work is shoddy. One time, you'll get a decent job, and the next, they'll lay tile that'll pop up 6 months later. Oh, and the owner is supremely rude and arrogant." I thought back to my conversation with Jeff. Apparently, he wasn't exaggerating, even a little. Suzanne grimaced. "Yeah, we sort of got that side of him with both barrels. When he found out we awarded the project to Wheeler instead of him, he showed up at the next council meeting. He was not a happy camper. Demanded to know what Max bid, and when we wouldn't tell him, he had an absolute conniption. He accused Max of everything from bribing us to fraud. He got ugly about it, said he was tired of losing out just because Max had connections and he didn't." Kelly grimaced. "Now, I'm kinda glad I haven't worked with them, but I have used Wheeler, and the work was great every time. Do we know when or if they're going to be back up and running?" "I talked to Emily Wheeler today," I said. "She's planning to go on with business as usual. From what I understand, they'll be back up and running as soon as she can find a foreman. After meeting her, I can't imagine that's going to take more than a few days." I smiled wryly. "Or at least I hope so. I have a huge hole in my backyard right now that'd be great for mud wrestling, but not so much for swimming." "So we wait a couple of days to find out what Wheeler Construction is doing before we make a decision there?" Kelly asked, snapping my attention back to the conversation. We all agreed, except for Olivia. "I think it may be a good idea to decide who we're awarding the project to if Wheeler falls through." "I disagree. I think it would be a waste of our time to debate something that's a what-if at this point," I said. "Agreed," Kelly added. "This is going to have lots of moving parts, and we can get some of those started while we're waiting on the Wheeler situation to resolve." The other two concurred, so we moved on to discuss fundraising and the final design of the memorial. Since there was already a fountain in the park, we'd opted to go with the rifle, boots and helmet on a pedestal, with plaques listing all of the lost soldiers from the county. There were other details, and by the time we'd finished, I was happy with the progress. The fundraising part was, as expected, fairly boring. We divided up local businesses to hit up, then tossed around a few events we could host to raise money. Thankfully, the city was paying for most of it, but their budget was limited, and there were some additions we wanted to make that were beyond their budget. We decided to reconvene in a few days to discuss progress, and I tittered, when I saw Olivia sneak a handful of my cookies into her crappy boutique cookie box. Life was good. I took a couple of minutes to text Shelby to see if she'd already eaten, and when I looked up, there was only one other car, an older blue Intrepid in the lot. I slid the key into the ignition and about jumped out of my skin when somebody pecked on my window. A middle-aged, bird-like woman was standing there holding a worn blue sweater jacket closed over her front. She stared at me hopefully, with red-rimmed eyes, her wispy hair blowing free of its clip. She looked pitiful, but with all the crazy things going on in Keyhole, it wouldn't have surprised me if she were there to spray me with acid for parking too close to the curb. I rolled my window down halfway with magic at the ready. "Can I help you?" "I sure hope so, because I ain't got anybody else to turn to." I was going to need a little more than that, so I waited for her to continue. She tightened her arms around her body and burst into tears. I'm not a crier, and it seemed like that's all anybody was doing around me lately. I pulled in a deep breath. "Maybe you should start from the beginning. Climb in." She hustled around the truck and pulled herself up into the passenger seat, then took a minute to get situated. She held a denim purse made out of a pair of old jeans, and even in its second incarnation, you could tell it had seen better days. That pretty much summed up the woman as a whole. "I'm Janie Huffman, Larry Huffman's mama." Oh, crap. I could already tell this wasn't going to end well for me. "I know there's not a guilty man in prison, but I swear to you, my son didn't do this. And I know you've got pull with the sheriff, and also some extra talents that you could use to find the real killer." Phew! Pull with the sheriff. Not after today, and definitely not after tonight, if this conversation ended the way I figured it would. "Okay, Mrs. Huffman, I don't know if I'll be able to do anything, but do you have any evidence at all to prove he's innocent? An alibi? A clue where he got all that money? Anything?" She looked down at her hands. "No. He said he was out at the lake thinking that morning, by himself. I believe that because he's done it since he was a kid. He goes down and walks along the shore on the home stretch when he needs to work something out in his head." The home stretch was a mile-long section of beach that was pretty much inaccessible by anything bigger than a four-wheeler. It's a gorgeous stretch, and locals keep a tight lid on it, so we have a place to go when we don't want to deal with the crowds of tourists in the summer. And what was he trying to work out? From what I'd been told about his demon-in-law, I had a good idea, but I wanted to hear it from her. "Candy's mama needs a place to go. She's losing her mind and can't take care of herself anymore, but Larry didn't want to take her in. Don't hold that against him, she rushed to say. He's a good boy, but that woman's just ugly to the core. Janie twisted the strap on her purse so that it was aligned exactly across the zipper, a nervous, neat movement that many people have, but don't recognize. He was thinking about divorce. Her voice was so low I could barely hear her. He loves Candy, but that was just asking too much, and she knew it too. So, where'd he get the 10 grand? She shook her head. I don't know. I've nagged him up one side and down the other, but he won't tell me. I turned my hands palms up. You haven't given me much to work with here. I'm not sure what I can do that's not already being done. You can believe me, and don't stop looking just because the perfect suspect has popped up and fit into the puzzle nice and neat. She laid her hand on my arm, and her chocolate eyes were imploring. Please, I can't afford no fancy lawyer, and if they convict him, he could get the needle. I pulled in a deep breath and released it. I'll see what I can do. That's all I can ask. She climbed out of my truck and scurried to the blue car, holding up her hand when she reached it. I couldn't help but feel the weight of her trust settle on my shoulders. Truth be told, though, she'd only reinforced what my gut had been saying all along. Now I had a reason to dig in. Chapter 21. I was off the next morning, so I slept in a little and woke up with some spring back in my step. I set the coffee pot to brewing, then stood at the kitchen window and looked out over the yard and to the barn. Max, the donkey, not the ghost, was grazing and swishing his tail. It's a good thing I didn't have to deal with both at once, though considering their attitudes, I had to wonder if Max Wheeler wasn't a descendant of Max, the royal ass. Sometimes it was easy to lose sight of the fact that he was a human stuck inside that body, especially when he'd been a donkey for centuries longer than he'd been a man. He never really talked about the day-to-day of his lot in life, but sometimes I wondered. I'd lift his curse if I could, but that Irish witch knew what she was doing. Speaking of lots in life, my mind drifted back to the night before. I'd called Hunter and told him what happened, and though he wasn't happy about it, he understood where she was coming from. He also made it clear he thought I was wasting my time. That was fine, because I figured if nothing else, finding even a scrap more evidence one way or another was a good thing. After all, what mama wouldn't swear her baby boy was innocent? The smell of coffee wafted toward me right as the coffee pot beeped, indicating it was done. I'd just poured myself a cup when Shelby ambled in, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She opened the fridge and pulled out the mocha creamer, then poured herself a cup. My teeth hurt when she poured a quarter cup of the sticky cream in her coffee. Like a little coffee with your creamer there, sister? She glared at me and grunted, her eyes still puffy with sleep. Neither of us was exactly what you'd call morning people, and we had a ladies' agreement. The first half of the first cup of morning coffee is best enjoyed in silence. If you broke the rule and ended up with a fork in your eye or a broomstick up your, well, it was your own fault. I slid into my chair at the table and she plopped down in the one next to me, pulling Facebook up on her phone. While she flipped through her feed, I turned the events of the week over in my head. No matter how I looked at it, there were people more temperamentally disposed to kill Max than Larry, or even Joe, for that matter. By all accounts, Candy ruled the roost. Combine that with low motivation, and I just didn't see it. After several minutes and half a cup of coffee, she glanced at me. It's amazing how fast caffeine can work to make you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Okay, that may have been a little optimistic, but her eyes were open, and she no longer looked homicidal. We gotta hurry up and get the chores done. The guys are gonna be here in about an hour, she said. I flipped through my mental calendar, trying to remember why on earth they were coming, but I drew a blank. The only thing I could think of was the funeral, but it wasn't until 4 that afternoon. She rolled her eyes and huffed.
Cody's game.
Crap on a cracker, I said, giving myself a mental forehead slap. I forgot all about it. Since Max died, Cody had been coaching the team until they had a chance to find another head coach. We'd promised to go cheer for his kids, since it was their first game of the season, and we wanted to be there for moral support, too. I'm not sure who was more nervous, some of the boys or Cody. Let's get to it, then. We can always do stalls when we get home if we have to. I divided the rest of the pot of coffee between her to-go cup and mine, then added the requisite quarter bottle of creamer to hers. Since we'd slept in, the horses were rattling their buckets, kicking the stalls, and raising Cain in general. Being the way I am with coffee, I couldn't blame 'em for being cranky. I gave some extra pats and scratches along the way, but I made it quick. We turned them out and still had about a half hour before we had to get ready. Just enough time to knock out the stalls. Shelby kicked on the radio and we had them clean in no time. She swept while I emptied the last wheelbarrow load and took care of the chickens, and we high-fived and hip-bumped when we did it with 10 minutes to spare. There were only 15 eggs again this morning, I said. We had 20 chickens, so that was low. An average morning netted us at least 16 or 17. Sounds about right, she said. We've been coming up light almost every day, usually only by a couple, but enough to notice. None of the girls, meaning the hens, seem sickly, so I don't know what's up. I furrowed my brow. 15 eggs a day sounds like a lot, but when I'm baking, it doesn't take long to go through them, and I try not to buy store-bought if I don't have to. I've noticed some other weird stuff, too, she said, like the door to the feed room doesn't stick anymore. The saddle racks in the tack room don't wobble either. Not that I minded having things up and fix themselves, but things don't just up and fix themselves. I've been asked why I don't just magic everything fixed or finished. It doesn't work that way, for 2 reasons. First, magic is energy, and energy is finite. If I went around just waving my wrist and magicking things all day, I'd be exhausted by noon. Plus, with the way I like to eat, my ass would be the size of a house if the only thing I exercised was my wrist, high metabolism or not. So, who was fixing all of the little things wrong in the barn? And you haven't seen anything weird at all? She shook her head. No, but... The sound of a motorcycle broke the stillness of the morning and interrupted whatever she was going to say. I'd gotten so used to the sound that I could actually tell the difference between Cody's bike and Hunter's. That was Hunter's. Sure enough, he rounded the curve in the driveway a few seconds later, followed by a cloud of dust. He pulled up in front of the house and shut the motor off, then pulled off his helmet as he was leaning it over on the kickstand. "You're early," I said as he strode toward us. When he bent down to give me a peck, he smelled like soap and sun and the ocean. Nothing makes a girl feel pretty like standing there in her pajamas, smelling like a horse, when a good-looking man pulls up smelling like that. I am. He reached around to give Shelby a gentle shove on the shoulder. "Morning, sunshine." "Morning." She ran up the steps ahead of us, no doubt to jump in the shower and use all the hot water before I could get to it. I put on another pot of coffee and told Hunter to make himself at home while I hurried to my own shower, hoping to grab enough time to wash my hair before the water went cold. Even in the summer, the water out of our well was icy, great for drinking, not so much for showering. I was massaging the conditioner through my hair when I got the 2-minute warning. The water temperature dropped just a hair. I knew from experience I needed to finish up, and I barely made it. That last kick of cold water as I turned off the faucet woke me up and lit a fire under me to get ready. I was just brushing on some mascara when Addie popped into the room. I jumped and smeared the brush on my eyebrow. "Damn it, Addie! I almost poked my eye out, and what if I'd been naked?" She snorted. "Girl, I've seen more of you than you have. Why are you getting all gussied up for a ball game? Hurry it up. Shelby's getting antsy." "Tell her to hold her horses. I'm coming." And I'd hardly call putting on eyeliner and mascara getting gussied up, I said, wiping the black streaks off my eyebrow. I slicked on some cherry chapstick and pulled my wet hair through the hole in my ball cap, then thumped down the steps into the kitchen. Cody had shown up while we were getting ready, and now the three of them were sitting around the table, tearing through my blueberry cheesecake muffins like there was no tomorrow. "Honey," Hunter said, swallowing a mouthful of muffin, "these are amazing. Why don't you make these more often?" I smiled, plucking one out of the box for myself. "I make them all the time. You're just too hung up on the turnovers to try anything else." Cody popped the last bite of his muffin in his mouth and looked at the time on his phone. "We need to head out," he said, mouth full. "I have to be there in a half hour." He turned a little green now that time was getting so close. "Don't be so nervous," I told him. "You're gonna do great." He sighed. "I'm trying. It's just Chet Malcolm showed up yesterday and told me I was playing Kyle today or else." "Or else what?" Shelby asked, narrowing her eyes. He looked down. "I don't know. He just said he was playing. I don't want any trouble today. I just want the kids to have a good time." I didn't have to read Shelby's mind to know what she was thinking. Good old Chet would do well to mind his manners around somebody she cared about, unless he wanted to be reminded of them the hard way. Unless I missed my guess, she wouldn't be nearly as tactful as I had been. Chapter 22. Shelby and Cody took her car so they could stop by his place and pick up his equipment, and Hunter and I went on his bike. The first time I rode with him, I admit I was a little scared for the first 10 minutes or so. Then I realized how liberating it was, and I was hooked. Rayanne accuses me of being a buzzkill, and for her type of fun, I am. I don't have enough screws loose to jump out of an airplane or off a bridge. On the ground is another story. I love to go fast. Horses, cars, and now motorcycles. When I was a teenager, I got so many tickets because I couldn't keep my foot out of the floorboard that I almost lost my license. I had one of the fastest barrel horses in the state. Uncle Calvin had helped me soup up our go-kart. Then I grew up. Cal died, and Addie started to get old. I realized I had responsibilities and started slowing down. Then when Addie died, everything fell on my shoulders. If something happened to me, Shelby would have nobody. So I quit taking risks. Almost dying a couple of months ago had me rethinking all that. I was tired of living vanilla, and riding with Hunter on that bike was my way of dipping my toe back into the chunky monkey. I was working my way toward wanting one of my own, but wasn't quite ready to pull the trigger on it yet. I was enjoying the wind and the feel of the bike when we pulled into the ball-filled parking lot and was really warming up to the idea. It would be nice to ride beside Hunter and to be in control of that throttle. Just the idea made my heart speed up. Even though we were early, the lot was about half full. Folks around Keyhole were serious about their football, regardless of whether it was Pop Warner or the Falcons. Our high school games were always a main event on Fridays, and if UGA was playing, forget getting a seat at any sports bar around. We latched the helmets to the bike, then went in search of Shelby. She and Cody were setting up a canopy over some picnic tables. "I think he's good for her," I said, taking Hunter's hand as we crossed the field. "I think they're good for each other," he said. "Yeah, if it weren't for him, she'd never show up for lessons now that she's got full use of her magic." I shook my head. "She worries me because she doesn't take it seriously." 17-year-olds rarely take anything seriously, honey. I sighed. We'd had this discussion several times, and each time I ended up feeling like I was blowing things out of proportion. "It's not like she's blowing off a math quiz," I grumbled. He just squeezed my hand instead of saying anything since we'd arrived at the tables. "Need any help?" I asked them. Cody was pulling out some equipment and setting it on the picnic tables, and Shelby was arranging the cooler and solo cups. "Nope," Cody said. "I think we've got it." Kids started trickling in, and before I knew it, it was game time. Cody gave the kids a great pep talk, then sent them in for the coin toss after a huddle that ended in, "To the max." I tilted my head, curious. Cody said, "We always end the huddle that way. First, it started as a sort of hats off to Max. Then, it became the team mantra, do everything to the max. Today, it was a little of both." That was really sweet, and I wondered again at the differences in the Max I knew personally and the Max I was learning he'd been. I'm a people watcher by nature, and I was scanning the crowd, enjoying all the different emotions when Kyle Malcolm crossed my field of vision, trailing behind Daddy Dearest and wearing full pads. I elbowed Hunter and motioned toward him with my head. "What?" he said. I'd forgotten he hadn't the pleasure of meeting Chet yet, so I pointed him out. He was charging across the field with a full head of steam. Hunter pulled in a deep breath, then released it. "What did the kid get suspended for? Bullying?" "Yeah, and poor sportsmanship. He was heckling and refused to stop." He stood, but I put a hand on his arm. "You're doing the same thing I do with Shelby. This is going to be a learning experience for Cody, and in the eyes of this crowd, this is his space. He has control of it. Respect him and let him try to handle it before you step in." "He's only 17. "I know, but just let him try, okay?" Had I been thinking, I would have realized I was trying to keep a lid on the wrong person. Shelby was sitting facing out on the picnic bench, her elbows braced on the table behind her. I saw the exact moment she caught sight of Chet because she wriggled her fingers like Liberace warming up. I puffed out my cheeks, then released the breath as Chet stormed unwittingly toward his doom. My little sister was truly scary sometimes. Flynn witches are notoriously powerful, and I do mean notorious. But that's a great story for another time. But Shelby got an even healthier boost of juice than the rest of us. After my go-around with Chet at the restaurant, I was willing to let Shell have a go at him. I was confident now that she wouldn't do any damage, or confirm the community's suspicions about us, so watching him get a second helping would be an extra cherry on a great day. Cody was focusing on the coin toss, so he didn't catch sight of him until everything went silent and all eyes turned toward Chet. Oh, goody. He was going to get a public dressing down one way or the other. My day just got better. I opened the channel in my mind that linked me to Shelby and knocked politely. It's rude to just barge into somebody's melon. She glanced over at me and raised a brow. Don't be too obvious. We have a captive audience, and give Cody a chance to handle it himself first. She rolled her eyes. Pretty sure I know better than to stand up and heave lightning bolts up his butt. Give me some credit, sister. Don't guilt me for encouraging bad teenage witch behavior. She knew the difference between giving Chet a well-deserved comeuppance and blowing over little old ladies with a gust of laughing gas, though, to be fair, that might be funny in a safe environment. To make it clear, we had Cody's back. We moved over to sit beside Shelby at the picnic table. Chet steamrolled his way across the field, clutching a coffee cup in his hand and dragging his mini-me behind him. He stopped so close to Cody that the poor kid had to look up to meet his glare. "Kyle's here and ready to play," Chet growled, daring Cody to defy him. Cody pulled himself up to his full height, which still put him a couple of inches shy of the ogre, and met Chet's gaze without stepping back. "I'm sorry, Mr. Malcolm, but Coach Wheeler removed him from the roster for a good reason, and I'm standing by that." I was pretty sure at this point that Chet's head was going to explode right then and there. His face was all mottled, and he took a step back. They just stared at each other. Chet with rage, Cody with determination. For a couple of long seconds. Then Chet did something none of us expected him to do, right there, in the open. He pulled his arm back to backhand Cody. I figured for sure Shelby was going to blast him at that point, but Hunter put a hand on her arm and shook his head. "You stupid, disrespectful little son of a—" Cody ducked to the side just as Chet's hand would have made contact, then grabbed the bigger man's wrist and used his own momentum to throw him off balance. He landed right on his backside on the edge of the field, right where everybody could see him. He was speechless for about a second and a half before he started ranting and raving and spewing expletives so foul I hoped he didn't kiss his mama with that mouth. Kids were staring, and other coaches had made their way across the field to assist. Parents and miscellaneous bystanders had just gathered to watch a fight. Shelby made the shut-your-mouth gesture with her hand, cutting him off mid-rant. He tried to speak again, but remained mute. For the second time in a week, he found himself silenced, which I found funny. Either we were on the same wavelength, or shutting him up was a knee-jerk reaction of every person he came in contact with. He glared at me, but I just shrugged and gave him my "don't look at me" expression. Shelby's voice drifted into my head. "Here's how bad he is. I only cursed him to not be able to swear." Holy cow! The way he was silently flapping his jaws, it was a good thing she'd hit the mute button. Out of the corner of my eye, Kyle, who was no small kid, put his shoulder down and charged toward Cody while he had his back turned. I narrowed my eyes and glanced at Shelby. She was oblivious, smiling as Chet built pressure like a volcano, so I turned my attention back toward the kid. With a single swoosh of my finger toward his feet, I sent him ass over tea kettle and was satisfied to see him land flat on his back. He was trying, but failing to pull in a lungful of air, and I figured having the breath knocked out of him was the least of what he deserved for trying to catch a man in the back. Shelby was smiling like a cat that ate the cream and looking at our handiwork, Cody's included. Hunter pulled Chet up by the front of his shirt and started to Mirandize him. Chet must not have been as dumb as he looked, because he figured the spell out pretty quick this time around. He yanked his arm away and sneered. "This wouldn't even been an issue if Max Wheeler treated this like football instead of the ballet. All of that feel-good, everybody plays crap. The only thing that matters is winning." Hunter moved in again, telling him he was under arrest for assault and causing a public disturbance. I silently added on the charge of being a chronic D-bag. Chet meant to push him, but was shocked yet again when Hunter dodged him and caught hold of his thumb in the process. If you've never been in a position where somebody has a hold of you that way, let me tell you, they've got control of your whole body. Hunter pulled the hand with the thumb behind his back and yanked up, telling him to put his other hand behind him. He had to ask a couple of times, but the second time he jerked Chet's thumb up a little higher, which got him better results. Kyle had finally caught his breath and was pushing to his feet, so just for good measure, I wound my finger in a circle a few times in his direction so that his ankles were bound a foot or so apart. He could walk, but he wouldn't be going anywhere fast enough to do any harm. The second cuff snicked shut on Chet as Kyle hobbled over to his dad, who growled to Hunter. "I figure for sure with Goody-Goody Wheeler dead, this league would toughen up a little," he spat. "Should have known one little old toilet tank lid couldn't work a miracle." I was absorbing the implications of that statement when a flash of white bulging on his bicep beneath his thin red and white checkered shirt caught my eye. I'd have never noticed it if the fabric wasn't straining because of the odd angle. "Hold up," I said as Hunter led him off the field. I jogged to catch up, then looked closer. It was definitely a bandage. "What'd you do to your arm, Chet?" I asked, watching his face for his reaction. "What's it to you, you red-headed freak show?" That earned him an extra jerk to his thumb from Hunter, which made me smile. "The lady asked you a question, and I'd like an answer." "I don't have to tell you jack," Chet said, spitting to the side. "For all it matters to you, I cut myself shaving." "If it were on your leg, I'd believe that," I said. He lunged at me again. Hunter let go of his thumb, but he kept hold of the cuffs. Chet lunged so hard that he almost jerked his own shoulders out of socket. I stepped back out of the way and let Hunter do his thing. One of the deputies was there in his squad car because his kid was playing, so Hunter escorted Chet to it. He'd only pay a fine, but at least he wouldn't be back to ruin the game. With people like that, the public humiliation was way worse than any legal problems anyway, and he and his hellion had both gotten a good dose of that. When we climbed back up to sit on the picnic table, a splash of white in the green caught my eye. I grinned and pointed it out to Hunter when I realized it was Chet's coffee cup. "Looks like you have your DNA sample after all." He bent over and gave me a peck, grinning. "Even when you're not being a witch, you still manage to be magical." I don't know which was worse, the mushy corniness of it, or the fact that I thought it was sweet. Cody's team lost, but by a respectable margin, which I thought was good, considering they'd lost their head coach. I was also surprised to learn during the gathering after the game that many of the kids had looked to Max as a father figure. The man was an enigma. Chapter 23. We got home around 2, just in time to get ready for Max's funeral. If you've never ridden to a funeral with the deceased sitting beside of you, I'd recommend leaving it off your bucket list. He drifted between surly and macabre, and then back again.
"I hope she didn't decide to put me in no monkey suit," he said, scowling. "I hate them things. Always binding up any time you try to move."
Hunter nodded. "I know, man, they're stupid hot. How come women get to wear light, breezy dresses or pantsuits, but we get stuck under at least 2 layers of cotton and polyester when we have to dress up?" Max nodded.
"And I hope she didn't get one of them stupid caskets with the overstuffed lid."
He continued to whine.
"You know, the ones with the buttons in 'em that make 'em look like a headboard in a 70s porn video."
Seriously?
No, I don't know what the headboards in 70s porn videos look like, and I don't want to know either.
And besides, what do you care what you're wearing or what your casket looks like? Need I remind you? It's not like you have to wear the suit or spend a lucid eternity in the casket anyway. He huffed and turned toward Hunter.
"Is she always like that? If she is, you may want to keep looking. That's not going to get any better with age."
I glared at him. I've never actually thought about doing an exorcism, but I'm about ready to start the research.
"See, boy, that's what I'm talking about,"
Max said, motioning toward me with his thumb.
"I'd be thinking long and hard if I was you."
"Nah, she's all right," Hunter said. I rolled my eyes. "Gee, thanks, honey." "She's just had a lot going on lately." I twisted toward them in my seatbelt. "Since when are you two bosom buddies? Yesterday, you referred to each other as numbnuts and that crotchety old bat." "I think we're just calling a truce for today," Hunter said before I could finish. Fine. I faced back forward, and we rode in blessed silence for a while. "Do you think the murderer's gonna show up?" I asked, without thinking. Hunter ran his fingers through his hair and scratched the back of his neck. "I'd think there was a good chance of it, if we didn't already have him in custody." Max, who had been lucid longer than normal, scratched his whiskers.
"Do killers really do that?"
Hunter shrugged. "Sometimes. Depends on why they killed you." He turned on his right blinker and pulled into the parking lot of Blake's Funeral Home and Monuments, or Blake's Countertops, if you pulled around to the other side of the building. That may sound like an odd combination, but if you think about it, it's logical. After all, we had our share of deaths and kitchen remodels, but not really enough of either to make a living off of individually. And they both required marble, so it was an economical combination. I glanced around the lot as Hunter drove to the far end, my eyes roving over every vehicle there. No white SUV or silver Impala. There was a better turnout than what I thought there'd be. Lots of clients from the business. And then there were the families of kids he'd coached over the years. It kind of gave me new, if grudging, respect for him. I turned to him. "Are you sure you want to go in there?" He nodded, but looked pale. That whole thing about ghosts being pale is a bit of a misnomer. They're translucent and have the slightest silvery shimmer, but for the most part, they look like they did in life. And right now, he looked about like what I'd expect a man getting ready to view his own body might. "I reckon I can't look any worse than I did the last time I saw myself," he said. I couldn't argue there. The last time he'd caught sight of himself, he'd been sprawled on the floor of his shop with some of what should have been on the inside of his head knocked to the outside. Hunter turned the truck off, and as we walked toward the entrance, he pulled the legs of his pants down and twisted a little bit for a couple of steps. "See," Mac said, "they bind." "Let's just go inside already," I said, rolling my eyes. If I had to live through another 60 seconds of male bonding over the discomforts of dress pants, they were going to get the rundown on high heels, pantyhose, and bras. I'd win that argument girdles down. Before Hunter had a chance to open one of the double doors, I stopped. "Max, it would probably be best if you stayed invisible to anybody but us. Folks tend to trip out a little when a man shows up for his own funeral." Max dipped his head. "You're probably right. I'll stay out of sight." The inside of the building had that same feeling of respectful sorrow that every funeral home had, except the Blake brothers weren't that great at being the dour-faced doormen that I'd had the misfortune of experiencing at funerals in other towns. You know, those ones who have the permanent look of pitiful mourning on their faces. I know it's meant to be respectful, and that jovial laughter right out of the gate wouldn't set the right tone, but I just don't understand why they have to look sad. Why not warm? A smile goes a long way when you're sad, but those hound dog faces at most funeral homes make me want to cry even if I don't know the person very well. The only thing I can figure is they don't know where genuine empathy ends and contrived pity begins. Now, the Blake brothers? Those boys know how to throw a funeral. They greet you at the door, but they shake your hand and welcome you in much the same way a Baptist preacher does on Sunday. The only difference with them is they don't hide the fact that there's always an open bottle of Jameson behind the coffee filters in the escape room. Though, to be fair, that cabinet isn't always unlocked. Some funerals just don't need the inhibition-stripping effects of alcohol thrown on flames for various reasons. We made our way through the receiving line where Emily was standing beside the casket. I just bent down to hug her when Max wore a blue streak. "I can't believe she actually put me in a damned monkey suit." I uttered my condolences, wishing for one of those ghost traps from Ghostbusters, because I swear, if he said one thing about the casket, I would have sucked him up. "Knock it off," a harsh voice whispered. I looked over to see Coralie with her hand on the edge of the coffin, quietly but forcefully giving Max what for, while appearing to have her last earthly conversation with his body. She was one of the few folks with no magical gifts who could see ghosts all the time. She said it was because she didn't judge somebody by their living status. That was as good an explanation as any, I guess. "This day ain't about you, you old goat. It's about Emily and the kids and the other people who care about you. What do you care what she dressed that empty shell in? It's not like you're standing there now in your current state with little Max and the twins all bound up. Quit whining. At least she didn't pick one of those fluffy 70s porn-style caskets for you." Wow, apparently I'm just in the wrong generation. But I'd never thought casket shopping would have so many gopher holes. Yet another reason to be cremated. Since Coralie was babysitting Max, I grabbed a cup of coffee and commandeered a corner so I could watch who came and went, and Hunter joined me. According to Bobby Sue, Max's daughter and her husband were in town, but I didn't know what they looked like. There wasn't anybody with Emily, so I assumed they either weren't there or were outside. I was surprised by how many people of all ages showed up, and the more I listened, the more I understood just how not crusty he was, no matter how hard he worked to maintain the facade. I'd heard snippets of several stories telling how he'd helped one kid or another, both small ways and large. It seemed that he and Emily had even fostered a few kids throughout the years, a fact that was so incongruous with my image of him that I had a hard time reconciling. From all accounts, he was a good father, regardless of whether the kid shared his blood or just his roof. I'd made it 3/4 of the way through my cup of coffee when Joe Sneed walked into the reception room, felt hat in hand, and made his way to Emily. She started crying when she saw him, and he wrapped her up in a hug, looking almost as torn up as she did. I tried to look for a bandage, but he was wearing a suit jacket, so that was a no-go. I nudged Hunter and pointed him out. "Look how upset he looks. Does that look like a guilty man to you?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe he's that upset because he likes Emily and feels bad for putting her through this. Or maybe he really did like Max and killed him in a moment of rage and regrets it now." I pressed my lips together. There was no point in debating it with him. After talking with Emily for a few minutes, he stood over Max and took his hat off. I stepped a little closer, hoping to hear any parting words. "You old dog, I can't believe you went before me, and I'm sorry I couldn't do more about it." He started genuinely crying. "I'm so sorry about that danged boat. If I could just have one do-over." He paused to pat down the few straggling tendrils of hair that he had left, then put his hat back on. Max appeared over the coffin, looking a little sad as Joe cleared his throat and continued. "Well, I suppose I'd probably still sell it to you. I'd just lock my garage." He smiled and pulled out his hanky to wipe his eyes. "It's what you get for selling me that old mower you hobbled together. I didn't even mow half my yard before it broke down." He sniffed and wiped his eyes again, then patted Max's hand. "Hope you found greener pastures, my friend." Yeah, like the ones at my house, I thought. My cynicism melted at the expression on Max's face, and I turned to look at Hunter. He had his brows drawn together when he looked at me, but I couldn't tell what he was thinking. He quirked up one side of his mouth, but his eyes were sad. "You crooked old coot, I'm going to miss you," he said. "Oh, come on," I said, in an attempt to cheer him up once Joe had walked away. I turned to pretend I was admiring one of the big bouquets so people wouldn't see my lips moving and think I was talking to myself. I had to say something, though. I felt bad because he looked so down in the mouth. "If you stick around, you can still see him." "Yeah, but I've been thinking about that. I don't know if I want to stay around or not. As much as I want to, it don't seem natural. I think I may just stick it out till you find out who killed me. Then head on to those greener pastures Joe was just talking about." "That's all on you," I said, sniffing a particularly pretty lily. "You can do whatever you want, or at least that's what Sherry Lynn says. She said it feels optional, like she can go whenever she wants." "Yeah, that about sums it up." What did he mean when he said he wished he could have done more about it? He scowled at me. "How am I supposed to know what a crazy old coot rambles about?" "Geez, okay, no need to get your knickers all twisted." There was a little too much bluster in his words, but he turned away before I could question him further. I saw a couple of groups of people that looked familiar to me and started to ask him who they were, but then 3 men and a woman joined Emily at the front of the room. "Hey, Max, are those your kids?" "Yeah," he said, smiling with pride before he started to flicker. "That's my daughter, Louise." I sighed as he looked at his watch, uttered his phrase, then popped out. At least he was able to hang around long enough to see most of his funeral. I, on the other hand, learned nothing, unless you count the fact that my belief in Joe's innocence was now rock solid. Maybe Larry Huffman did do it, or maybe it was the fired foreman, Basil Bennett. The only thing I knew for sure was that it wasn't Joe. Why couldn't murders around this town just be easy, or even limited to cheating spouses offing one another like it used to be? Ah, the good old days. Chapter 24. The next morning, I was sitting in the swing on the shady part of the porch, drinking a cup of coffee and shooting the breeze with Donkey Max, when somebody in a newer model truck rumbled up the driveway, driving like his tail feathers were on fire. I squinted to read the sign on the door through the dust it was kicking up. Jackson Construction. The idea of uninvited guests who interrupted what amounted to my morning meditation didn't give me the warm and fuzzies, so I didn't bother to get up. I waited with my feet up on the railing until a guy a little taller and a lot broader than me stepped out. I stood, coffee still cupped in my hands. The smooth boards of the porch were a little cool on my bare feet. Nights were starting to get a bit chilly as summer faded, turning the leaves of my oak trees brilliant colors. They wouldn't be that way for long, and I felt another surge of irritation. The only time it was okay to show up to a stranger's house unannounced was if somebody was dead or they'd won that giant check from Publishers Clearinghouse I mentioned earlier. He came within a few feet of the porch and looked up at me. "I'm looking for Noelle Flynn. You her?" I squinted at him. "Who's asking?" "I'm Bo Jackson, of Jackson Construction." "Okay. I'm Noelle. What can I do for you, Mr. Jackson?" "One of my crew chiefs came out and gave you an estimate on a pool and deck a couple of months ago." I waited for him to say more, but he was straining his neck and trying to see into the backyard. When he couldn't, he looked around the front yard and porch, as if he were looking for things that needed fixed, or more accurately, things he could convince me needed fixed. I liked him even less than I'd liked his crew chief, and that was saying something. "What about it?" I narrowed my eyes. Something was squirrely. "Well, I figured I'd follow up," he said, still looking around. I cocked a brow. "You personally follow up on every bid you or your crew puts out there? Seems like a waste of valuable time, especially since I called and told you I was going with another contractor." A flash of that good old boy irritation flickered across his face before he could mask it with a snake-oil smile. "Ew. I don't usually follow up, ma'am, no. But in this case, I saw in your notes that you'd decided to go with Wheeler instead of me." "All right. So now I'm even more confused. You know I went with another company, and you're following up? That makes no sense." "It does when I know your entire project is on hold because the owner of that company is dead." That was disgusting and underhanded, even by local standards. And honestly, with the way the town had been run until recently, that was saying something. "That's pretty ballsy of you. What makes you think Emily won't have it up and running soon? I have no reason to switch contractors mid-project. I've spent hours just picking out tiles. I'd rather not have to repeat that." He scoffed. "Emily Wheeler doesn't know anything about this business. All she did was lean back and spend the money. And Max fired his foreman before he got brained. She ain't got a chance." I crossed one ankle over the other and leaned my shoulder against the porch post. "And so you're going around to all Max's current jobs and poaching them one day after he's in the ground." He scowled. "It ain't like that." "It looks exactly like that to me. Wheeler Construction made it impossible to make a decent living around here in this business. He undercut all of us to the point that we can't bid any lower. I don't know how he did it, but that had to be how he was getting so many of the jobs we all bid on. Maybe now the rest of us will have a chance." Interesting. He just climbed a notch on my list of possible suspects. Just so you know, I didn't choose Wheeler because they were cheaper. The bid was lower than yours, but not by much. A couple $100. I chose them because he said he could start immediately and have it done within a reasonable time. And even with this setback,
Wheeler will still have it done before the date your man quoted me." This time, he didn't make an effort to hide his contempt. "You'll be calling before the month is out. By then, I'll be so busy, you'll have to pay a rush fee if you want that job finished." "Mister, you were in the running if Emily decided to dissolve the business, but after today, I'd rent a backhoe and fill it back in myself if you were my only option, which, by the way, you're not. Good day, Mr. Jackson." I jerked my chin toward his truck. "You're going to regret this." "Is that a threat? Because I don't take kindly to threats." He curled his lip in a contemptuous smile. "What are you going to do about it? I've heard the rumors about your family, and I don't believe a word of it." I gave him my witchiest smile. "You don't have to believe it." The smirk slipped a bit, and he got back in the truck, spinning gravel as he did. Just for fun, I threw some of it back. Chapter 25. I sat back down on the porch swing and wrapped my hands around my now cold coffee and absently warmed it back up while I considered what had just happened, especially as it related to Max. "Not that I care, but it seems that you just found another suspect in your newest little caper," Max said. "Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing." "Why does it matter to you who killed him?" That was a valid question. "I don't know," I said, after thinking about it for a few seconds. I didn't know the guy or his family, but what am I supposed to do when the guy shows up dead and asks for help, even if it is in one of the most backhanded ways I could imagine? "He didn't ask for your help. He came for your boy toy." Max went to the porch post and rubbed a shoulder against it. "This is one of the worst things about not having hands," he said, as he shoved his nose in the air and curled his lip in donkey pleasure. "Or being able to reach all of your body parts, for that matter." I rolled my eyes. Yeah, that's definitely the worst part that I could think of. To me, it seemed that rather than winding up, things are more complicated, I said as I pushed him away from the railing. There are people galore who had plenty of motive and more than enough anger issues to follow through, I told him. He just grunted in response and shook, sending dust and fur into a cloud around him. I covered my coffee cup and turned my head. "Do you mind?" He ignored me and meandered away to find a sunny spot to sleep in. Apparently, our quality time was over. "Yeah, good chat. Thanks," I called. "No problem," he said, as he started to circle. I could never figure out if sarcasm was lost on him or if he just chose to ignore it if he wasn't the one using it. I took a sip of my coffee and gazed out into the pasture, the lazy swishes of the horses' tails hypnotizing me a little. Hunter was convinced it was Larry. To be fair, he seemed to be the obvious choice. I mean, having motive, roughly the same amount of money as was missing from the safe, and being at the crime scene. Yeah, open and shut. I sighed. Maybe I was making a big fuss about nothing. Plus, Chet was at the scene of the crime, too. Hunter was questioning him today. My phone alarm interrupted my musings, and I shoved it all to the back of my mind to think about later. I was working the lunch shift for Bobby Sue because this was one of the many days that Miss Ditz had listed as a no-go for the week. It must be nice to be able to put work at the bottom of the priority list. I made it to work in plenty of time to prep and was glad to see that Earl had finally gotten around to leveling out the picnic table legs in the patio area. I was getting a little tired of cleaning up spills that happened just because somebody shifted their weight and bounced the table. Last time I worked, the top board had come loose on one and pinched my finger. When I went back to get the sauces out of the walk-in, I tossed a thank you over my shoulder to Earl. "For what?" he asked, looking up from the pork shoulder he was shredding. "For fixing the outside tables. They were killing me." He looked at me perplexed. "I didn't fix no tables. I've been meaning to, but ain't got around to it yet."
I furrowed my brow. Then who did it? Because they're fixed. He frowned and washed his hands, then went out to see. I motioned to them. That one over there had a board completely loose on the top. These three, I pointed to the ones I'd arranged toward the back where people only sat when it was busy, were crazy wobbly. He bent down and examined the legs of those, shaking them to test their sturdiness. Looking closer, there were fresh slivers of wood affixed to 2 of the legs on each one, shimming them so they were sturdy. Earl stood up, took his grubby bulldog's cap off, and scratched his head. That don't make no sense. My thoughts drifted to the feed room door and the saddle racks, and I told him about it. So we got a fixer-upper fairy floating around doing good deeds? He drew his brows together. I don't buy it. No such thing as free. I had to agree with him there. What do you think's going on? What's in it for them? I can't say, but I guarantee there's an angle. We just ain't seen it yet, he said, slapping his hat back on and ambling back toward the kitchen. I had a couple of businessmen come in early for a quick bite, then was a little surprised when Emily walked in with 4 other people, 3 men and a woman. I recognized Darren from Fancy's, so I assumed the others were her son, daughter, and son-in-law. Hey, Emily, I said, my gaze roaming over the rest of her crew. Darren showed no sign that he recognized me, but I wasn't surprised. I don't think he looked at anything other than the beer bottle the entire time Anime and I were in there. Hi, Noelle. It's good to see you again. Yeah, it is, though I'm sorry we've gotten to know each other for the reasons we have. She shrugged. Things happen for a reason, I suppose. She turned her attention to the people with her. Noelle, this is my daughter Louise, and my sons, Scott and Darren. And this, she pointed to a shy-looking man about the same age as the rest of them, is my son-in-law, Jared. I nodded. Pleased to meet y'all. Take a seat wherever you want. I followed them with menus and took their drink orders. While I was in the waitress station getting their drinks, Max popped in. I think I know where you can find Basil Bennett, he said. Fabulous! Where? If we could run him to ground, that would be just lovely. He has an old fishing cabin on the other side of the lake. It was his grandpappy's. He gave me directions, local style, by using landmarks, then turned to look into the dining room and gasped. Emily and Scott and Louise are here. Is that Louise's new husband with her? I looked at him like he was nuttier than squirrel poop, because obviously he was. I'd think you'd know that better than me, I told him as I turned to look at the table. He shook his head, not taking his eyes off of them. No, I wouldn't. We were on the outs. She moved to Atlanta over a year ago and met him when she was working at one of them fancy coffee shops. He convinced her to elope to Las Vegas without even meeting us first. I could see where that would piss him off. Keyhole is a little behind the times when it comes to things like that. Well, everything. But especially family. I wasn't afraid to break tradition with most of the archaic stuff, but when it came to that kind of thing, I was a little old-fashioned too. You had to at least try to make good with the relatives. Max hadn't been asked for his official stamp of approval, but I was still surprised he'd hold a grudge that long after what I'd heard about him and his kids. Okay, so you didn't approve of the method, and I can't say as I blame you, but a year? He floated around until his back was to them and looked down, ashamed. I flew off the handle. Then she did, because she's just got my temper, and things just kind of snowballed from there. Now I'll never get the chance to tell her I love her. I glanced at him sideways and was shocked to see he was crying. The man continued to surprise me. I turned back to them. They were an incongruous lot. Scott was dressed well in khakis, and carried himself with the air of somebody successful and comfortable in his own skin. Emily, Louise, and Jared were wearing faded jeans and casual shirts that screamed working class. Darren wasn't at the table right then for comparison, but was dressed similarly to Scott. The major differences was that his clothes were obviously Walmart rather than LL Bean. I took them their drinks, then took their order, and when I came back, Max was still there. The waterworks had dried up, which I was glad to see. He floated behind me and watched me tap the order into the computer.
In my day, waitresses just used a pad and pen. Didn't need none of them newfangled computers to place orders or tell 'em how much to charge.
What do you mean in your day? You've only been dead like 10 minutes. Not much has changed in that time.
You know what I mean, he snapped, and if you don't mind leaving out the dead comments, that'd be swell. Now, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I meant when I was young. Smart Alec. Emily waitressed out at the diner for a spell back when we first got married. I was just getting our business started, and we needed all the money we could get just to pay the bills. We didn't use those fancy plastic diapers neither.
He watched his wife and kids for a few minutes, then turned back to me while I was making tea. Darren still wasn't back, but the rest of them seemed at ease with each other, even though there was a sadness to them.
Anyway, he said, you figured out who did me in yet?
I shook my head. Hunter's locked in that it's Larry Huffman, but it just doesn't feel right to me. I stacked some appetizer plates and silverware on my tray.
Yeah, I just came from seeing numbnuts. Boy, for being educated, he sure don't have much people smarts.
He frowned.
Says he's exploring all avenues, but that's a crock and you and I both know it. He's still burning daylight, hassling Joe, too. Apparently it's gonna be up to you.
I sighed and shook my head. Well, yay. Just what I want to do. Piss off the best guy I've found in forever so I can go chasing after suspects when he's already got a perfectly good one. I did that last time and he didn't speak to me for days. Thanks, but I'll pass. I didn't see the need to tell him about my visit from Larry's mom just yet. Just as I was about to go to the back to make salads, something clattered to the floor behind me. I turned, and there stood Louise, white as a sheet. Daddy? Max floated over to her.
Sweet pea? You can see me?
She just nodded, mouth agape. I looked over her shoulder to see if the family was paying attention and was thankful that they weren't. Darren was back and sliding into the booth, and they were talking to him. I pulled her farther into the waitress station behind the wall that separated it from the dining room. I'm just gonna leave you two alone. I turned to walk away, but stopped. It's none of my business, but you may want to meet up somewhere else if you're going to tell your mom about this, I told her. In my experience, folks don't always take it well the first time they realize ghosts are a thing. That, and I really didn't want that level of drama in the dining room where anybody could walk in off the street at any moment. Again, the whole ghost hunters tangle. I went out to entertain the rest of the family while Max and Louise caught up. She came back a few minutes later, her eyes red. I made it a point to catch her eye and look pointedly at her mom. She just gave me a tiny shake of her head. Emily saw she'd been crying and scooted over so she could sit back down, then put her arm around her. Oh, sweet pea, come here. I miss him too. Her eyes misted over and she pulled her daughter closer. I took that as my cue to leave. After I made the salads and took them out, another table came in, and I got busy for a few minutes, during which time Max disappeared. Bobby Sue came out to get a glass of water while I was pouring a Coke and glanced into the dining room. You know that's Max's kin, right? She asked, motioning toward their table. Yeah, Ray and I went out to the shop with Emily to look for the safe and pick up his ledgers, so we met. Plus, Max just showed up and ran into Louise. I told her about the incident and then about the receipts Emily found. She pinched her lips together, thinking, I didn't know him well enough to judge whether or not he was the type to step out. Didn't hear any rumors about it, but that don't mean anything, especially if he was taking it out of town. It sure would be good if Max could remember. She rubbed her chin. Or if there was a way to tell if he was lying. That mind stuff of yours don't work on ghosts, does it? No, it doesn't. I shook my head. Scott and Louise look like her, I said, watching them interact. What was the deal with Darren? How did he end up with them? His daddy ran off when he was a baby, and his mama died of cancer when he was still in grade school, if memory serves. She drained half her water glass, then filled it up again. Tell Emily lunch is on the house and offer her my condolences. I'd like to say Bobby Sue was a s'more, all crunchy on the outside, but gooey on the inside. But that's not exactly accurate. She was more like a Tootsie Pop, hard as nails on the outside, but gooey and chocolatey on the inside, unless you tried to bite into her. Then she'd rip your fillings out. Chapter 26. I thought it would be slow since it was a weekday, but I forgot that it was the final day of the fishing tournament. It wasn't crazy, but I made decent money. By 3, business had slowed to a trickle, and Sarah came in to replace me. Since it had been slow after 2 o'clock or so, I had all of her prep work done for her. Bobby Sue came out to take a break with us. So, how are things going for the Labor Day party? Sarah asked. Every year, Bobby Sue and Earl put on 3 big shindigs, the 4th of July, Labor Day, and New Year's. Labor Day is a more laid-back party because most of the tourists are gone and there are no other big events held around the same time. They don't charge for any of them, but do take donations, and all of those go to local veterans groups and pet rescues. Like I said, Tootsie Pop. They're going, she said, leaning back in the booth and propping her feet up. Everything's done. All I gotta do is get the side stuff and paper goods and find one more band. She sucked in a breath and put her palm to her forehead, groaning. Lord have mercy, the bands. I'd contracted Wheeler Construction to rebuild the stage, she said. Some of the boards are rotting through and I can't use it as is. She ran her tongue over her teeth. Fan-freaking-tastic. Now what? Emily told us she was going to get the business back up and running, I said. Yeah, but how long is that going to take? I ain't got but a couple weeks to get that done. That I can't say, I replied. Soon, though, I hope, because right now I have a giant mosquito magnet in my backyard. I shot the bull with them for a few more minutes, then headed over to Brew to see Ray. It was just about time for her to close up, and we were going to hang out at my place. When I got there, she was finishing up the paperwork in her office, so I made myself a triple lively latte, careful to clean up the mess when I was done. After pulling a cream cheese Danish out of the case, I plopped down in one of the chairs by the window. Just as I was getting comfortable, my phone dinged with a text. H, just wanted to let you know that Joe's wallet turned up in the mailbox today, just like the ones I was telling you about. N, does that mean that he's off the suspect list? There was a long pause before he answered. H, I don't know. It means I can't say for sure that he was lying about being in Atlanta. That's as far as I'm going for now. I sighed. That was better than nothing, I supposed. We really needed to catch that kid. People watching is one of my favorite pastimes, so I sat there, enjoying my pastry and coffee, watching the world go by. I'd just settled in and relaxed when a familiar, shaggy redhead passed right by the window. He bumped into a man in a suit, though not nearly as hard as he had me. I narrowed my eyes and flicked my finger to tie his shoelaces together as I jumped to my feet and bolted out the door. The little thief tripped, and I snagged him by the scruff of the neck before he could recover. I fished the guy's wallet out of his pocket, daring him to holler. "Excuse me, sir?" I called to the man, but he just kept walking, oblivious to everything but whoever was on his cell phone. I grabbed the rugrat's wrist and dragged him behind me as I chased the guy down. In a few yards, I managed to touch his sleeve, and he turned to me. "Yes?" "You drop your wallet back there," I said, then smiled sweetly down at the brat. "Oliver here found it and wanted to make sure you got it back." The boy glared at me, but I pinched the inside of his scrawny arm where my fingers overlapped. "Didn't you, Oliver?" "Yeah," he said, through his teeth, giving the man a tight smile. "Good thing for you she came along. I tripped over my shoelaces and might not have caught up to you to give it back." The man flipped it open and beamed when he saw that everything was still there. "Thank you, young man." He pulled out a 20 and handed it to Oliver. "Thank you for being honest enough to give it back. That's rare these days." The heathen smiled at him and snatched the 20 before I could politely decline for him. "It was my pleasure, sir. Thank you." The guy went on his merry way, and once he was out of sight, the brat kicked me in the shin in an attempt to escape. When I still held on, he tried to bite me. "Knock it off," I barked, barely dodging his teeth again. Fortunately, we lived in a spare-the-rod environment where it was still considered bad form to let your kids bite you or carry on like heathens in public, so nobody gave us a passing glance. "What's wrong with you? If you bite me, I'm biting you back, just so you know. Now, where's my wallet? It's a pain to replace all that crap, and I want it back." He just glowered at me, but kept his lips pinched shut. "Okay, fine," I told him, dragging him back toward Brew. "This is how you want to roll? I can do that. I happen to be dating the sheriff. I know you stole mine, and I just saw you steal that guy's, too." I slipped my phone out and pulled Hunter's number with one hand, never letting go of the boy in the process. "No, wait," he said as all the color drained from his face. "Don't call the law. I'll give you yours back. I have to go get it, though." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, because I'm an idiot. I was born at night, but not last night." "Fine," he said, drawing his brows together. "You'll have to take me to where I'm staying to get it, though." I shrugged. "I'm good with that. I have a few things to say to your parents anyway." He mumbled something under his breath, but by that time, we were in front of the shop. My purse was still inside, so I pulled him in with me. Rayanne raised a brow when we came in. "You know, sugar, having kids ain't like fishing. You don't just go out and catch one." "Very funny," I said. "Ray, meet the little punk who filched my wallet." I held his wrist out to her. "Hang on to the little heathen and don't let him escape. I gotta get my purse and keys. Oh, and he bites." "Only once he will," she said. She took his wrist and I went behind the counter and reached around to pull my purse off her desk. "What's your name?" she asked. Silence. "Call him Oliver," I said. "That's the name I picked for him." "Here's the thing," she said. "See that whole case of pastries over there and the soda machine? Tell me your name, and you can eat and drink as much as you please. Or you can try to out-stubborn me, but I got a whole lot more practice than you. We'll be here till the cows come home." Roy, a retired farmer who spent most every afternoon at Brew playing chess with one of the other old-timers, agreed. "You may as well tell her, son. She ain't lying about out-stubborning you. I've known her since she was knee-high to a grasshopper. A mule ain't got nothing on her." Rayanne grinned. It was a source of pride for her, then turned her gaze back down to the little hellcat, her expression expectant. He scowled at her, but she just stared him down. "Justin," he finally said. "Justin? Justin what?" "Pauline.
Justin Poling.
And why, Justin Poling, do you reckon it's okay to go out and steal from other people? You look all of what? 10?
I'm 15, I'll have you know,
he said, with all the outrage of a rookie liar. I shook my head. Oh, for crying out loud, if you're 15, then I'm a monkey's uncle. And, whatever, there's no way you're 15. I'll let it pass for now, Ray said, giving him a push toward a table. Go sit down. What kind of pastry and Coke do you want? He eyed the front door, calculating his odds. Ray waggled a finger at him and pointed to the case. I'd hate for your shoelaces to get tangled again. Pick something or I'll choose for you. Finally, he picked a blueberry cream cheese Danish and a Dr. Pepper and settled at a table. I heard his stomach rumble all the way across the room. Now that I wasn't so focused on his sticky fingers, I took in the rest of him. He was short, not even 5 feet tall yet, and weighed maybe 80 pounds soaking wet. His clothes were faded, and his jeans were frayed at the bottom. The only reason they stayed up was because he was wearing a belt that almost wrapped around his waist twice. His shirt was way too big, too. I started to do math in my head. Ratty clothes that were too big for him, stealing, empty belly, past due for a haircut. Along with meals, he was missing at least a mama, and maybe even a dad. I was curious to see where he was staying. While he was eating, I made myself a cup of coffee. Just out of curiosity, how many wallets do you have at your house? He narrowed his eyes at me.
Only a few. I don't steal, 'cept to eat.
Have you ever bothered just asking somebody for something to eat? Ray snapped. She had 0 tolerance for a thief.
Sure, like that would work,
he scoffed, then took a huge bite of Danish. Ray looked pointedly at the pastry in his hand.
Fine, but I don't need charity.
He tossed the Danish down on his plate in a show of rebellion, but picked it back up after a few seconds. Apparently, the Danish was worth more than his dignity at that point. But stealing from others is perfectly acceptable in your book. He huffed like only a kid on his way to being a teenager could.
Eating is perfectly acceptable in my book. When you beg, you're beholden to somebody.
He swizzled his straw around in his soda and concentrated awful hard on the bubbles.
I'd rather have a job, but I ain't old enough, he muttered.
And why is it that a 10-year-old is out scavenging for meals anyway? She asked, assessing him as I had. He concentrated on the food and ignored her. I didn't want to feel sorry for this kid, but I almost couldn't help it. Finish eating, and I'll take you to your place so you can get my wallet. Chapter 27. Rayanne locked the shop, then jingled the keys nervously. You sure you don't want me to come with you? Nah, I told her. We won't be but a few. I'll meet you at the house in a half hour. Okay, she said, not looking convinced. Come on, Ray. I'm just taking him to his place so I can get my wallet. Stop being a worrywart. She shook her head but got in her car. If you're not home in 45, I'm sending the cavalry. Please do, I said, as we climbed into my truck. He directed me to a shabby house on the outskirts of town, almost across the tracks on the east side. Keyhole fits pretty much every stereotype of a small town that you can imagine, right down to having a wrong side of the tracks. In our case, it's literal. A set of tracks separates the northeast corner of the town from the rest of Keyhole Lake. The area is seedy and reeks of desperation and wasted lives. When I pulled to the crumbling curb, the faded curtain covering a picture window swayed. Rather than getting right out, Justin took a few deep breaths, then looked at me with eyes older than his years. Wait here, he said. Ain't no need for you to go in. I started to object, but for the first time since I'd met him, he looked beaten. Just please wait here, okay? Hopefully I won't be long. He climbed out of the truck and trudged up the crackled sidewalk. When he reached the stop, the door opened, and a bony arm poked out and snatched him by his upper arm, yanking him inside. I could hear yelling, even through the closed door. I hesitated for a minute, loath to interfere in family business. Just as I was about to shove the door open and go butt my nose in, Max popped in, frowning.
"Have you gone and talked to—"
He stopped when he heard the loud voice and language coming from the house.
"You just gonna sit there like a lump on a log and let her do that?"
"No," I snapped. "If you must know, I was just going in. I don't know what the story is, but it's not right." I pushed out of the truck and headed up the walk, magic pulling in my fingers. I glanced at the houses on either side. Curtains were pulled back just enough to form peepholes, but I didn't see any shotguns pointed my way. Sherry Lynn chose that minute to pop in, then whistled. "Sugar, you sure do know how to pick your battles. This ain't no place to let your guard down, even if you have magic. I'm going in with you to watch your back." "Let's do it, then." When I pounded on the door, the yelling ceased, and I heard the chain slide on the door. A scrawny woman with hawkish features opened the door, sneering as she looked me over.
"You're on the wrong side of town, ain't you, princess?"
I drew in a deep breath and bit back a retort. "Are you Justin's mom?" She snorted.
"Oh, hell no. I'm just fostering him 'cause he's too old for any family to want him for permanent. Check's good, though."
"Is that so?" I asked. Had she known me, she would have recognized the tone and knew that she was about to grab the wrong end of a rattlesnake.
"Yeah, that's so,"
she said, putting her hands on her bony hips and mocking me. I stepped right into her bubble, forcing her to take several steps backwards into the house. I stared her dead in the eye, serious as a heart attack. "You need to think through the next few seconds real careful-like," I told her, "because your decisions will affect how fully you live the rest of your life. Personally, I'd love for you to bow up at me. Please." Justin was standing behind her, watching with a mixture of fear and anticipation. "Justin, how much stuff do you have?" I asked without breaking eye contact with her.
"A duffel bag full is all."
"Get it, and leave behind the rags she calls clothes. Get what's important to you personally. You'll not be coming back here."
"Boy, you know what's good for you. You'll stay right where you're at," she growled.
He flinched but looked at me. I gave him one sharp nod and motioned with my head. "Go on now, before your loving caregiver here does me the pleasure of taking the first swing." Sherry Lynn moved toward him. He'd either seen a ghost before or was so worried about what else was going on that a ghost wasn't even a blip on his radar. "Come on, honey," she said. "Let's get your stuff. Noelle's got this handled, and you ain't got nothing to worry about from here on out." She looked back at me, eyes shining with pride.
"You can't do this,"
Bonebag sneered, indignant.
"He's my charge. That money's mine, fair and square. I'll call the law and say you kidnapped him."
For the second time that day, I got to break out my witchy smile, and she took an involuntary step back. "I'm going to speak slow and use little words because you don't seem to be the sharpest crayon in the box," I said. "He's coming with me. Now, have a seat, Buttercup, and we'll be out of your hair in 2 shakes." She stepped back into my bubble, pulling herself up like an undernourished pufferfish. I glanced over her shoulder and saw an old wingback chair and motioned it forward. It hit her in the back of her legs hard enough to knock her backward into it. "You can't do this," she said, struggling to gain purchase. "Zip it," I said, and flicked my wrist, pushing the chair back where it came from, with her still in it. Sherry Lynn and Justin came back down the stairs, him with a ragged, half-full duffel bag in his hand. Foster Mommy Dearest started to get up, but I pushed her back down and locked her in place, then motioned Justin toward the door. She spat a string of curses, casting aspersions upon my parents. I spun back around and looked at her, thinking. I wanted to cover her in ants, but figured I'd regret that once I cooled down. Instead, I made the inside of the house black as pitch and gave her a case of the mental creepy-crawlies. It was the worst thing I could think of without actually using the ants, but much less than what she deserved for treating kids like a check. Sherry Lynn looked at her like she smelled something bad, then nodded at me. "I'm proud of you, sugar. You're nicer than I would have been." She started flinging invectives, but I just closed the door behind us. The curses changed to howls and shrieks as we walked down the sidewalk. "That was rad," he said as I guided him to my car. I hadn't told either of them about the creepy crawlies, but it was pretty obvious that something weird was going on with her. Then he looked worried. "You didn't actually hurt her, did you?" "No," I said, then explained. "Oh, then awesome." Yeah, I said as we climbed in the truck. "Now, give me my wallet." Chapter 28. As soon as I got in the truck, I called Hunter to explain the situation. When he didn't answer, I left a voicemail. I'd only locked Miss Mary Sunshine down and distracted her with the willies long enough for us to get out of there without being shot at, so I was pretty sure he was about 5 minutes away from getting an extremely unpleasant phone call from her. After all, according to Justin, I just cut her income in half. Sucks to be her, which was true, regardless. If I had my way, and I fully intended to, she'd lose the other half too. We drove for a few minutes in silence, mostly just letting the adrenaline ebb. I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye. He didn't know I was looking, and my heart broke a little that such a young kid could look so old. I determined right then to fix it, as much as I could, anyway. "Now, what are we going to do with you?" I asked. He shrugged. "I don't know. I do okay on my own." I rolled my eyes, a tendency he seemed to bring out in me almost as much as Shelby used to. "Yeah, sure you do. I'll find you a business suit. You can just go rent yourself an apartment, throw some books on the seat of your new truck so you can see over the wheel, and haul yourself to the office every day. Maybe have a beer or two with the boys on the way home." Scowling, he crossed his arms and stared out the window. "You ain't got to be snooty about it." He reminded me of a little banty rooster sitting over there with his feathers all ruffled, trying to look tough. Having dealt with them before, I knew to tread carefully. The kid was staying at the farm that night, but unless I was wrong, it needed to be his idea. We were just about to the farm when Addie popped in, looking all mother-henny. Great, 2 outraged chickens in my truck. "Where you been, girl? Ray's been calling your phone for 20 minutes. Last we heard, you was heading to the east side to get your wallet." I glanced down at my phone. Sure enough, 4 missed calls. My ringer must be, "Who do we have here?" Addie'd noticed Justin as soon as she realized I was okay. He was looking at her like she was a 3-headed goat sitting in Sunday school. I coughed to cover a laugh at the absurdity of the entire situation. That would be Justin, the sticky-fingered heathen who stole my wallet. Addie drew her eyebrows down and glared at him. "You taking him to Hunter so he can throw him in the hoosgow? And did you tan his hide when you caught him? Only thing worse than 1 thief is 2 of 'em." Justin had pulled his belligerent look back into place and was glowering at her just as much as she was him. I was starting to think it was just a mask rather than an attitude, though. If you'd give me 2 seconds, I was just about to find out how he ended up in the situation he's in. I gave her a brief rundown of what had happened, and by the time I was finished, she was looking at him like he was a wounded baby duck rather than a hardened 10-year-old criminal. "Did you give the piece of trash what for?" she asked, outraged. "Maybe I should go back there myself." Justin grinned and turned in his seat.
You should have seen her, ma'am. It was awesome. She made a chair slide across the room, and—"
He stopped mid-sentence, chewing on his lip and looking doubtful.
"Well, go on," Addie said. "What else did she do?"
He'd shrunk back against the door, looking back and forth between the two of us.
"What?"
Addie and I asked at the same time. He stared at us, his eyes round as an owl.
"I stole a real live witch's wallet. Then I saw you do magic. Are you gonna turn—"
The pause extended as his face became pale as a sheet.
"Gonna turn what, boy? Spit it out!"
Addie barked. I realized what he was thinking and giggled. I couldn't help it. "No, for the love of Pete, we're not going to turn you into a toad." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Unless you steal from me again, then I won't be responsible for my actions." Addie looked at me like I was a donut shy of a dozen, because, unlike the witch that Max made mad, we don't turn people into anything. Her eyes twinkled with mischief, and she poked at him, her translucent finger slipping a little bit into his arm. He rubbed the spot while she looked him up and down.
"He does look pretty tender, though. Might make a nice soup."
I choked back a snort, and he turned face forward in his seat and crossed his arms, scowling when he realized she was pulling his leg.
"There's no reason to poke fun at me. How am I supposed to know?"
"Say," he said, turning sideways again after a few moments, "is the Flash real? What about meta-humans?"
"Meta what?"
Addie asked, befuddled. I gave her a quick rundown of the world of TV superheroes, and she drew her brows down and huffed.
"Well, that's just ridiculous. 'Course, there's no such thing as somebody who can walk through walls or get from one place to another in an instant."
I arched a brow at her. "Really? You don't know a single person who can do that?" Justin turned a cynical eye to her, too. "Seems to me you just popped from one place to another in an instant." She flopped her hand at him.
"Poof, yeah, but I'm a ghost. That's different."
After a few seconds, she said,
"I reckon I can see your point, though."
We spent the rest of the ride home answering endless questions. He was disappointed that most of the stereotypes about witches were false, or, at least, not practiced anymore. "So you don't use Eye of Newt to make potions, or fly around on brooms, or dance naked under the full moon on Halloween?" Addie snorted.
"Sugar, I'm an old lady. I ain't dancing naked under a full moon or any moon for that matter. It wouldn't be seemly, and I'd probably hurt myself, or someone else, or at least I woulda when I was living."
He giggled, and I shook my head. Her idea of seemly was often vastly different than anybody else's. Aside from the basics, she kinda made up her own rules of propriety as she went along. I let it slide, though there were several occasions involving moonshine I could have mentioned had the company been of age. "As far as Eye of Newt, I'm not even sure what a newt is," I said, moving the conversation along. "So maybe we use them, but it sounds gross. Ask Ray. She's a mixologist and herbalist, so potions are more her thing." I thought about all the concoctions she made that I blindly consumed and shuddered. And if she uses real eyeballs of anything, just keep it to yourself. I don't want to know. Chapter 29. Addie popped back out, her evil snickering fading away a few seconds later. I had a feeling What's-Her-Face's day was about to get even worse. She may not have magic anymore, but Addie could still be wicked when she wanted to be. You've seen the movies where the house tells people to leave, but then they're stupid and stay anyway. The idea for those movies probably came from a real event where a cranky ghost didn't want anybody on his turf. Whispery voices in an empty house are a great way to freak somebody out, and that's likely what Addie was doing right about then. When we pulled onto the road leading to the house, Justin's eyes got wide when he saw the mares in their pasture. "Whoa, you're a witch and you have horses? No way! Can I ride 'em?" They all turned to face the direction of the barn, ears pricked at the same time. In a split second, they took off that way, hell-bent for leather. "What spooked them?" I quirked up one side of my mouth. The fear of starving to death. We rounded the final curve to the house, and I pointed to Shelby and Cody standing at the gate, calling them for supper. Understanding crossed his face, and he grinned. "Can't say I blame them." Smoke was billowing from the grill, and Hunter was waving it away with the spatula. The smell of charcoal and cooking meat wafted through the window, and his stomach growled. Mine followed suit. There was just something about that smell that made you hungry, no matter what you'd eaten last. I pulled to a stop beside Hunter's truck, and Justin saw the blue bubble sitting on his dash. The color drained from his face, and he shot me an accusing glare. I held out my hand. "It's not what you're thinking. Hunter's my—" "Hey, beautiful," the cop in question said through my window as he opened my door for me. He smiled at Justin, who was looking at him suspiciously. "And you must be Justin Poling, recently abducted by this wonderful troublemaker." He gestured toward me. "From one Patricia Dawson, right?" Justin narrowed his eyes and surprised me by coming to my defense, even though it was obvious he was scared. "Maybe. Ms. Noelle didn't do anything wrong, and if anybody says she did, they're lying. There wasn't no abduction." Hunter held out his hand and introduced himself. "I know she didn't do anything wrong. Your foster mother called. Nice lady. She has a colorful vocabulary. She made at least 4 anatomically impossible suggestions," he said, then turned serious. "I promise you never have to go back there again." Justin eyed his hand, which Hunter was still holding out. He seemed to come to a decision and placed his small hand in Hunter's large one, making eye contact. "Thank you." The wind shifted and lightened the mood with the smell of char-grilled hamburger. I hip-checked Hunter. "You better not be standing here jawing while my supper's burning." "I'd never dare. I just put them on." The front screen door swung open and Ray came out carrying 2 glasses of wine in one hand and a can of Coke and a beer with condensation dripping off the bottle in the other. One of the benefits of being a waitress, learning to carry everything in one trip. She handed me the wine, Hunter the beer, and Justin the Coke. "Looks like it's a good thing I made extra macaroni salad and deviled eggs," she said, winking at our latest addition. Addie popped back in, humming out of tune, and Justin jumped. "You'll get used to it," I told him, then realized that I was already thinking of him as a permanent fixture, when, in reality, I had no idea what was going to happen to him. "Yes, ma'am." He was looking at his feet, towing a rock with his beat-up sneakers. "What's up, kiddo?" I asked, knowing what he'd been through softened my stance toward his behavior. He looked up at Hunter and drew a shaky breath. "I need to tell you something." Hunter's face softened. "I already know about the wallets. It wasn't right, but we don't have to talk about it right now. You're not in any trouble. At least none that should have you looking so worried." But nothing," I said. "It'll keep until after we've eaten at least." He was glancing at the barn, almost vibrating with excitement now that he knew he wasn't in trouble. "Go on," I told him, and that was all it took. He was gone. "What did you do to her?" I asked Addie as soon as he was out of earshot. My dear, innocent aunt batted her eyes. "Why, whatever do you mean, Sugar Pie? Do to whom?" Hunter coughed into his hands and Ray snorted. The only time Addie used whom was when she was being smarmy. "Come on already, I want to know," Ray said. I feel like I missed the whole thing. Sherry Lynn popped in here a couple of minutes ago to let us know what the holdup was with Noelle. Thanks for answering your phone, by the way. She scowled at me. I only thought you were dead or something.
I already got onto her about that.
Addie waved Ray's admonition aside, then changed topics as we worked our way around the porch to the grill area.
Man, that woman is a piece of work, she said. I popped in just as she was talking to Hunter, and let me tell you, a sailor would have blushed with shame. So I whispered in her ear that the good Lord didn't like to hear such language. Then I described the special spot in hell that's reserved for people who abuse kids.
She looked proud as a peacock as she finished up.
Last I saw, she was in her bedroom with a bottle of cheap wine, locking the door and turning the TV up. That was after I told her to go right then and spend that check buying that young'un some clothes.
Fortunately, that check isn't going to be an issue anymore, Hunter said. I contacted Keyhole County DHS and made the caseworker aware of the situation. The only problem is it's going to take at least a week to find a new home. Foster parents here have been taking in the overflow from other counties. Addie piped up.
Well, that does it. He'll stay here.
I agreed. No way was I turning away a kid who had nowhere to go. Hunter took off his hat and scratched his head, then put the hat back on again. About that. I kind of figured you'd feel that way, so I went out on a limb and vouched for your fitness to serve as a temporary foster parent. Normally it wouldn't fly, but what else were they going to do? I heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that I wasn't going to have to break any laws, because there was no way that kid was going back to that hellhole as long as I drew breath. I sat my wineglass on the railing and looked over Hunter's shoulder at the meat. Okay, now that we settled that, what's going on with Max's case? I'd barely uttered the words when there was a pop behind me. Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
About time you got back around to me,
Mr. Personality grumbled, though there was no real conviction in it.
Did you get that young'un straightened out?
I arched a brow, but ignored his tone. I did. How'd things go with your daughter? I asked, picking up a piece of cheese and a cracker from a tray sitting on the table. He ran a hand over his face and looked away. What? Did it go badly?
No, he said. Just the opposite. We cleared the air, and she's considering moving back here to help her mama. It was her idea to run off to Vegas to get married, not his like I thought. He tried to talk her out of it. I was hateful to her, and now it's too late, and I ended my life being in the doghouse with poor Emily, too. Hush that talk, Addie said. You apologized and told her what an old geezer you were, right?
He nodded.
Yeah, but nothing. I haven't figured out this whole ghost thing yet. I don't know why some people get to stay and others don't. There ain't no rhyme nor reason to it, least that I can see. But you got a chance to make it right with her. Better late than never. You're right, I reckon. I know I'm right, she said, hovering over Hunter. I'm always right. Boy, you better pull them ones on the left off. They gonna burn.
Hunter scowled and swatted at her with the spatula, which passed right through her, but then reached for the plate and did as she said. Max barked out a laugh.
Way to go, numbnuts. A woman had to tell you how to grill. A dead woman at that. He looked at Addie. I see why you chose to stay. Ain't no way this lot's fit to be left on their own.
Addie turned to him, her expression thunderous. She could criticize us all day long and give us a hard time, but if you weren't one of us, you better not dare agree with her.
They're doing a dandy job of keeping things going. I'll have you know. He'd have seen it. I just happened to catch it because I was looking right at it. All righty, then. My mistake. he said, raising his hands. I'd bet dollars to donuts he was the same way with his family. Hunter flicked a piece of cheese onto each burger like he was dealing cards. I'm about 90% sure I have the guy who murdered you, but it sure would be handy if you could remember, because that's not a percentage I'm comfortable with. He paused, then blew out an unnecessary, frustrated breath. I wish I could remember, but it's a complete blank. I remember Emily giving me hell and sending me to the doghouse, but after that, nothing. Addie shook her head. That's a shame. I reckon it makes sense that you may not remember exactly what happened right off the bat. I'd think that would be traumatizing. Speaking of not making any sense, Ray said, your wife found a stack of receipts and some travel brochures after you zoned out at your office. Care to fill in the class about who exactly Cindy Lou is? He looked uncomfortable and held up his finger. I'll be back. And poof, there he went again. Chapter 30. We brought out the macaroni salad and the rest of the sides and fixins, then called the kids. Justin came running across the deck, his 2 big shoes almost tripping him up in his haste. Go in and wash your hands, I said, shooing him away from the bag of buns just before he stuffed a grubby hand in it. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, he said, snatching his hand back and flinching. That made me want to go wring the woman who'd been entrusted with his well-being's neck. Nothing to be sorry about, I told him. Just go wash the horse grime off you. It's no big deal. I reached out and tapped him on the calf with my toe to take any sting out of my words. Shelby saw the exchange on her way into the house to wash up. Changing directions, she reached across the table to grab a cracker off the plate in front of me. I realized she was trying to make him comfortable again and swatted at her hand. Same goes for you, brat. Geez, you're all heathens. She pulled her hand back after purloining a quick cracker, then winked at him and turned toward the house. Come on, I'll show you where everything is. He was smiling again as he trailed after her. There were times when I wanted to beat her like a drum. Then she'd do something like that and make me so proud I could just burst. It made up for all the aggravation, and then some. Ray motioned toward the deviled eggs, and I passed her the plate. We managed to get our plates filled before the kids had time to come out and tear through the food like locusts. Once we were all seated around the table with piles of food in front of us, there wasn't any time for talking. I was halfway through my dog before Max came ambling around the corner, his ears splayed out to either side. Sure. Don't tell the donkey supper's ready. I'm just a dumb animal. I rolled my eyes, but Justin's eyes were as big as an owl's. You have a talking donkey? He asked, then turned to Max. You talked, right? Max shot him a scathing look. No, not me. I didn't say a word. It's all in your head. But while you're hallucinating, make me a cheeseburger. What is it with you people and snarky attitudes? Justin asked. Sheesh. First, Miss Addie pokes me and makes a comment about making soup out of me. Now, a donkey's getting smart with me. You know I'm not the weird one here, right? Or, at least, the only weird one. I know no such thing, Max said, then motioned toward the food with his nose. Before it gets cold, please. While Justin reached to make him a burger, Max butted me on the leg. Have you any idea yet when work will resume on my spa? I'd like to make use of it before it snows. Spa? Justin asked. Yeah, we're in the middle of having a pool and deck built. Max, the ghost you just met, was our contractor, so work's stopped on it. Shelby explained, then motioned to the haughty donkey. And he's referring to the separate kiddie pool that's just for him, or so he thinks.
Justin looked around the deck at the gaping hole in the ground and the huge mound of dirt, then back to Max, who reached out to take the cheeseburger between his teeth.
That makes at least as much sense as everything else I've seen today, I reckon.
You'll get used to it, Ray said. Before I forget, the strangest thing happened today. I took the trash out after the breakfast rush this morning, and that broken latch on the dumpster door was fixed. Which of y'all do I need to thank? Nobody spoke up. Wait a minute here. Hunter looked around the table, then started with Ray. Your gate's fixed. Then me. Your feed room door and saddle racks are fixed, and somebody randomly fed the horses and cleaned the stalls for you, and Bobby Sue's tables repaired themselves overnight. We nodded. Cody held up a finger as he washed a huge mouthful of food down with his tea. Now that you mention it, the loose railing on the steps at the clinic doesn't wobble anymore. I just figured Will fixed it, but he said he didn't. And Mrs. Shoemaker, the lady who owns that huge Great Dane, said she had a pan of biscuits and a peach pie go missing from her food truck at the tournament, right out of the back where they were cooling. I turned to Addie. And you're sure you haven't seen anybody messing around? She bit her lip, but shook her head. Nope, not a thing. I narrowed my eyes at her, but if she was hiding something, she was hiding it well. And I knew one thing for sure. She would never put our safety at risk or let anybody mess with this farm. Justin had torn through a hamburger and 2 hot dogs along with all the sides and was pushing the onions that he'd picked out of the macaroni salad around on his plate, lost in thought. I nudged Hunter and looked pointedly at Justin. You look like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders, Hunter said to him. Care to share the load? He drew a deep breath, but didn't look up. A lock of sandy hair had fallen onto his forehead, and it almost seemed as if he were trying to hide behind it. What's going to happen with me? My heart about broke for him. Then I realized he'd been at the barn while we were discussing his fate and didn't know what was going on. For now, you're going to stay here, if that's okay with you, I told him. It really didn't matter whether it was okay or not, because he had nowhere else to go, but I wanted him to feel like he had a say in it. He looked at us, then at the barn and across the pastures. That'd be okay. But then what? I wanted to give him an answer that would put him at ease, but I honestly didn't know, and I wasn't going to lie to him. We're not sure yet. But for now, and as far as I'm concerned, for as long as need be, you're welcome here. Addie cleared her throat, and he looked up at her. But if you're going to stay here, you abide by the house rules, and one of the big ones is there ain't no stealing. Thieving isn't tolerated under any circumstances. He squared his shoulders. Yes, ma'am, I promise. Don't take this the wrong way, Shelby said, but since you're going to be staying here, why were you in foster care? Did you get in trouble or did something happen to your parents? No, I didn't get in trouble, I swear. My parents are dead and I don't have any other relatives that I know of. My mom died when I was born, then Dad passed a few months ago in a freak accident at work. He was a crane operator. That's how I ended up in this mess. He looked down at his plate again. They'd both be so disappointed in me. Addie cleared her throat. I don't reckon they would. You did what you had to do to survive. You maybe went about it the wrong way, but it's done. That ain't the case no more, though. You'll have plenty to eat here, and Shelby or Noelle will take you for new clothes tomorrow, and you'll have an allowance if you do your chores. Chores? He looked at me, confused. Shelby nodded. Oh, yeah, chores. If I gotta do them, so do you. We all do our share, even Noelle. It takes work to keep this place running. She ran down the list of daily tasks. Oh,
he said. "Those aren't awful. I don't mind helping do any of that. Except laundry. I'm not too keen on that." I raised my brows. "Join the club there, Hot Rod. None of us are, but it's gotta be done. Addie had us doing the wash at your age, so welcome to the rotation." He scowled, then reached for another hot dog when Max butted him and demanded one. That was acceptable to me. I scowled when I thought of folding clothes too, but he still had to do them. I motioned toward Max. "Don't let him boss you like that. Otherwise, he'll use you as his personal servant." Max waggled his donkey brows at me, then turned to Justin with big, sad, donkey eyes. "Don't listen to her. She never feeds me. If not for you, I wouldn't have gotten anything from this meal other than scraps that may have dropped." I rolled my eyes. "Stuff it. You always want some more, but it's because you're a glutton, not because I don't feed you." Justin watched the exchange, but apparently decided to follow orders from the lop-eared dictator because he picked up a hot dog. He'd just stuffed it in a bun when Max the ghost popped back in right over the table, causing Justin to drop the dog, bun and all, right into the bowl of baked beans. "Great," he grumbled as he fished it out. "Is there ever any warning when y'all do that?" "Excuse me for not ringing the doorbell first," Max snarked. The donkey was perturbed. "You, sir, you just barge in here whenever you feel like it and disturb the young man whilst he's feeding a poor, defenseless animal. Shame." Max, the old codger, scoffed. "You don't look underfed to me, and I had a donkey when I was a kid. You ain't defenseless by a long shot. Like as not, you were bossing the kid around out stubborning him." "You two knock it off. They're trying to eat," Addie said. The ghost crossed his arms. "I didn't come here to take no sass from a smart-mouthed ass." The donkey pulled his woolly worm eyebrows down. "And I shan't take abuse from a backwoods deadneck." Hunter nudged my knees under the table. He was having a hard time keeping a straight face, too. I bit my lip, then pulled my grown-up scolding face on before facing them. "Well, donkey or deadneck, I'm not seeing much difference between the two of you right now, other than one of you looks more like how you're both acting than the other. Which, by the way," I told Max the ghost, motioning toward the donkey, "is exactly what landed him in that body to begin with 600 years or so ago. Just something to keep in mind." I cleared my throat and turned back to Justin, who had finally managed to fish the soggy bun and hot dog out of the beans. "Max, meet Justin Poling. You caught a glimpse of him earlier. Justin, Max Wheeler. Justin's going to be staying with us for a while." Realization dawned on Max's face, and he shot me a look of, "Was that approval?" "That's great," he said. "What do you know about football, boy?" "Not much, sir." Max turned to Cody, his tone gruff. "This one here can teach you. Speaking of which, you did a good job at the game, son. I couldn't have done any better." Cody blushed with pleasure. "Thank you, sir. I didn't know you were there." "I was, but hung back. That's your place now. I was glad to see you stick to your guns with Malcolm. He's nothing but a loudmouth and a bully, and the apple don't fall far from the tree with his boy." I was so shocked that he was being something other than a bossy, sullen jerk that I couldn't tear my attention away from the exchange. Rhiann elbowed and motioned with her head toward Justin. He was looking at his lap and trying to make himself as small as possible. Nudging him, I asked, "You got something on your mind?" He looked at Max, then to Hunter, who was talking about Chet with Max and Cody. His gaze was conflicted when he turned back to me and shook his head. "No, ma'am." I gave him my best Aunt Addie truth stare, but he didn't buckle. He also didn't make eye contact, but
I figured he'd come out with it eventually. Chapter 31. After that, the rest of the evening was kinda anticlimactic. I remembered at the last minute what Max had told me that morning about Basil Bennett's fishing camp and passed the info on to Hunter. I told him to let me know if he needed somebody to show him around so he wouldn't get lost. I really hoped he'd need me because I was dying to see what the man had to say for himself. The fishing tournament was over, so I didn't need to do any baking until the next day. She had enough to get through another day. Ray had had a couple of glasses of wine too many to be driving, so she decided to crash at the farm. We got Justin settled after the boys left, then we all made it an early night. I did a quick internet search for any D-tinnies in the area, but came up empty, or rather, I came up too full. There were at least a dozen D-tinnies, or Donald, David, Daniel, Danielle, the list went on. Apparently, there was quite the tinny population. Who knew? After I put on my jammies, I fluffed my pillows and lay back on them with my hands behind my head, thinking about what to do with the rest of my life. I'd gotten the $50,000 reward from Hank Doolittle's mother, then another $30,000 when Peggy Sue Dalton, the clerk at the courthouse, had completed what had come to be known as the audit and determined that Hank had been charging 3 times what our taxes should have been for almost 15 years. Sadly, we were one among many. But he squirreled away most of the money, and his widow, Anna May, did everything she could to make things right, even though she didn't have to. That meant that after I'd bought a new-to-me 3-year-old truck, paid for the pull, and did a little fixing up around the farm, I'd still have $60,000-ish. I wanted to add more to Shelby's college fund and put back some for emergencies. Even after that, there was enough cash left to start my own business, but the problem was that I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. I loved to bake, but that seemed so cliché. All kitchen witches were bakers, and that was something I did for pleasure. I didn't want to turn it into something I had to do. I had the degree in criminal justice, and Hunter had offered me a job as deputy, but that didn't feel right either. I cared about him, but time apart was a good thing. I was playing with the idea of the whole upcycle and repurpose thing. In my head, I was combining pickers and flea market flip. The idea of rescuing great pieces from decay and turning them into something modern and useful appealed to me. I'd always loved history, and antiques seemed to almost have souls of their own when I touched them. My mental meanderings were interrupted when Shelby tapped on my door, then came in and flopped down on her back beside me. "What you thinking about, sister?" she asked after a few minutes. "I can almost see the smoke coming out of your ears." "Just little things, you know. The meaning of life, why cherries are red, whether or not I want to buy a giraffe with all this money. The list goes on." "Well, I don't know about the first two, but I don't think you have enough money to buy a giraffe. And if you do, can you imagine the feed bill? I think they eat something like 75 pounds of food a day, and I'm not cleaning that stall." I laughed. "What's up, brat?" She turned her head and looked at me across my comforter. "I'm a little worried about you. Hunter never stays here, and I'm afraid that's because you don't want to set a bad example for me." I lifted a shoulder. "I don't know. It just feels weird. Not just because of you, though that's definitely part of it, but because I still feel like it's a no-no. I mean, it still feels like I'm under the no boys overnight rule. I'm pretty sure Addie didn't mean for that to extend beyond her death into your spinsterhood." I elbowed her. "I am not a spinster, thank you very much. I guess I need to rethink it." "I think you're right. Addie loves Hunter, and you're a grown woman. For that matter, I'm getting there too. If you remember, I sat through the birds and the bees talk twice. Yours because I was hiding behind the couch eavesdropping, then later mine. You're not going to corrupt me at this point. It's not like there's a revolving door on your bedroom." She wrinkled her nose.
As long as he doesn't show up downstairs in his tighty-whities, that would be weird.
I laughed. No fear of that.
I know. He's way too mannerly for that.
Not just that, I told her, snickering, but he wears boxer briefs.
Oh, geez,
she said, wrinkling her nose and stuffing her fingers in her ears. La 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 TMI. I laughed and laid my hand over next to hers. You're all right for a brat. You know that, right?
Yeah,
she replied, touching my hand.
I am pretty awesome. It runs in the family.
Chapter 32. I was off the next day, which was good because I needed to take Justin shopping. The kid literally had the clothes on his back plus one other outfit, and both were ratty. Then I was going to follow up with Emily about what was going on with the business. I had to resolve this pool issue before winter, and I really wanted to have it done for Labor Day. Ray had left early to open brew, so I had the kitchen to myself. While I was drinking my coffee, I placed another call to Camille. I was actually starting to get worried about her. To my surprise, she answered. "Hey," I said when she answered. "I was starting to wonder if you'd up and moved without leaving a forwarding address. Are you okay? Where are you?" "I'm all right, but I can't tell you where I'm at. This case has just had me jumping around all over the place, and I still don't have the problem contained. It's making me nuts, but every time I think I'm close to wrapping it up, the witch gets another step ahead of me. What's going on there?" She sounded exhausted. Same old, Shelby's been practicing. We've had another murder, and I've also become a temporary foster mom to a kid who was lifting wallets off Main Street. So, you know, the usual. Oh, and I'm considering getting my motorcycle license. She ignored everything else I said and laser-focused on one part. "What do you mean there's been another murder? Is it suspicious? How did it happen?" Her voice was higher-pitched and the questions were rapid-fire. "No, not suspicious. I mean, yes, it's suspicious in that the poor guy got his head bashed in with a toilet tank lid, but nothing outside of the realm of garden variety crazy. Why?" Even over the phone, I could hear the sigh of relief. "No reason. I just worry is all." "Okay," I drew. "We're all fine. When are you coming home? Shelby's been wondering about her testing." "Noelle, I honestly have no idea. I'll be back as soon as I can. Emma's coming home from her dad's in another week, so I need to be back by then, or else make arrangements for her before school starts. Tell her not to worry." "All right. Well, take care of yourself, okay? We worry about more than just the testing. I don't know what you're mixed up in, wherever you are, but take care." "Will do, sugar. You too." I disconnected, but wondered what was going on. It wasn't like her to be gone for so long, or to not call and check on Shelby when she was away. For that matter, she sounded rattled, which I didn't even know was in her wheelhouse. Footsteps pounding down the stairs interrupted my thinking. Justin was awake and ready to go. I'd waited to feed the horses until he was awake, so I'd let Shelby sleep in too. She came stumbling down the stairs shortly after he did, fumbling for the coffee pot as she yawned. He was so excited and talkative that I was afraid I'd have to put him on the porch for his own protection until Shell and I were caffeinated. She seemed a little more tolerant that morning, though, and didn't even try once to kill him, using Jedi mind tricks or ocular laser beams, no matter how much he chattered. Well, maybe once, but her heart wasn't in it. We had the horses fed and turned out and the stalls cleaned by 9:30, and by 10, Justin and I were on our way to town. We had an outlet mall on the outside of town that had just about everything we'd need except for school supplies, and I figured it would be a fun activity for him. At first, he was hesitant to buy anything that wasn't an absolute necessity, and even then, he veered toward the cheapest rather than what he actually wanted. It was frustrating, so I gave up and decided we'd go somewhere else where he couldn't resist the good stuff. GameStop. If that didn't loosen a kid up, nowhere would. Shoot, it loosened me up. Every time I went there, my wallet mysteriously flew open and all of the money was sucked out, but I left happy. I didn't want to spend a fortune, but it seemed like every 9-year-old, yes, 9, according to the social worker, should have a handheld video game. What was a couple $100 when I had it to spare? The kid deserved a little splurge. After that, shopping was easy, at least after I agreed he could work off some of it in chores. I may not have known his father, but the son told me all I needed to know about him. We bought several different outfits, a couple pairs of sneakers, and some rubber boots to keep him from ruining the new sneakers. I knew all too well how easy it was to lose a shoe in the muck around the barn after a solid rain. Gotta love Georgia mud. We were starving after all that shopping, so I decided to take him to Bobby Sue's for lunch. I was surprised to see that Miss Ditz was working. Since it was after regular lunch hours, we pretty much had the place to ourselves, yet it still took us 10 minutes to get our drinks. I was just getting up to get them myself when she finally brought them. After she took our orders, I led him toward the kitchen. Have you ever seen the inside of a restaurant kitchen? He shook his head, a little awed by the batwing doors. Are you sure it's okay? We won't get in trouble? I work here, and the owners are good people. You'll like them, and I'm sure they won't mind if I show you around. We pushed through the doors, and by the look on his face, you'd have thought we were time-warping or something. I gave Bobby Sue and Earl a brief rundown of who he was, and they took to him like most people would a new pup. Within just a couple of minutes, Earl was teaching him how to load wood into the pit. I was starving, though, so as soon as Bobby finished our plates, I grabbed them and called to Justin that it was time to eat. You have the coolest life ever, he said as we sat back down at our table. Horses! You're allowed to go in the kitchen in a restaurant. You can do The waitress stopped by, miracle of miracles, to check on us, so I silenced him with a glare. He stopped. Oh, oops, sorry about that. Just as we were finishing up, Emily came in with Louise, Jared, and Scott. They chose the booth across the aisle from us and said hello as they sat down. Y'all look a little better than you did the other day. I'm glad to see it. I'm sure Max wouldn't want you to be miserable. About that, Emily said. Louise smiled and patted her mother's hand. Daddy visited us last night, and the 5 of us worked through a lot of things. She laughed. That is, after we managed to get Mama in on it. I had to answer some awkward questions that only Daddy would know the answers to in order to convince Mama he was real. Then she was able to see him. Emily shook her head. I can't believe I was so set in my beliefs that I couldn't even see him. Well, the important part is that you can now, I told her. Justin gasped, and I followed his disbelieving gaze. Bobby Sue was headed toward us with the biggest sundae she could fit in a soup bowl. Chocolate and strawberry syrups spilled down either side, and a huge dollop of whipped cream held about 5 maraschino cherries. You know, if he eats all that, he's going to be sick. Or bouncing off the walls. Or both, I told her. She waved me off. The boy's had a rough few days. One little old sundae's not going to hurt him. I raised a brow. Her definition of little was way off base from mine. Still, he was grinning like a monkey in a room full of bananas, and it's not like I could tell Bobby Sue no anyway. She's an unstoppable force of nature. I hope you brought 2 spoons, I sighed. Grinning, she handed me one and told Justin that he was welcome to come back and help fire up the pit any time he wanted to. He thanked her and dug in while I turned back to the conversation with Max's family. I wondered if he had the weird glitchy thing going on when he talked to them and asked as much, leaving out the exact verbiage so as not to hurt her if there actually was another woman. Louise pressed her lips together. No, not that I noticed. He seemed normal. Well, except for the fact that he was transparent. Her eyes misted a little. I wish I could have hugged him. Actually, Scott said, looking a little guilty, he did do that. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went to the kitchen for a snack, and he popped in. We talked about the wedding and got to know each other a bit, but when I asked him about the murder, he did just what you described, except he said he had to go see the woman he was buying the RV from. Hold up, I said. What RV? He was buying an RV so he and Mama could do a cross-country trip. She's always wanted to, Louise said. That's where the money was going. Once you told him Mama found the receipts, he wanted to clear the air. He'd decided before he died to tell her about it anyway, because he couldn't stand her thinking that he was stepping out on her. But then, her eyes misted over. Emily patted her on the hand and said, "The woman's name is Darylyn Tenney. She lives 20 miles or so out between here and Atlanta." Ah, Darylyn, not Darlin. And what about the Cindy Lou memo? She laughed. That part makes me feel really silly. Darylyn's granddaughter was a huge Dr. Seuss fan, so that's the name of the RV. Wow. Well, it's not like you had a lot of context. That never occurred to me either, and it should have. How the Grinch Stole Christmas is my favorite holiday movie. I turned to Louise and Jared. So, he said yesterday that y'all are thinking about staying on. Yeah, Louise said. Jared's a carpenter in Atlanta, but works scarce sometimes, and I'm waitressing in a crappy rundown sports bar. Seems to me, I said, that you have a job right here waiting for you. I know I sure would like to have my pull done, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. Jared said, The only problem is that I know how to swing a hammer, but that's about it. I don't know anything about concrete, architecture, or design. Emily keeps the books, so that's not a problem. I just don't have the experience to run a company like this, which puts us in a bind. And I don't even know how to swing a hammer, other than to do simple stuff, so I'm useless, Scott added. I'm a pencil pusher. Emily scowled, and Bo Jackson came out to the house again and offered to buy me out. Said he'd keep Jared on at twice what he's making now, but offered way less than what the company's worth. I don't think he understands that I've done the book since day one. Is that so? I asked. Then told them about his visit to the farm. Emily's face was crimson. I'll kill him myself. I arched a brow. Considering the circumstances, you may want to rephrase that. She looked at me and cocked one side of her mouth up. Sugar, right now, I'm the grieving widow. I have a ready-made insanity plea. Well, she wasn't wrong. I jiggled the ice in the bottom of my glass, again hoping to catch the waitress's attention, but the witless wonder kept her butt parked against the edge of the table in the server station, tapping away on her phone. Everybody else's glasses were empty too. That's when inspiration struck. I have a great idea, at least for one half of your problem. I'll be right back. I picked up their glasses, as well as mine, and headed to the waitress station. Refills, please. Fresh glasses. She looked up from her phone and made a face. Rude? Honey, you haven't seen how rude I can be. My name's Noelle Flynn. Ask your big sister about me. Give her my love. As soon as she shot daggers at me with her eyes, I saw the family resemblance. I trotted to the kitchen and asked Bobby Sue to come to the dining room. She wiped her hands off on a towel and followed me back to the table. Justin had made it about halfway through the sundae and was looking a little green around the gills. I narrowed my eyes at Bobby and pointed to the ice cream, then at the green kid. If that ends up on the upholstery of my truck, I'm parking it against the back door until you clean it up. I'll blame you. Yeah, she said, holding out a rock-steady hand. See me shaking? Why'd you really bring me out, though? I'm busy. I gestured toward Emily's table. You know Emily, but I'm not sure if you know her daughter. This is Louise and her husband, Jared, and her son, Scott. "Y'all, this is Bobby Sue. She owns this place." After they exchanged the required pleasantries, I cut to the chase. Louise is thinking about moving back down here to be close to her mama and brothers, but needs a job. She works at a sports bar in Atlanta. Bobby Sue's face lit up like it was Christmas, and she waved me off. "Say no more. When can you start?" Louise laughed. "I'm not sure. We have to go back up and get our stuff. Then there's the problem of Jared finding a job." "He has a job," I said. "Shoot, he has a whole company, sort of. That's just a matter of ironing out the details." Then it occurred to me that the couple may have been using the job angle to avoid moving back, and I felt like a jerk for handling the situation like a bull in a china shop. I looked at her face, ready to find a way to help her back out of it, but she looked tickled pink. I breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Jared, who grinned and shrugged. "I'm game if you are. I'm tired of the city, and you've been looking for the chance to tell your jerk-face boss to get bent. It's not like we have much. We can get it all in one trip." Bobby Sue was glancing back and forth between the brainless bimbo in the server station and Louise, just waiting for her to pull the trigger. "It looks like I can start inside of a week then." They shook on it. "Sunshine, welcome aboard. You just made my day." Bobby Sue started towards the waitressing stand with a full head of steam, but I stopped her. "You may want to hold off on booting her out the front door until Louise is situated." She let out a big breath and deflated a little. "I reckon you're right, but you let me know as soon as you're ready to start, right?" she asked Louise. Louise grinned. "You bet your bacon I will." I smiled as I watched my friend practically prance back to her kitchen. "Noelle, thank you so much," Emily said. "I don't know how to repay you for everything you're doing." I gave her a half smile. "Well, there's this big hole in my backyard and a veterans memorial that needs built." She laughed. "They're first on the list." Before I could thank her, Justin tugged on my sleeve. "I don't feel so good, Noelle." I pointed to the little boy's room, and he made a mad dash. I hoped he made it, but if not, I figured her bathroom was better than my truck. It was her own fault, after all, and it would give Miss Ditz something to do. Chapter 33. I took Justin with me to Brew, because thanks to Bobby Sue Sunday, he wasn't quite up to shopping for school supplies yet. Honestly, I wasn't up for it either. I avoided Walmart like the plague during the day, if I could help it. One of the advantages of being a night owl is that it's much easier to go grocery shopping at 2 a.m. when the place is practically deserted. He pulled out his video game and sat at one of the high-top tables, kicking his feet back and forth as he concentrated on the screen. I made myself a lively latte, while she waited on an elderly couple. "So, what have you decided to do first?" I'd filled her in on the conversation from the night before, and she was all for me checking into it. "I think I need to talk to him and find out where that money came from. If he won't tell me, I need to go talk to some of his friends. $10,000 doesn't just appear out of thin air. Somebody knows where it came from." "Who else do you think might have done it?" "Personally, my money's on Chet. He was all fired up over his kid getting suspended. Heck, he tried to hit Cody and even lunged at you in broad daylight in front of 100 witnesses. If his temper's that bad in public, it's not hard to imagine him beating Max to death in private." She had a valid point, and I'd considered it myself. "He's definitely on the list. He even admitted he went to see Max about letting his kid play the morning he died, but says nobody answered the door. Then there's Basil Bennett." A light went off. "Basil Bennett! I know where he's hiding." I didn't want to step on Hunter's toes, but I was going to see him. So I did the only thing I could think of. I called to see if he wanted to go with me. I figured he'd already forgotten what Max had told me, what with Larry being locked up already. The good thing about it, I guess, was that old Joe was apparently off the hook. Small blessings. On the other hand, A man I was pretty sure was innocent was still in jail. Hunter didn't answer his phone, so I left him a voicemail. Since I wasn't keen on going out in the middle of nowhere to visit a drunken potential murderer, I asked Rayanne if she wanted to go. Does a frog bump his butt on the ground when he hops? That answered that. We were headed out the door when Justin raced ahead to catch me. Where were you going? Were you just going to leave me here? Phew, what? No, I scoffed. I totally just almost left him there. So, where are we going? He asked. I was torn between not wanting to put him in danger and not wanting to drive all the way back to the farm, but conscience won out. We aren't going anywhere. I'm taking you back to the farm so you can unload all your stuff and put it away. Then Rayanne and I have to go see a man down by the lake. Oh, the foreman you were talking about the other night. Yeah, he'd be the first one I'd question, too. I had to remember he was around to hear everything. On the upside, though, I had the faith of 2 people. 3, if you counted Mrs. Huffman. That counted for something, right? As we were leaving, Addie popped in. I explained to her what was going on. Well, at least he's not focusing on Joe anymore. That was just awkward, because everybody knew he was wrong, but he wouldn't let it go. According to his mama, Larry Huffman's not guilty either. I told her about my conversation with her in the truck. She creased her brow. I imagine every mama would say her boy's innocent, so I don't know how much stock you can put in that. I don't know much about her because she kind of falls in that generation between me and you. She was way too young for me to have gone to school with. What was your gut feeling talking to her? I shrugged. That she was telling the truth. My gut's been telling me we're going in the wrong direction. She tilted her head at me and cocked a brow. Then what have I always told you? Never ignore your gut. You're going in the wrong direction. Then we're going to go find the right one. We'll be back in a couple hours. Keep an eye on him, would ya? Hey, I don't need no babysitter. Justin crossed his arms over his chest and glared at me. No, but you may need somebody to tell you where things are or how to turn the water off in the barn. Get your butt off your shoulders. That seemed to appease him, and the last thing I heard was Addie asking him if he knew how to tell if a horse was mad or happy. They'd be fine. Before we pulled out of the yard, I tried calling Hunter again, but he didn't answer. I looked at Ray. You ready? You kidding me? I was born ready. Let's go find us a drunk, possibly murderous, former foreman and see what kind of axe he had to grind. That's the glass-half-full attitude I was looking for. I warded the house and barn area on our way out so that the heathen couldn't escape and nobody could get in to steal him. On a scale of candlelight dinner to going postal, how mad do you think Hunter's going to be at you? I blew out a breath. I don't know. He can't be too mad at me. He's already convinced he has the killer, and to be honest, I can't blame him. I mean, the guy had motive. He had the money, he was seen leaving the scene, and he has no alibi. But, she said, that could describe a lot of people. Well, the truck's indisputable, but besides that, why won't he tell you where he got the money? That's what's stumping me. I'd tossed that around in my head all night and still couldn't come up with anything that would be worse than going to prison for murder. I'm going to drive out to Walmart this evening and see what I can find out. You can tell a lot about a person by how they treat their employees. Plus, if he sucked, I'll get a lot more than just a feeling about his personality. Nobody likes to gossip like employees who work for a jerk. True that. We rode in silence for a while. I don't know what she was thinking about, but I was reliving a few horrible boss nightmares from college. I did okay working for people here because it wasn't really like I was working for people. When people copped attitudes at either Bobby Sue's or Brew For You, I could tell them where to get off. I couldn't do that at more formal or corporate places. The bottom line, I was starting to believe, was that I wasn't particularly suited to being an employee. The whole idea of repurposing old items popped back into my head, and I asked her what she thought of it. I think it would be loads of fun going out and finding the stuff, but too much work to do the rest. I'd wondered about that, too. But I liked working with my hands and doing crafty projects. I'm seriously considering it as my new career path. She turned sideways on the bench seat and looked at me. Are you kidding me? You'd rather do that instead of running a bakery or something? I shrugged one shoulder. I don't know. With a bakery, I'd be chained to it. I'd have to get up early every morning and deal with all the red tape of health inspections, and then there's the whole people end of it. You're good at it, but I don't think it's for me. Where would you run it? I'd thought about that quite a bit, and had actually been keeping my eye out for properties. That building beside the Clip and Curl is still empty. I think there's even an apartment above it, so I'd have extra storage space if I needed it, or I could rent it out. I'd do most of the restoration work at the farm, then be open set days at the shop. There were some logistics there that I hadn't quite worked out yet, but I was thinking more and more about it. Maybe you should just start doing a few things at the farm first. Then, if you find out you like it, you can get the retail space. I think you should do it. I was feeling good about it as we took the final turn to get to the fishing camp. Somebody had been through there recently because there were fresh ruts in the mud. I kicked on the four-wheel drive and smiled as I did. Bessie was a four-wheel drive, but to engage it, I had to get out and lock in the hubs on the tires. Pushing that button on the new truck was one of those simple joys for me. Ray rolled her eyes. Oh, for the love of Pete, you're just never going to get tired of doing that, are you? Nope. She shook her head, but was grinning. So, what do you think we should do? Should we both just go up and knock on the door? Are we going to watch it from a distance for a while? These roads into the camps were often a mile or longer, so that would have been something to consider. Except, as soon as I made the next turn, we were right in the little yard of the camp. I glanced at Ray. Front door it is, I guess. I sucked in a deep breath when I recognized one of the other two trucks parked out front. Guess you know now why he wasn't answering the phone, Ray said, cringing. I only had about 2 seconds to think about it because the screen door of the cabin flew open and Hunter made it to my truck in about 4 strides. May I ask what you think you're doing out here? He barked. His tone was like fingernails on a chalkboard to me. I think I'm doing whatever I want. Is there a problem? There is, actually, he said. You didn't trust me to do my job. You thought that just because I arrested somebody, I was closing the book on it. That's the problem. Oh, and the fact that you two came out here to face Lord only knows what by yourselves, without even thinking to ask me. Hey, I snapped. That's not fair. I did call you. Twice, actually, and it's not like we're defenseless. Yeah, I know. How did that whole protection by magic work for you two the last time? Ray sucked in a breath. She still blamed herself for when we almost got killed over the whole Hank fiasco, and I was just starting to talk some sense into her about it. He was aiming for me, but got a direct hit on her instead. I'd like to say he just kept running his mouth, but he's not that big of a jerk. He realized his mistake as soon as it was out of his mouth. Ray, that wasn't meant to... No, you're right, she said. We ran in half-cocked again, and... The hell he's right! I glared at Hunter. We're leaving. I threw the truck in reverse and skidded to a halt, then slammed it in drive and pushed the gas pedal to the floor. For just an instant, I felt bad because I'd just spun up somebody's yard, then remembered he was a murderer at worst and a mean-ass drunk at best. Screw him. I was a half-mile away before I calmed down enough to realize that the trip had been a complete waste of time. I still didn't know what Basil Bennett had been doing at Max's shop that morning. I growled. You just realized it too, huh? Yep, sure did. Crap on a cracker. Chapter 34. By the time we made it back to town, I'd cooled down enough that I could see Hunter's point. Rayanne, ever the peacemaker, played devil's advocate to a T, and I was actually starting to realize he may have been sort of right. I didn't trust that he would follow up, and I should have. Still, that didn't give him the right to talk to me like that, and I wasn't ready to let that go just yet. I was aggravated that we hadn't gotten what we drove all the way out there for, though. Now, I'd have to work a little handicapped because that was scorched earth at that point. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel. So, you still up for Walmart? I am. I need a few things anyway. She paused for a second, then continued. You know I love you, right? Of course I do, sweetie. I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable but that always accompanied that phrase. That repurposing gig would be good for you. Working with your hands soothes you, and that may be almost as good an outlet as baking. That was something to think about. I'd never thought about it like that, but I could easily see myself getting lost in sanding and repainting. That didn't mean I'd stop baking, though. That would always be my first love. I grinned and reached across the cab to shove her shoulder. Wait, are you trying to tell me I need anger management? She laughed. Absolutely not, sugar. As a matter of fact, you're one of the most reasonable people I know. You've got spunk. To be truthful, I wish I were more like you. I beamed. That was probably the nicest thing she'd ever said to me. But it wouldn't hurt you to have an outlet for those rare occasions when you do pop your cork. She was probably right. When we pulled into the yard at the farm, my internal alarm went off. Somebody'd been there, but I couldn't figure out who or how. I'd warded the place to keep anybody from crossing to the house or barn. Justin was there. I sensed him right away. Does something feel wrong to you? That ward should have set off an alarm that I'd have felt regardless of where I was at. She stilled, and I could almost see her reaching out, testing the energy on the air. Not wrong so much, but different, yes. Different how? I can't really say. It's more a wisp of something. She shook her head. I can't put my finger on it. Me neither. And with things happening the way they have been lately, I don't like wisps. Nobody should have been able to pass through those wards. Max and Justin were sitting on the porch playing chess on an oversized board that I'd had made just for him. Addie was hovering behind Justin, helping him out. Hey guys, was anybody here? Justin looked up, and I was surprised by what a difference a good night's sleep, a couple of real meals, and some new clothes had made. Nope. Addie took me down and taught me about different ways to tell what mood a horse is in. Then she showed me the different kinds of feed and stuff. Then Max offered to teach me chess. Max was studying the board, his ears forward and his lips pulled to the side, thinking. It was funny to see human expressions transposed onto a donkey's face. I didn't realize he'd be an astute learner, he said as he pushed a pawn forward. Addie started to float down to whisper something in his ear, but he held up his finger. Let me try this time. He assumed the classic fingers-on-chin thinking pose, and it was all I could do not to laugh. Between him and Max, they were adorable. Once he'd made his move, I stepped forward to see how much longer the game would last. I'd played chess with Uncle Cal, who was one of the most strategic thinkers I've ever met. If it were me, I'd have done it in 3 moves, and I waited to see which direction Justin took. I was a little surprised when he did exactly what I would have. I nudged him on the shoulder. Once you make the last 2 moves, come inside and get cleaned up so we can go to Walmart. He grinned and gave me the thumbs-up sign as he stood back so Max could make his move. Addie followed us inside and waited patiently. Then, not so patiently, as I pulled 2 mason jars from the cabinet and filled them with tea.
Well, what did he say?
We didn't exactly get to...
He said the only thing he could remember about being there was driving away mad. He heard what happened, and he's been at the cabin, drying out, ever since. So you didn't miss anything,
Max said as he popped in. I never got used to the whole disjointed voices thing. Addie gave her what the heck look. When we got there, Hunter was already there, I said. He wasn't exactly pleased to see us.
That's putting it mildly, Max said. Numbnuts was fit to be tied when he saw you pull up.
He turned to Addie, then motioned to me and grinned.
But your girl there gave as good as she got, and then some. Reminded me some of my M. I learned quick to remember she was no shrinking violet. Anyway, he fumed all the way back to town.
I nodded once. Good. Let him stew. I mean, I understood why he was upset, but that didn't give him the right to come at me like that. He was a good boy, but that was a line that needed to be drawn from the get-go. I didn't do the me Tarzan, you Jane thing. Yeah, domestic discord aside, Ray said, rolling her fingers in the air. What did you think of your boy's alibi? Do you think he did it? Max scratched his nose.
I reckon he could have, and I think he is afraid he did. Course, that Huffman boy ran from the law and had 10 grand on him and was seen leaving my place. So I don't know what to think. I know he's sitting in that cell swearing up one side and down the other he didn't do it.
I glanced out the kitchen window to see Max tromping away from the set, glowering, head down and ears laid back. Looked like the game was over. We're going over to the Walmart right now to pick up some school supplies for Justin. We're going to casually ask around a little bit and see if anything rolls loose. An hour later, we had a cart full of crap, only about a third of which we actually needed, but no new information. While we were in the shoe department looking at their rolled-back flip-flops, a tired-looking woman in a Walmart smock sank onto one of the shoe benches, a Coke in one hand and an open-to-go container of chicken fingers in the other. I smiled at her as I stood on one foot, trying to work the stupid plastic hanger around the toe strap enough to try on a sandal. So, have there been so many cutbacks they're making you guys eat in the shoe department now? Her face turned red, and she moved quickly to shut the box and stand up. I'm so sorry. No, relax, I said, motioning back to the bench. Her name tag said Beth. I was just kidding. Seriously, I'm a waitress. I get it. She plopped back down, sighing with relief. It's just there's been some trauma, including one of our managers, and it's all anybody can talk about in any of the break areas. I just wanted to shut my brain down for a little bit and eat in peace. I don't blame you a bit. You're talking about the Wheeler thing. I heard the guy they arrested was a manager here. Yeah, that's the one, she said, dunking her chicken in a container of sauce. Larry's good people. I've worked with him for almost 10 years, and he's never done me wrong. And honestly, if he was going to kill anybody, it'd probably be that nag of a wife he's got. Look up white trash in the dictionary, and you'll see her picture. She shuddered and popped open her Coke. I've heard his mother-in-law is a real peach, too, I said. Beth rolled her eyes. Oh, my God, I bet she is. If candy's anything to go by, I can't even imagine what that kind of evil could morph into if it has a few decades to ferment. She came to eat lunch with him almost every time he worked, but everybody knows she just did it to make sure he didn't talk to nobody else. Ray'd just come around the corner with Justin right behind her, pushing the cart. I'm using the bathroom, he announced before heading that direction. I watched to make sure he made it, then introduced Ray and Beth. Pleased to meet you, Beth. Not that it's any of my business, but why take your lunch in the shoe department? Ray reached up and pulled a pair of pink sandals with wedge heels off the hook and dropped them to the floor. I was just telling your friend, I'm sick of the gossip in the break areas about all the murder garbage going on about one of our managers. As much as I wanted to dig for more info, she'd come there specifically to get away from it. We shot the breeze about shoe styles and TV series while we waited for Justin, then left her to the peace and quiet she'd been searching for. We made our way toward the register, picking up a few more things we didn't need. As the checker, a goth chick in her early 20s, whose name tag identified her as an assistant manager, was running our items across the scanner, one of her colleagues, another assistant manager, ran up to her looking panicked. She pulled her a little bit away from the register and whispered, or so she thought, that she'd just discovered, like, oh my God, thousands of dollars missing from the safe and had no idea what to do. Ray looked at me. You gotta be kidding me, she said, looking at all the crap in the buggy. Justin had overheard the girl, too. Welp, he said, tearing open a bag of hot dog-flavored chips. Looks like all we needed to do was check out. We didn't need to stick around and buy all the extra crap after all. I'm glad we did, though. He popped a chip in his mouth and smiled. Chapter 35. On the way home, I debated what to do next. As I pulled up to the house, the decision was made for me. My phone rang. The caller ID said Janie Huffman. I swiped to answer and barely squeezed in a hello before she started firing questions at me a mile a minute. Have you learned anything? Are there any new suspects? I heard there were other cars that went through there. Is that true? He says you haven't gone to talk to him yet. Why not? Whoa, slow down a sec. No, there aren't any new suspects, at least none that weren't already in the running. Yes, there were other cars, and all but one of them has been identified. One of them is actually one of the other suspects, and no, I haven't been to see him yet. I was just thinking about doing that this evening. I tucked the phone between my ear and shoulder and pulled some of the Walmart bags from the back of the truck. As soon as Max saw it, he charged toward me, pushing his nose into the bags looking for biscotti. I scowled at him and tried to lift the bags out of his reach, nearly dropping my phone in the process. Rayanne saw the attempted mauling just as his bony hoof came down on my foot in his eagerness to reach the bags. I bit back a yowl and yanked my shoe out from under his foot. She jumped between the two of us before I dropped everything. Sometimes it took everything I had not just to pop him one right in the chops. I recovered just as Janie took a deep breath and began again, less frantic this time. I'm sorry, Miss Flynn. I know you have other things to do, and I know you've been helping the widow out. I'm sure this ain't easy for her. I was just getting ready to go visit him myself. If you'd like, I'll go with you. If nothing else, that boy can't slip so much as a fib about what he had for breakfast past me. He ain't much of a liar to begin with. There were upsides and downsides to having a person's mama there when you were talking to them about possible transgressions. It doesn't matter how old you are, there are two things that never change for a good majority of people: your ability to lie convincingly in front of your mama, and your willingness to admit to anything bad in front of her. The first would be an asset. The second, a liability. It only took me a split second to decide that I'd rather have honest answers to specific questions than a full confession of his every sin. I could get around to that later, if need be. I'd managed to make it into the house relatively unscathed, except for bruised toes, thanks to Rayanne, and plunked my bags down on the kitchen table. Please, call me Noelle. I pulled my phone away from my ear and glanced at the time. 3:30. The jail was open until 5, but I wanted to have plenty of time to talk to him. I'll meet you there in a half hour if that works for you. That works just fine, she said, and thank you again. It killed me that I felt such a sense of obligation, especially since there was a good possibility that he was guilty of embezzlement at the very least. Addie popped in just in time to look at some of the weird crap we'd bought at Walmart, shaking her head when I pulled out the neon green Halloween bowl that featured a skeletal hand that dropped when you reached into the bowl. "What?" I said, sticking my hand in and grinning when I imagined how it would scare the kids at our Halloween party. Justin thought it was cool. He looked up from the bag he was digging through to see what we were talking about. "No, I did." I glowered at him, and he cleared his throat, realizing his mistake. "I mean, yeah, I thought it was cool." Addie shook her finger at me. "Shame on you, getting a little kid to lie for you." "Hey, I'm not a little kid," he said. Ray tisked at us. "You're both little kids. Hand me the pizza Pringles." Addie curled her nose and popped out, even though I knew for a fact that when she was alive, she'd eat a whole can of those in one sitting. "I'm meeting Janie Huffman at the jail in a half hour. Do you think you two can keep each other out of trouble while I'm gone?" I looked back and forth between Justin and Ray. "No guarantees," Ray said, "but we'll do our level best not to do anything that'll require you to bail us out while you're there." Justin laughed, and it struck me again what a change had occurred in him already. The problem was, I was getting attached to him when the social worker had made it abundantly clear that I'd only been granted temporary foster status, and that if I wanted anything permanent, I'd have to go through an in-depth process that would require something like 10 forms of ID, 5,000 references, an eye, tooth, a left arm, and a picture of me in a zebra suit, which I found utterly ridiculous when you considered that the last woman he was placed with had apparently been rubber-stamped. Things would shake out the way they were supposed to, though. They always did. I slipped into the parking lot of the courthouse, the same one where I'd met her. Actually, in just under the 30-minute mark. Janie was already there, standing beside her car and looking a little more put together than she had the last time we'd met. She still looked tired, but she struck me as someone who met things head-on, rather than a milksap who just let life happen to her. Good. My kind of woman. We made small talk, sort of, as we walked up the front steps and through the doors, then down to the jail area in the basement. We asked to see Larry, and after we presented proper ID, mostly as a formality, considering it was Smitty and he knew us both, we followed him down a hallway to a green door. He started to open it, but then turned to us. "Oh, I forgot. Y'all aren't carrying in any weapons or drugs, are you?" I bit the inside of my cheek. "I know I'm not. Janie?" Her eyes were alight with amusement, but her face was serious as she held up her right hand. "Nope, me either, Smitty." He breathed a sigh of relief as he opened up the door. "Thanks, ladies. Just wait in here, and I'll bring Larry up. I've been trying to cheer him up. He beat the pants off me at checkers. He wanted to play poker, but I feel bad, seeing as how he's got that tick." How, in a town where the phrase, "don't tell anybody," translates to, "tell everybody," did the man not know he had a tick? Janie and I sat down at the steel table and made small talk for the couple of minutes it took for Smitty to come back with Larry. Once he'd uncuffed him and shut the door, Janie gave him a big hug. He was a tall, lanky guy, and his arms wrapped clear around her. Once the mama bear questions about his health were over, they sat down and she made the introductions. Noelle's trying to help figure out who really did this, so she's going to ask you some questions. You be straight with her, you hear me? She gave him the mom look, and he bobbed his head. "Yes, ma'am." I decided to just rip the Band-Aid off. "Larry, they know you were at Wheeler Construction the morning Max was killed, so denying that doesn't do anything other than make things worse. Why were you there?" "I went to try to persuade him to change his mind about giving me a loan. I'd been to all the banks, and none of 'em would so much as look at me because of my income, and there ain't no way I'm living with Scary Lou. I didn't think that through much when I married Candy." "You didn't think much through when you married Candy," Janie muttered. I wondered if that was just typical mother-in-law animosity, or if there was more to it, but I brushed it aside. Did you talk to Max? He nodded, his eyes wide and earnest.
I did. Told me the same thing he'd told me before. Offered me a job. I don't have time to save it slow, though. She's moving in less than a month.
All right. I assume he was alive when you left.
Yes, ma'am.
I searched his face for any sign of deception, but didn't see even a glimmer. I had the option of looking inside his head, but I had a hard and fast policy about that, and if I started bending it to suit myself, the line would blur. Plus, it wouldn't be admissible in court anyway. I took a deep breath. Now, for the $64,000 question. I was out at Walmart today, and it looks like they found a huge chunk of cash missing. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? This time, he hesitated for a split second and looked down.
No, ma'am. I don't reckon I would.
Janie reached across and pinched him on the arm.
Don't you lie to her, young man.
He pulled his arm away and rubbed it, giving her a dirty look.
Fine. Yes, I may know something about it.
I raised a brow.
But not what you think, he rushed to say.
Then what? I waited and took a deep breath.
I went to work as usual the day I was arrested. When I came out, there was an envelope on my seat, which was weird because the doors were locked.
He looked back and forth between us.
I opened it, and it was packed with $100 bills. I didn't even have time to count it before the cops showed up. I was so freaked out when I saw them, I panicked. I was afraid they'd found out I was there that morning and were coming to arrest me.
Janie was watching his face, her expression blank.
Go on. I punched the gas, and when they cornered me at the old drive-in, I knew I'd stepped in it for sure.
The worst part about his story was that it was so lame that I was leaning toward believing him. I mean, he'd had 2 or 3 days now to come up with a better version, and that's the one he was sticking with?
You gotta believe me.
He had that lost puppy look that made it almost impossible not to. So, where do you think the money came from?
I don't know, but I didn't steal it, and I didn't kill nobody.
He kept his eyes downcast and picked at a string on his jail-issued orange pants, the picture of misery. I leaned back and thought for a minute. $10,000 doesn't just magically appear on your front seat, so if he didn't steal it, and at that point, I didn't think he did, then where did it come from? Not to be indelicate, but were you seeing somebody?
No, I'm not a cheater, but I'd be lying if I said I haven't been thinking hard about divorce lately. I owned the trailer when we got married, so it ain't marital property, and them women are evil.
He shook his head.
She seemed as sweet as her name when I met her.
Janie patted his hand.
They all do, baby. They all do.
I asked a few more questions, but he had nothing more to offer. The source of the money was as much a mystery when we left as when we got there. Chapter 36. On our way out, a young blonde woman with huge hair was making pouty faces at Smitty, who looked decidedly uncomfortable. She was wearing a red gingham shirt tucked into a pair of jean shorts that barely covered enough to make it legal for her to walk around in public. The hooker red heels she was wearing were so high that it seemed walking in them would break the laws of physics. Janie stiffened as soon as she saw her. I went out on a limb and guessed I was about to meet Candy. She pivoted as we approached, and her gaze raked over me, then flicked to Janie. She curled her lip.
"Who the hell is she, Janie?"
she demanded, cocking a hip and slamming her fist on it. I groaned. Great. With no effort whatsoever, I found myself square in the crosshairs of the great American ignoramus trashy blonderium. Janie opened her mouth to answer, but I held up my hand.
"I don't see where it's any of your business who I am."
I rolled my eyes as she went into the anticipated head wobble.
"Oh, any slutty troll who comes to see my husband sure is my business, sugar."
Did she, of the bright blue eyeshadow and cellulite dimpled thighs, just call me a troll? Oh, man, Smitty whined when I changed course and headed her direction. Since we'd grown up together, he knew things were about to take a turn for the worse. He leaned across the desk and tapped Blondie on the arm. If you apologize real fast, she may let you off with a warning. I was within about 25 feet of her when Hunter stepped out of another door. He must have recognized the look on my face because he made it between us in about 3 strides, putting out a hand, traffic cop style. Hold up. What's the problem here? Candy stepped forward and put her hand on his arm and puckered her face into what I'm sure she thought was a sexy pout. The problem, officer, is that person, she curled her lip and nodded in my direction, was about to attack me for no reason after visiting my husband in jail. She pushed her boobs up against him, and I saw red. I snaked my hand around him before he could stop me and grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked. The greatest thing about teased hair is that it makes it so easy to get a good hold. He grabbed my wrist and glared at me. "Let her go," he whisper-yelled over her squeal. I opened my hand and pulled it back, satisfied to see a handful of blonde hair wrapped around my fingers. Candy stood back up and pointed at me. "I want to press charges." I narrowed my eyes at her. "If you're going to press charges, I'm going to get my $100 worth. We have so many bar fights and squabbles that if everyone who threw a punch was put in jail, they'd have to build a new building. Instead, if somebody is lame enough to press charges just because they lost, it's a misdemeanor with a $100 fine." Hunter had pushed her off him, but still had a hold of me. Smitty cleared his throat. "If I was you, I'd just let it go," he told her as she tried to fix her hair. She called me a few things that really shouldn't be said in polite company, then switched to Janie. "You think you're so much better than me. My mama's in the process of packing her stuff as we speak. I've been out at that godforsaken shack I grew up in all day helping her, and she's gonna move in. Then I'm gonna divorce your loser son and keep his house. That is, if he somehow manages to not go to prison for murder or stealing that money from his work." Janie growled and pushed up her sleeves as Candy continued to run her mouth. Hunter cut her off. "If you say another word, I'm walking away and letting your butt cash all the checks your mouth's been writing." "You can't do that. You're the law." She fluffed her hair. "Exactly. It's my job to see justice served, and in this case, I'm pretty sure turning these 2 ladies loose on you would be the correct course of action to achieve that." She gasped, outraged, but something she'd said caught my attention. I held up a finger and narrowed my eyes. It had barely been an hour since we'd left Walmart. News travels fast. But not when you're out in the sticks where her mama lived. "What do you mean, money that was stolen from Walmart?" She twirled her hair and rolled her eyes. "Duh! That money they found on him when he got arrested." I thought back to something Beth said and decided to bluff her. If I couldn't pull that off, then it was time for me to hang it up. "You know they have cameras in the Walmart offices that run all the time, right? Somebody said they saw you go into the office with Larry to have lunch with him, and they're looking at that video right now." I paused, and you could actually see her trying to think her way through it. Her eyes darted back and forth, then her gaze turned venomous. "So what? You can't prove he didn't tell me to." She looked at her shiny red acrylic nails, then smirked. "He threatened to beat me if I didn't steal it. He said he'd throw me out of the house. I had to do what he said, or me and Mama would have been homeless." Her blasé attitude as she tossed accusations around just to see how they sounded made me sick, and besides that, they made no sense. He'd wanted the money in order to keep his mother-in-law out to begin with. "You can take up the reason you did it with the judge," Hunter said as he arrested her. "All that matters to me is that you just confessed to doing it." While he was leading her away, poor Smitty blushed at the words she was using. I saw her gather spit in her mouth, and just before she had a chance to launch it at Smitty, I twisted my finger and gave her another good yank, this time magically. She howled and tripped to the side, twisting her ankle in those stupid heels. For good measure, I split the seam and painted on shorts when she tried to open her stance to balance herself. Poor Smitty didn't know what to think. Hunter lowered his brows at me, but I just smiled, smug. I interrupted one particularly colorful string of expletives to ask Hunter if he still thought Larry was guilty of murder now that his main evidence was eliminated. 10 minutes later, Larry was a free man, hugging his mama and thanking me over and over. I didn't feel like I really did anything other than happen to be in the right place at the right time. "How do you know what she did?" Hunter asked as Janie and Larry left. I shrugged. I didn't, really, until she said that about the money from Walmart. Then I remembered that one of the girls who works there, who is no fan of hers, by the way, said Candy comes almost every day to eat lunch with him, so he doesn't talk to anyone else. Hunter shook his head. "The poor guy." Lifting a shoulder, I said, "I don't know about that. He was the one who put up with it. Anyway, after that, it was just a matter of knowing how minds like hers work. Greedy, impulsive, egocentric. She saw the safe open, knew it was his responsibility, and probably grabbed the cash when he went to the bathroom or something. She figured if she set him up, she'd get the house. It's not brain surgery, just luck. But now, you have a problem," I said. "What's that?" "You just lost your prime murder suspect." He put his arm around my shoulders. "Maybe, but an innocent man is free. A guilty woman is locked up. A business has their cash back, and I get a chance to apologize to my girl for being such a pompous jerk." "Well, your girl may have behaved badly, too. I should have trusted you, so I'll trust you. You won't go all bossy caveman on me, and we'll get along just peachy. Deal." Chapter 37. The day felt like it had been about 10 years long by the time I made it back to the house. Shelby, bless her little heart, was cooking when I got there. The delicious smell of pancakes and bacon about made me pass out from hunger, and I stopped in the doorway to watch Addie hover over her, bossing her around and telling her to check the pancakes. Then it occurred to me. Addie was teaching her to make my absolute all-time favorite meal. Her made-from-scratch buttermilk blueberry pancakes. Tears welled in my eyes because that was one of the things I missed about the corporeal Addie the most. Except for her hugs, of course. Justin was sitting at the table, immersed in his video game. "Hey guys, it smells amazing in here." Shelby whipped around, almost knocking the batter off. "Dang it, no, you scared the daylights out of me." I went to the stove and looked in the skillet, then glanced in the oven where the bacon was cooking. It was perfect. She scooped the last of the pancake batter onto the griddle, then grabbed an oven mitt to pull out the bacon, and I set the table and poured 3 big glasses of milk. When she flipped the pancakes, I popped the blueberry syrup into the microwave and pulled the bacon off the cookie sheet onto a paper towel-covered plate. So he wouldn't complain, I cut up a couple for Max and put them in a bowl along with a couple slices of bacon, then drizzled syrup over the whole thing. He actually thanked me when I called him in for dinner, then ruined it by adding that I should be so subservient all the time. Ungrateful donkey. Belle popped in right as we sat down to eat and started to ask me something. Addie shushed her, hovering as we made our plates, and dug in for that first bite. "Well, how are they?" I groaned. Those pancakes were something I'd never thought to taste again. "They're perfect. Shell, great job, and thank you. I was starving." I didn't add that as much as I loved our expanding family, it was nice to spend time with just us, and Justin, of course. Shelby blushed at the praise. "Addie told me how to do it. All I did was follow directions." "They're the best pancakes I've ever had," Justin mumbled with his mouth full. Normally, Addie would have never let that fly, but she did. Belle, on the other hand, gave him an admonishing look. He chased the pancakes with a drink of milk. "Sorry." We chatted and plowed through the pancakes. When the stack dwindled to 3 and all that was left of the bacon was crumbs, I leaned back in my chair with my hands on my belly. Thank you, Shell. That was the best meal I've had in a long time. I really miss those. Addie was floating beside her with a semi-sad ghost of a smile. I'm happy to pass on the recipe. Besides, she said, covering her sentimentality up with gruffness, it took me decades to perfect that recipe. It's my culinary responsibility to share it. Belle nodded. Yep, that's how I feel about my hairstyles and tricks. I try to pass 'em on. Some Coralie uses, and some she don't. Max popped in, and poor Justin dropped his last bite of pancake in his lap. He shot him a dirty look. It's a good thing I'm already full to bursting, or else that would have made me mad. Max mock-scowled at him and reached out to tussle his hair. And what exactly would you have done about it there, Mr. Big-for-your-britches? Justin shivered. You know that feels really cold, right? It's like I just had a brain freeze. He smiled to take the sting out before he stuck his face back in his video game. So, what did you do today, Max? I didn't see you all day, and we sort of had a change in your case. You don't say. I spent some time with Louise and Jared while they were packing. I found out I'm going to be a grandpappy. He frowned. Or, I guess, I would have been a grandpappy. I was completely out of my element and had no idea what to say. Thankfully, Addie and Belle did. You're still going to be a grandpappy, no matter what side of the daisies you're on, Addie said. Yeah, Belle added, there's gonna be a little Max Wheeler, or Emily Wheeler, maybe, running around, passing on your genes. Justin's gaze shot up from his game. I don't mean to interrupt, he said, examining Max. But did she say Max Wheeler? As in Maxwell P. Wheeler? Max frowned. Yeah, that's me. What about it? If you don't mind me asking, when did you die? Justin turned to me and whispered, That's not like asking a lady how much she weighs, is it? Before I could answer, Max laughed and filled in the blank for him. I'm new to this whole ghost thing, but it didn't offend me. Surprise. It seemed like everything I did offended him. Addie shook her head. Doesn't bother me either. Me either, Belle added, then glanced sideways at Max. Might not be polite to ask how somebody bought it, though. Max waved her off. Let the boy talk. I was killed this past Sunday, far as I can remember, right? He turned to me for confirmation, and I nodded. With everybody's attention on him, waiting for him to talk, you'd have thought the kid had ants in his pants. It's just, I sorta picked a guy's pocket a couple days ago, and he had credit cards with your name on it, and lots of cash, plus your ID. Before all this happened, I was trying to find a way to talk to the sheriff about it, but was afraid I'd get in trouble. He glanced at me. That's what I was trying to tell you at the barbecue. Did Max have his wallet on him when you guys found him? Shelby asked. I shook my head. Hunter said it was missing. That's why it was such a big deal that Larry had that much cash. I have it upstairs, Justin said. I usually drop 'em in that blue mailbox by the courthouse, hoping they'll get turned in and back to the folks who own 'em. That one, though, well, like I said, I was trying to work up the nerve to talk to him. You've been making Ben Osweiler's day. He's the mailman, and he looks forward to opening that box just to see what's in it next. I shook my head. That's one mystery solved anyway. Ben's gonna be so disappointed. I gave him the stink eye. But we're not going to keep picking pockets to entertain him, though, are we? No, we're not. Scout's honor. Were you ever a scout? Yeah, actually. Forget the dad-gummed Boy Scouts. Do you remember what the guy looked like? Max asked, steering the conversation back to the wallet. Yeah, well, sorta. I mean,
He was just a bump and grab. He was old, but not as old as you. Maybe a little older than the sheriff. Dark hair, kinda average weight.
How tall? Long hair? Short?
He shrugged. I don't know how tall, and I don't remember his hair much. I was paying more attention to his pocket. It wasn't crazy long, though. If it helps any, I think I'd recognize him if I saw him. I'll go up and get the wallet now. That wasn't much, but it was more than we'd had 20 minutes ago. He left the table and went upstairs. A couple minutes later, he came pounding back down and handed me a worn black nylon wallet bulging with cash. I opened it up and whistled. There was at least a few grand in it. The bills were almost all hundreds. Max, is this your wallet? I glanced up, and he was flickering so much that it was almost like he was shorting out. Then he looked at his watch and made his now familiar exit. That was the first time Addie had seen him blink out, and she looked at Belle, then rubbed her chin, lost in thought. I pulled out my phone and texted Hunter. Rather than text me back, he called 15 seconds after I hit send. I put him on speaker and gave him the general rundown of what we'd found.
Have any of you touched anything inside the wallet?
I glanced at Justin, who shook his head.
Nope. Okay, I'll be out in 20 minutes or so to get it. Have y'all eaten? I'm starved.
We glanced at the 3 pancakes left on the plate, and I felt a little guilty. Not so guilty that I regretted eating 4 of them, but a little guilty. Yeah, Shelby made pancakes. There are a few left if you want.
Sounds great. See ya in a bit.
Once he arrived, he put on a pair of gloves and opened the wallet up. There was no doubt it was Max's. His license was inserted in one of the plastic windows, and his face smiled up at us as soon as he opened it. He started with the bills, and I didn't think he was ever going to make it through the stack. Turns out, there was just a little under 9 grand in it. He started to pull the credit cards out, but changed his mind.
In case there's a random print, I don't want to smear it. I'll leave those for Jim.
He put it all into an evidence bag and sealed it while I warmed up the pancakes for him. He took one bite, and his eyes about rolled back in his head.
I feel bad eating the last 3. You all sure you got your bellies full?
Oh, yeah, I had 2. I'm good, I said. Shelby snorted. 2 at a time? Don't let her lie to you. We've plowed through a stack of those suckers this high. She opened her hands to what looked like about a foot. It wasn't that high, I said. He looked at Justin, who sold me out without an ounce of shame or remorse. It was totally that high, man. Brat. He was officially a part of the family. Chapter 38. I woke up early the next morning and made several batches of pastries and muffins, then decided that since Shelby cooked supper, I'd feed by myself so she could sleep in. I left Justin a note and headed to the barn, coffee cup in hand. We'd called Emily the night before to tell her about the wallet. She verified that all of the credit cards were his. It just makes me so angry that somebody killed him for a few measly bucks, she'd said, crying. I'd have given it to them if they'd have spared him. Well, if it helps, Justin says he can identify the guy if he sees him, and there are still some loose ends, so the fat lady ain't ready to sing just yet. We can't bring him back, but we can catch the person who killed him and put him under the jail. I hope so, she said, her voice miserable as we disconnected. Those words were still echoing in my head as I walked to the barn. I set my coffee cup on the ledge and set to work feeding. We had a well-established system. By the time I fed the last horse, the first horses were done and ready to turn out into the pastures. Thankfully, right now, we had plenty of good grass, so I didn't need to give them hay during the day. After I turned the last horse out, I set to work cleaning the stalls. The night before, I'd set a ward around the property that alerted whenever somebody crossed into the immediate barn or yard areas. I was starting to get the heebie-jeebies, thinking about somebody just strolling onto the property, pretty as you please, whenever they wanted. As I dumped the wheelbarrow in the manure pile,
The alarm went off in my head, and I caught something moving in my peripheral vision. I snapped my head that direction. I stood stock still, my gaze roaming over the property for the slightest hint of movement. Just when I thought it must have been a fluke somehow, a branch kicked back into place at the back of the pasture that led to the woods. You're going to make fun of me for what I did next because it's what every dumb person in every slasher film ever made does. I followed. Go ahead. Scream and tell me to get a knife or call Hunter. Too late. I did have a can of mace in my pocket. That was a precaution I started taking after the last time somebody tried to kill me, so I felt and made sure it was still there, then pulled some magic into my hands and crept toward the woods. Eyes and ears open to the slightest change, I crept along and kept one eye on the ground for tracks and another ahead for movement. I was almost to the tree line when I saw a boot print, or at least a piece of one. Whoever left it was big, but stealthy. Pushing through the foliage where I'd seen the movements, the prints became a little easier to follow, though they went on forever. After about 20 minutes, they faded out as the ground became rockier because I was getting closer to the lake. It didn't matter at that point, though. I knew this property inside out. They were headed to the old cabin on the water. I thought of the place as I straightened up and smoothed out my gait. Now that I knew where I was going, I didn't figure there was any reason to keep looking for prints, though I did still keep an eye out in case I was wrong. Sure enough, every several yards, there'd be a print. It took me another 10 minutes or so to reach the cabin. I stopped and watched for activity inside. Nothing. I frowned. I know this is where the person was headed. Right when I decided just to go up and knock, Addie popped in beside me, nearly giving me a heart attack. I clutched my chest. "What are you doing?" I hissed. "What are you doing?" she volleyed back. "Whoever's been messing around at the farm is in that cabin." She looked over her shoulder, a half grin on her face. "Actually, Sugar Pie, he's not. He's standing about 20 feet behind you." I whipped around, causing the man standing there to stiffen. He was as big as the size of his foot indicated, at least 6'2", and was wearing jeans, combat boots, and an army t-shirt. There was a German Shepherd mix standing beside him. "Noelle, meet Matthew Pierce. Matt, this is my niece, Noelle Flynn." "You know him?" "Addie, what's going on?" She scowled. "Mind your manners." My face got hot and I held out my hand. "I apologize, Mr. Pierce. It's a pleasure to meet you." The situation felt surreal and I turned back to Addie. "Okay, Auntie," I smiled, tight-lipped. "I think you got some splainin' to do." She smiled. "I reckon you're right. Matt?" He gestured toward the house. "Please, I just put some coffee on. Have a cup and I'll answer your questions as best I can. By the way, this is Wiz." Now that my heart settled back into its proper place, I couldn't help but notice that he was a good-looking man. His hair was a little overdue for a cut and he had some stubble. Instead of looking messy, though, it added to the whole manly man image. "Wiz?" "Yeah, as in wizard. The people who had him before me couldn't keep him contained, said he was a magician at opening gates and chewing through tethers. That's why they gave him to me, but I haven't had that problem." He reached down and rubbed the dog's ears. "I reckon maybe he just wasn't suited to a life of confinement." "Sounds like it." The porch was no longer sagging, and the roof, which had been close to falling in, looked rock solid. The windows were clean, and there was a rocking chair on the porch. I recognized one of our old poles leaning against the railing. The inside was as pristine as the outside. He'd gone to a lot of effort to clean it up. There was a percolator of coffee sitting on a camp stove, and he pulled an extra cup from one of the cabinets, then filled it, and the one he'd been carrying up. "I'm sorry, I don't have any milk or sugar," he said. I took a sip, and it was fabulous. Strong, but not burnt. "No, this is great. Thank you." Every time I moved, he adjusted his position so that his body was at a 45-degree angle from mine, though he didn't appear to be doing it intentionally. Wiz's eyes tracked me as I moved too, though it didn't feel creepy, just protective. It was cool enough out that the shaded porch would be nice, especially overlooking the lake. I took my coffee that direction, and he followed. Addie floated along, just watching. He offered the chair, and I slid into it while he leaned against a porch railing. We sipped in silence for a couple of minutes before he spoke. I'm originally from South Carolina, but I've been here for a few months now. I was in the Army, and when I got back, they retired me. I was hiking across the state and found Keyhole Lake. It's a beautiful area. He stopped talking as if he'd run out of words. Addie raised her brows and continued.
If I may, Matt?
He nodded.
Matthew don't care much for being around lots of people or in crowds. He's more of a limited doses kind of socializer. I was hanging out back here a month or so ago thinking. I always did love this part of the lake, and Matthew happened by.
One corner of his mouth turned up.
What she means to say is, I'd stopped for the night and had sort of helped myself to the cabin and your fishing pole so I could catch my supper and sleep under a roof.
I was starting to get the picture.
Addie introduced herself, and at first I thought she was one of my...
He started to say something, then stopped and took a deep breath.
I thought she was a figment of my imagination. I've never seen an actual ghost before. At least, not one like her that's still pretty much alive, minus a body.
I told Matt he was welcome to stay here as long as he wanted.
She gave me a look that I wasn't sure how to interpret until she continued speaking.
I also told him there were plenty eggs at the house, that he didn't need to live on just fish, and that you made wonderful pastries and bread.
Oh, so that's what that look was for. She'd been worried I'd get mad because she'd told him to help himself to our food. I was a little hurt that she'd think I'd have a problem with that. He looked at her with admiration. And of course, since you know her, you likely know she eventually convinced me that it was okay. I arched a brow and looked at her. You mean she nagged you and browbeat you until you did what she said? His laughter surprised me. It was rich and honest. Yeah, I was trying to be a little more generous than that, considering she wasn't doing anything other than trying to feed me. He looked at her fondly. It's been a long time since anybody really cared, one way or the other. That made me a little sad, but it also made me proud that she was my aunt and happy all over again that she decided to hang around instead of crossing over. I refused to just take it, though. I tried to do things around the place to help you out in exchange for the food. Everything clicked into place. There's nothing wrong with my hens, and my feed room door and saddle racks didn't magically fix themselves overnight, did they?
No, he said, smiling. Sorry to disappoint you.
You could have introduced yourself, you know. He looked at his feet, then out over the water.
That's a hard thing for me. And how do you do that, really? Hey, I'm the guy who's been stealing your eggs and fixing your stuff. It's been a while since I've interacted much with folks, but I'm pretty sure that's still weird.
Yeah, since you put it that way, I can see your problem. I watched out of the corner of my eye as he sipped his coffee.
You know, he said, if you're planning to lay tile around that pool, the dirt's at the wrong slant, at least so far.
I lowered my brows. How do you know that?
I've had a job in probably every area of building you can imagine. Before I went into the Army, I had my own business. I tried to pick it back up, but it's just too much. I can't deal with the people like that anymore. I'm good at the back end of things, and I still love working with my hands, but I can't work directly on a crew anymore.
Well, you don't have to sneak around anymore, or worry about food. I'll gladly trade labor for groceries if you're willing to trade.
Addie glowered at me, and I raised my brows in the what expression. Are you looking to stay around here a while?
Are you looking to stay around here a while? If so, you'll likely need somewhere more permanent to stay, with lights and water.
Oh, I knew what she was trying to get me to do, but I wasn't sure I was willing to do it. Still, Addie would never in a million years suggest such a thing if she thought for a minute there was any danger for us involved. I sighed. Why not? Everybody needs a chance sometimes, right? If you're interested, there's an apartment above the barn. Honestly, it's probably got an inch of dust, but it's a nice place cleaned up. We used to rent it out to a girl who had her horse boarded there, but it's been empty for a couple of years. You want to see it? I don't know, he said. I kinda like it here. All of a sudden, I felt like somebody was stabbing a railroad spike through my forehead. I grabbed my temples and put my head between my knees.
Noelle, Elizabeth, you answer me right now, you hear?
Shelby's voice was frantic. Shell, I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm back at the cabin on the lake. I found out where our eggs have been going and who's been fixing things. I lifted my gaze to Addie. Shelby's flipping out. Please go tell her I'm okay and that I'll be home in just a few minutes. She nodded and flickered out. I turned back to Matthew, who was staring at me. What? I asked. Never seen a girl who hears voices before? You're kidding, right? Of course I am, just like my saddle racks magically fixed themselves. He frowned at me. No need to be snippy. It's a valid question. Though, after meeting Miss Addie, I'm not even sure why I asked. I held up a hand. Peace. I have to head back. Would you like to go with me? I could use some advice on that pool and deck, too. After thinking for a few minutes, he didn't exactly smile. But he wasn't frowning anymore either. Sure, but only just to see, and because that pool and deck are so off square. Then we'll go from there. Fair enough. Chapter 39. As Matthew and I made our way back to the house, Wiz, trotting along beside him, was mostly quiet. I asked a few questions, but got mostly short answers. He wasn't terse, just introspective. Once Shelby saw that I was okay, she lectured me for scaring her like that. I felt bad, because had the roles been reversed, I would have done the same thing. I made the introductions and she smiled. So, you're the magic behind the self-fixin' barn. Thank you. We showed him the apartment, then invited him in for a sandwich. I'd rather just take some time to look around and get the lay of things, if it's all the same to you. No problem. Make yourself at home, and if you need anything, just holler, Shelby said. On the way back to the house, she said, You're totally doing the laundry for a week for scaring me like that. I cocked a brow. Oh, I am I? She nodded so hard her ponytail bobbled. Yes, you are. She glanced at me and her eyes were troubled. You make me crazy, but I love you, and you and Ray are all I have. Now, how was I supposed to argue with that? I slung my arm around her and bent my head sideways to hers. Ditto, kiddo. I was supposed to have lunch with Coralie, Rayanne, Bobby Sue, and Anna Mae that day, but forgot all about it in all the hubbub until Anna texted to make sure we were still on. I fired back a quick text letting her know that of course we were still on. We tried to get together at least once a week, and we tried to do it when Bobby Sue could go with us too. Since we'd gone on the cruise, she and Earl had decided to close the restaurant down one day a week unless there was something big going on. They also each took a night when they covered for each other. They'd spent the better part of 2 years chained to the place because they couldn't find good help and had forgotten what they were missing until they actually got used to those days off again. Bobby Sue had checked Louise's references and was hopeful that she was going to turn out to be somebody she could trust the place with. Line cooks weren't too hard to find, but good managers that kept everybody honest were.
We decided to mix it up and have lunch at the Cheshire Cat, the local pub. In addition to a good variety of craft beers, they also had a brick oven that they used to make pizzas and all of their sandwich rolls. Rather than sit at the bar, we opted for a round table in the back corner since Belle and Sherry Lynn wanted to join us. The rest of us were already there and had beers in front of us when Coralie rushed through the door. She looked frazzled as she draped her purse strap on the back of one of the green pleather chairs, then plopped down. "Y'all ain't even gonna believe the gossip that's flying around town right now." I raised my brows and looked around at the other girls, who looked just as surprised as I was. Though gossip was the accurate word, it wasn't a term she usually used. She preferred to call it chit-chat, back-fence chatter, or scuttlebutt. Once in a great while, it was rumors. Or, if she knew it was fact, but never gossip. "Do tell," Anime said, leaning in. "I've been spending so much time remodeling the house that I haven't spent much time in town lately. I mean, of course I know about the murder, but what else is going on?" I was curious to hear that myself. Max's story had been front-page news for a week, and as far as I knew, there was no second page. After our server took her drink order, a martini, extra dirty, she leaned in. "There's the usual bickering and divorces, but a few days ago, a group of women from Eagle Gap came in with some bizarre claims." Eagle Gap was a town about the size of Keyhole, about 40 miles west of us. Now that was interesting. Rarely did we get outside gossip. It was nice to have something fresh, though often Coralie's idea of bizarre leaned more toward Bigfoot sightings than human behavior. I suppose that since she traded in cheating husbands and women who supposedly went commando, it took something a little more grand to make the short list.
"Well, don't just leave us hanging,"
Bobby Sue said, taking a long pull off her bottle of Bud. She said if she wanted frou-frou flavors in her beer, she'd drink a glass of juice, and she didn't cotton to none of that watered-down sissy beer either. Okay, keep your bloomers on. I'm getting to it," Coralie glowered at her. Good gossip, like good shine, was to be savored. "So, these ladies wanted to know all about the Hank ordeal and congratulated us on his passing, then talked a little about Max." She paused as the waiter took our food orders. "Don't stop now," Ray said. "If they've got something to beat a man getting clubbed with a toilet tank lid, I'm all ears. Bless Max's heart, anyway." Belle sighed.
"Just spit it out, sugar. They got no sense for the finer nuances of a good story."
"Fine," Coralie said. "If that's how y'all are gonna be, they said there's been folks being possessed by demons over there." Silence settled around the table as we digested that. I had to give her credit. It was definitely bizarre. "Come again, Coralie?" Anime said, her delicate brows arched. Coralie nodded. "Right hand to God, that's what she said. Possessed. Said good, everyday people were doing stuff like knocking over convenience stores and shoplifting from the Piggly Wiggly. Just walking in pretty much as you please and doing whatever, then disappearing for 20 minutes or so, only to show back up missing time with no idea what they done."
"Baloney,"
Bobby Sue said, motioning around the table.
"All of us know ghosts don't just jump in somebody else's body. That possession crap is for the birds. Sounds to me like it's some kind of organized crime spree. Probably a bunch of them scabby, scrawny juvenile delinquents walking around with their faces pierced, their teeth ground into fangs, and their pants hanging off their asses. They're probably knocking over stores for meth money, then claiming they don't remember." Bobby Sue's always had a problem just saying what she thinks. "I don't know," Sherry Lynn said, her brow creased. "BB," her gypsy grandmother, always said to watch out for unsettled and angry haunts. She said they have different juju than regular ghosts. I wouldn't write it off, but she also said there was nearly always an earthly explanation, 'cause spirits that can hurt people are rare as hen's teeth. "What did they say they're doing about it?" Rayanne asked, glancing at me.
She knew as well as I did that the odds of it being demons were about the same as finding a Methodist preacher in a Baptist church, but that didn't mean that there wasn't a magical explanation for it. Her dear mama, my Aunt Elizabeth, dealt with just such a thing. Back before we were born, she barely came through it with her life, and her magic was crippled, though Addie was sure it was a mental thing. It's why she doesn't leave the house much, and when she does, it's just to go to town for groceries or maybe to the farm for special occasions. Belle snorted. They're bringing in one of them fancy priests to do an exorcism. Like that'll do any good. A little chill ran down my spine when I glanced at Ray and Sherry Lynn. They looked as worried as I felt. Most of those self-proclaimed experts were shysters, but there were a few with just enough mojo to be dangerous because they didn't know what they had or how to use it. That was something we needed to keep an eye on, but there was no need to borrow trouble. Our lunch arrived, then the conversation turned to Justin. The girls wondered what was going to end up happening to him. Honestly, I didn't know. The social worker wasn't in such a hurry to find him a home since I'd been officially sworn in as a temporary foster parent, but I had no idea how to raise a kid, and with everything so up in the air right then, I didn't know if taking him in permanently would be good for him either. I filled them in on the whole restoration repurposing idea and the travel it may entail. One thing was certain. Before he went anywhere, they'd have to meet my standards, and he'd have to like them and want to live there. Period. And that was one case where I would use magic to make things happen, or, more accurately, to keep things from happening. It's just, he's already part of the family. I ran a fry through my ketchup, then popped it in my mouth. Of course he is, sugar. Cora Lee patted my hand. You know you can bring him by the restaurant any time you need somebody to look after him, right? Earl'd love a young'un around to talk to. He's not a big people person, but he has a real soft spot for kids. She smiled, wistful. He would have made a good daddy, but it just wasn't to be. They wouldn't even approve us as foster parents because of our work schedules. That gave me the beginnings of an idea, but I'd have to play it by ear. Really? Do you think you could keep him this evening? Hunter and I were going for a bike ride, and Shelby has a movie date with Cody. I was just gonna skip it and plan an evening in instead, but if you don't mind... Oh, no, sugar. You bring him right by. Everything'll be just fine. I grinned. For the first time, I was pretty sure it would be. Chapter 40. When I got home, I was pleasantly surprised to see Matthew working on the apartment. I stepped inside and poured 2 glasses of tea, then headed his direction. His back was to me, and he was nailing down a couple of stairs that had popped loose. Wiz was lying beside the stairs in the grass, snoozing. The apartment took up 2/3 of the space above the barn, with the other third being used for storage. A staircase ran up the backside of the barn to a little deck and the entrance to the apartment. Making progress, I see. He jumped and spun toward me, pulling the hammer back, and Wiz reacted by jumping beside him and leaning into his leg. A comforting gesture for Matt, not an aggressive one toward me. Good dog. I stopped in my tracks and held up the tea. Sorry to startle you. I figured you might be thirsty. Blushing and looking at his feet, he lowered the hammer. I'm so sorry. It's just... No worries. I handed him one of the glasses. I shouldn't sneak up on people like that. I knew exactly what caused the reaction because I'd seen plenty of PTSD when I was volunteering at a veterans hospital in Atlanta. I kicked myself for not taking that into consideration. He gave me a half smile and shook his head. Like I said, I don't do well with people. I shrugged. I don't do so well with them most of the time myself. Granted, it's for vastly different reasons, but the sentiment stands. He sat down on one of the steps and took a long pull from the glass. Don't be surprised if I alternate back and forth between here and the cabin, at least for a while. Being back among folks is going to take some getting used to. It's all good with me.
I'm just grateful to have some help. About that, I'm not comfortable just living here for free, and I hardly call taking care of a handful of horses sometimes earning my keep. I need to get a job, but don't know a soul. On top of that, I can't work with a crew. It's too much. I thought for a minute, and my mind drifted back to what we discussed earlier. I actually may have a solution to that, and it would be helping out both you and another friend of mine. I took a seat on an old lawn chair he'd moved from the deck and looked behind me when the screen door to the house slammed shut. I didn't have time to finish explaining because Justin ran across the yard toward us with Max, who actually looked like he was having a good time for once. "Justin, have you met Matthew?" "Yeah, Miss Addie introduced us earlier. He said maybe he could teach me how to fish if it was okay with you." Matt's eyes were sparkling. "You just have to remember that the first rule of fishing is that you always back up your fishing buddy's fish story." Justin looked dead serious. "I could do that. Pa used to say I was good at fish tales." I couldn't help but laugh. Gravel popped, and the whine of Hunter's motorcycle coming up the drive made me smile. "Wow, I miss having one of those," Matt said as Hunter pulled in front of the house and killed the motor. "You ride?" "I used to, back before I went to Iraq. I had 2 bikes, a Honda Goldwing for cruising and a Honda CBR for when I wanted something a little more exciting." He grinned, a faraway look in his eyes. "I rarely rode the Goldwing." Hunter ambled across the yard after he'd pulled his helmet off, and I introduced the two. "Noelle said she had somebody interested in moving into the apartment. I'm glad to see it. I know she's capable." I raised my brow at his choice of words, but it's still good to have an extra set of eyes and ears. "I'll do my best," Matt said, then took Hunter's measure. "So, did you tell him how we met?" Addie popped in just as I was about to reply, which was good, because I had no idea what to say.
"I explained to Hunter that everybody has a story, and that you'd tell him how much of yours you wanted to share."
Bless her. She always knew just what to say, unlike me. I hadn't said anything to Hunter, namely because I wasn't sure what to say. Like Addie said, it wasn't my story to tell. "You're a good woman, Miss Addie." Matt shook his head, his eyes gleaming again. He turned his gaze to Hunter. "You may have heard about some trading going on around town." "Trading?" Hunter lowered his brows, confused. "Yeah, like trading eggs for fixing doors and ribs for rebuilding tables," I said. "And brooms for dumpster doors and handicap ramps for dog food. This list is kinda long." He held his breath as he waited for Hunter's reaction. Hunter's eyes lit with understanding, and he examined Matt a little closer. "Oh, that trading. Well, it was a good workaround, I reckon." "That's a nice way of putting it," Matt said. He motioned toward the bike. "What year?" And that was all it took. Motor sizes and horsepower speak took over as Matt followed Hunter to the bike to take a closer look. Justin was hot on their heel, and Max had retired to the porch for a nap.
"Lordy, I'm glad to see that. I was 99% sure that Hunter would understand, but you never know," Addie said.
"He's a good egg. He's beat with this whole murder thing, though. Speaking of, have you seen Max?" She shook her head.
"I sure haven't. And Belle and I have been talking about how he blinks out and think maybe we know what's going on, or at least what's causing it."
I waited for her to continue, but she didn't. One glance and I could tell she was figuring out how to best phrase whatever she was thinking.
"I think it's in his noggin,"
she said after a few more seconds. "Say what?" I wasn't tracking.
"Me and Belle have noticed that
He only does it when he's asked questions about his death, and we think either who done it or why it was done is what's causing the problem." That actually made sense. I thought back to a few of the times that he'd flickered out on us, and except for the ones in the very beginning, she was right. Still, I had no idea what to make of it. While the guys were messing with the bike, I went in to refill our teas and get a glass for Hunter. When I sat down at the patio table on the shaded corner of the porch, they joined me. We shot the breeze for a bit about places Matt had been, just enjoying the afternoon, and then my phone dinged with a text. "It's Emily," I said. "Louise and Jared just got back from Atlanta with their U-Haul. She wants to know if we want to have dinner at Bobby Sue's as a thank you." "A thank you for what?" Hunter asked. "Oh, I hooked Louise and Bobby Sue up. Louise is going to be serving at the restaurant so she can fire Miss Ditz. Plus, I'd imagine your work on Max's case so far." He shrugged. "I want to go for a ride first, though." I looked at the bike, eager to get going now that he'd mentioned it. "Absolutely, afterward." It only took a couple of texts to finalize the details. Then it occurred to me that Matt had to eat too, and it would be a good time for him to meet Emily and Jared. "Matt, would you like to go?" "Go where?" He looked leery. "Just to my friend's restaurant. She has a great deck out back, and we can sit there where we don't have to deal with other people. Emily's husband was murdered, so she now owns the construction company that's doing my pool." "Oh." He took off his hat and scratched his head. "Do you think that's a good idea? I'm not a fan of the workmanship. I mean, I may enjoy talking construction with one or two folks, but I don't want to offend anybody." "If it makes you feel any better," Hunter said, "the man who started the pull is actually sort of a suspect in the murder. He was too drunk to remember whether he did it or not." Matt arched a brow. "Well, being in the bag would surely explain a lot." He rubbed his chin, thinking. "How many other projects did he have running while he was like that?" "That I couldn't tell you, but I'm sure Emily and her son-in-law Jared know, and they have an unusual need right now." "And there won't be but a couple people there?" His eyes were unsure. "No more than 4, plus us, of course, but you don't have to go if you don't want to." He took a deep breath and looked at the backyard again. "No, it's time I moved forward. And there ain't no way that," he pointed his thumb at the mud hole, "is gonna fly if I can help it." I looked over his shoulder at the mess in my backyard. Justin came running like a madman towards us. "Can I go for a ride on the bike?" I stopped him before he could get too excited. "Maybe when we get back, but we're gonna go first, okay?" He huffed out a huge 9-year-old sigh. "I guess." "When we get back, big guy," Hunter said, ruffling his hair. Hunter's phone dinged. He looked at it and drew his eyebrows together. "That's weird. I missed a call from the lab. I didn't even hear it ring." He walked off to the side of the house and put a finger in his ear. "So," Matt said, "if I'm going to stay here, I need to clear a few things up, for my own sanity. First, you made the joke about hearing voices earlier." "Oh," I said, that's no joke. Normally, this doesn't come up in early conversation, but you're going to be living here, and we need to be able to be ourselves. Shelby and I and Rayanne, who you'll meet in the next day or two, are witches. The normal, other-than-magic kind, not the wart-on-the-nose, evil cauldron kind." He held up his hand. "Are you trying to tell me that I wasn't having a hallucination when I saw the barn sweep itself?" I grimaced and peered at him with one eye shut. "Nope, you were perfectly lucid. Though technically, the barn didn't sweep itself. The broom swept the barn by itself. I feel really bad for freaking you out, even though I had no idea you were there." He released a breath I didn't know he'd been holding. No, that's good. I was like 80% sure it was real. And, oh, what the hell, in for a penny. The donkey talks, right? I pinched my lips together and nodded. Yep. Sometimes you can't get him to shut up, and if you're a Scotch drinker, sneak it in, or he'll nag you to death for a nip of it. He squinted his eyes and nodded. Scotch. I see. I grinned at the way he was trying to take all of it in stride. It's not really as bizarre as you might think once you get used to it. He has a story. He's not just a talking donkey. He's actually a man. Maximilian Beauregard Lancaster III, cursed into a donkey's body by a scorned 16th century Irish witch. I scratched my nose and waited for his reply. You mean by the 16th century they still hadn't learned not to piss off a redhead? I grinned. I'm pretty sure it was a singular case, not a reflection on the rest of the male population. I reckon you're probably right. If it were, we'd have a lot more talking asses running around. Max popped open an eye and swiveled an ear at us.
I heard that.
I wasn't trying to be quiet, Matt said, then turned back to me. We'll talk about all this more when I'm settled in. For now, I just needed to know that it wasn't me. I quirked my mouth up. Nope, it's not you. Hunter sauntered back towards us, looking troubled. What do you have to say? The DNA on that scrap of cloth came back. It was Chet's. That's awesome, then. I knew that douche was guilty. Well, no. They also found bloody fingerprints on the lid that belonged to Joe. Is one of them the drunk foreman? Matt asked. Hunter ran his tongue over his teeth. Nope, he said, popping the pea. Huh. That just makes everything clear as mud, then. Chapter 41. Hunter hustled me onto the bike without further discussion, no doubt to avoid talking about Joe. Since moving here a few months before, he'd found some great back roads. Cody rode too, so there were times when the two of them would go out just to do the guy thing. I think they just followed whatever road they turned onto, and it worked. We rode for an hour, then he pulled over at an overlock and we walked around a little to stretch our legs. I'm thinking about getting my own bike, I blurted. He tripped over a rock, but caught himself just in time, and I laughed at him. What? Why is that so surprising? I don't know, he said. I guess it just never occurred to me. What made you start thinking about it? I didn't even pause. I want to be in control. I want to be able to go as fast or as slow as I want, and I may even want to ride to work sometimes. Oh boy, he said after a minute. You realize they're not toys, right? Of course they're toys, I snapped at him, not appreciating the hint of condescension in his tone. They're just toys that you have to respect and use with caution and common sense, just like a four-wheeler or even a horse for that matter. Fair enough. How about I start teaching you, and you can decide then. You should know how to ride anyway, in case anything ever happens to me. Just thinking about it thrilled me. When can we start? Tomorrow, he laughed. Tonight, we have a dinner to go to, but don't worry. I'll have you on 2 wheels in no time, killer. I was in such a good mood, I let that slide. The ride back home was awesome. The air was cooling down enough so the wind whipping over us was perfect, and as always, it was nice snuggling against his back. Of course, it was going to be nice to be riding beside him, too. By the time we made it back to the house, we only had about 15 minutes to get ready. Fortunately, there wasn't much to do other than brush my hair and pull on a jacket since we'd been eating on the deck. Hunter took Justin for a quick ride, and by the time they got back, Matt and I were waiting for them on the porch. His muscles were tense, and he was sitting ramrod straight in the rocking chair. You don't have to do this, you know. I'll gladly bring you something home." He shook his head. "No, it's time for me to get past this. Thanks for understanding, though. I'll give you the same tip my speech instructor gave me. If you feel overwhelmed, picture them all in their underwear." He scoffed. "I thought you women frowned on us doing that." I flapped a hand at him. "Please, like that stops y'all anyway." Once we were all in, I was thankful I'd gone with the king cab when I got the truck. Fitting 4 people in a single cab had been fine as a teenager, but wouldn't have been quite so fine as an adult, especially when you have a boy hyped up on Twizzlers, sour gummies, and adrenaline riding with you. By the time we made it to Bobby Sue's, I'm pretty sure Matt was reevaluating his decision of the last 12 hours, and of the last 2 in particular. The parking lot was empty except for a couple of cars, and I was glad that we planned it for a bit later, when there wouldn't be a ton of people there. Plus, since Sarah was off, I knew the service was going to be slow. I wanted to give us the best odds possible of actually eating without having to do it myself. Emily, Scott, Louise, and Jared were already there, so we joined them and made the introductions. Apparently, Darren had something to do, but would be there in time to eat.
"Can I go see Bobby Sue and Earl in the kitchen again?"
Justin asked, practically vibrating in his chair. "Absolutely," I said. "Come on." He managed to mind his manners enough not to run to the bat wings, but barely. As soon as we did, Bobby Sue's face lit up like the 4th of July.
"Hey, Earl, looks like your assistant chef just showed up."
Earl looked up from the meat that he was slicing, and his burly face split into a grin.
"Welcome back, young'un. You here to help me load the pit or pull the pork?"
Justin looked at me and put his hand over his mouth so only I could hear.
"What's pulling the pork mean?"
He narrowed his eyes.
"Is he funning me? Is that like pulling your leg?"
Laughing, I replied, "No, pulling pork just means shredding it with a fork or your fingers. See that big pile over there?" I pointed to Earl's workstation. All those slivers of pork used to be one big chunk, or, from the looks of it, 2 or 3 big chunks.
"Oh!"
He looked from the pit to the pork and back again.
"Both,"
he announced. "Good man," Earl grinned, motioning him back.
"Goodbye, madam,"
he said, in a really bad British accent.
"Go enjoy yourself, and we shall make you a meal."
I rolled my eyes and looked from Earl to Bobby Sue. "Y'all sure you got him?" Bobby waved her chef knife at me, but was smiling.
"Scat, go on now. Everything's fine."
I shrugged and headed back to the table. Not surprisingly, our drinks still weren't there. "Has she even been here to take our drink order?" Hunter shook his head, and I heaved a sigh. "And this, Louise, is the standard you have to beat." She laughed. "I'm pretty sure I'm already beating it just by sitting here interacting with everybody at the table." "True story," I said, and went to get our drinks. The waitress station was a wreck. The tea was almost empty, there was something sticky all over the counters, and there were no clean cups, and she was nowhere to be seen. I went and got a rack full of cups and stacked them on the counter, then filled our cups. As I pushed through the door to the patio, I caught sight of her at the end of the building, smoking a cigarette and talking on her phone. I flicked my finger and her phone flew out of her hand. When she bent down to pick it up, I almost gave her backside a push so she'd step forward onto the screen, but didn't, since she was going to be unemployed by the end of the night. See, I'm considerate. She pushed away from the wall and took our orders, then disappeared back into the building, no doubt to find a better place to hide. They'd been talking construction while I was gone, and I was glad to see that Matt seemed to be relaxed and having a good time telling them about the design flaws in my pool. It turned out that Wheeler Construction had several projects at some stage in the funnel besides my pool, the Veterans Memorial, and Bobby Sue's stage, so the sooner Emily could get things back up and running, the better. "I'm not going to beat around the bush, Matt. I need your experience, and I'd love to have you on the team," Emily said. He paused, struggling with an internal debate. I'll help as I can. Let's get you back in business, then decide where we're at, okay? Deal, she and Jared echoed. Well, there was that problem solved. 2 problems, actually. Now, if we could get Justin situated and solve Max's murder, we'd be in Jim-dandy shape. Speaking of Justin, I figured I'd better go make sure things were hunky-dory with him. He was an awesome kid, but he could be a handful, and if they were busy, I didn't want him to be underfoot. I stood back while she backed through the door with our trays, then pushed in, expecting to find him covered in soot, barbecue sauce, or both. Instead, I found Earl pulling pork and Bobby Sue working in the dish pit. She caught my movement and looked up. "Where's Justin?" I asked. Her eyes got a little wide. "What do you mean, where's Justin? He went back to the table 10 minutes ago. He went to the bathroom, then came back in all excited, said he needed to tell you something. Something about a wallet guy." My blood ran cold. "You're sure that's what he said? The wallet guy?" "Yeah," she said, coming from the pit and drying her hands. "What was he talking about? Who's the wallet guy?" "The wallet guy," I told her with a heart full of dread, "is the man who murdered Max." Chapter 42. Earl stopped messing with the pork and wiped his hands, coming out of his area like a pissed-off grizzly bear. I'd never seen him anything other than gruff or laughing, and let me tell you, the man was terrifying. His biceps were huge, with a Marine's insignia tattoo on one and Lady Liberty draped in a ribbon emblazoned with Semper Fidelis on the other. It wasn't his size or tattoos that made him scary, though. It was his expression. It promised extended, intense pain to anybody that hurt that kid. Earl charged toward the front door and Bobby Sue to the back door. I checked the bathrooms just to make sure we actually had a reason to panic. By the time I made it outside, Hunter was already on his phone putting out an APB, so I called Coralie and did the same. Her phone tree was much bigger than Keyhole County's. The woman had eyes everywhere. I spotted the waitress staring at us and wondering what was going on. I remembered seeing her standing at the end of the building. She may have seen something. What the hell was her name? "Krista," I called. She rolled her eyes as I strode in her direction. "It's Crystal." "Okay, sorry, whatever. Did you see the little boy that came in with us leave with anybody?" "I didn't see a little boy with you. Do you mean the red-headed one that was being a pest in the kitchen?" I'd choke her later. "Yes, that one. Some guy dragged him across the parking lot and drove off with him." "You just let a guy drag a kid out of here without saying anything?" "What? I thought he was just in trouble." I bit back the urge to pummel her. "What kind of car?" "Oh, that's easy," she said. "It's the same kind my boyfriend drives, a silver Impala." I felt like I was going to pass out. The one car we hadn't been able to identify that had been to Max's the morning he was murdered. I rushed back to the table. "Hunter, it was a guy in a silver Impala." The blood drained from his face as soon as he made the connection. Emily tilted her head sideways. "What about a silver Impala? That's what Darren drives." Max popped in right at the tail end of that. "What about the car Darren drives?" "Max, you have to focus here. Your neighbor saw a silver Impala come and go from your shop the morning you were killed. It was the only car we weren't able to track down." He started to flicker, and Addie popped in, hands on hips, and frowning. "Don't you dare chicken out on that boy, you old geezer. Focus." At that, Addie smacked her hands together, and something similar to lightning sounded. I'd definitely be asking her how she did that later, once Justin was home and safe. Max's form solidified a bit, and he stopped flickering. He heaved a huge sigh and looked like a beaten man as he turned to Emily. "It was Darren, Em. Darren's the one that killed me." "No," Emily said, pressing her fingers to her mouth. No. That can't be. Honey, it is, he said softly, then turned to us. The only place I can figure he'll go is to his folks' place, he told me. Nobody's lived there since they died, but we've kept it up. He gave us directions, then turned to Emily. I'm trying to pop into the car with him. I'm getting pretty good with numbnuts and Noelle over there, so wish me luck. Emily just stared at me. We loved him and raised him like our own. Horror rolled over her face. I told him Justin could identify the murderer. I was so excited somebody knew. Don't, Emily. This isn't your fault. Let's just find them, okay? I was all ready to my truck, jerking the door open, when Hunter, Earl, Matt, and Scott jumped in. I know where the house is, Scott said as I pulled to the entrance of the lot. Take a right and go straight until you hit Oracle. Then take a left. I followed his directions and houses became further and further apart. Finally, he motioned to an overgrown driveway I'd likely have missed if he hadn't pointed it out. The tall grass was bent. Somebody'd been there recently. I don't know what you want to do from here. The house isn't very far up the drive, 300 yards or so. If you pull in, he'll see you. Since there was nothing but woods before the driveway, I backed up and pulled off the road into the weeds. We got out and rushed to the mouth of the driveway, slowing down before we left the coverage of the trees that concealed us. Matt held his hand out in a fist. Anybody who's ever backed a truck onto a hitch or had to load and unload 500 pounds of feed from a dock knows what that means. We all stopped. He crept up to the driveway and poked his head around just enough to maybe see the house. He did 3 more of those quick glances, then came back to us. From this angle, there's no way to get to the house without being out in the open. What about from the south side? Scott? Okay, now we were talking directions. I was lost and demanded clarification. From then on, I got fronts, backs, lefts, and rights. Scott said, we need to distract him. He knows me and looks up to me. Or at least he did. I'll go straight up the front yard. Matt nodded. The 3 of us... I cleared my throat and 4 heads turned to me. I only need the answer to one question. Is it him in there? Darren, I mean. Matt gave a curt nod. The Impala's parked out front. Thank you very much, gentlemen. As I rounded the grouping of trees and came into the open, Justin screamed from inside the house. Fury bubbled in my chest and red tinged my vision. I opened my mind and called to my magic. The trees and tall grass stirred in response, and I felt his mind. I expected it to feel slimy or evil, but it didn't. It felt weak and selfish and stupid. I didn't knock at the door to his consciousness like I do with Shelby's or Ray's. I blew it clear off his hinges, screaming in his head, calling him every name I could think of. Come out of there, you slimy little... I'll kill him if you come any closer. I didn't know if he said it out loud or in his head, but I pushed harder at his mind, spreading into the cracks and crevices. I started seeing flashes of thought that had never happened before. I saw his hand, and there was a knife in it. Justin was tied to a chair, and he was walking toward him. I could sense the men moving behind me, telling me to be careful. The only thing I needed to be careful about was to stay on my feet, to not fall. I poured all my focus into being him, into controlling that knife, and I felt it when my will overpowered his. I stopped and held up my fist in the same signal to stop they'd used just a few minutes before. I could see through his eyes now, and it was awkward, trying to move his limbs without moving my own, but I didn't dare leave him inside and out of sight where I might lose my grip and give him a chance to hurt Justin. I concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other until his body reached the door. Then I saw his hand reaching down to open it. Closing my eyes so I didn't lose him when I could see him, I twisted the doorknob with his hand and pulled the door open, then slammed him as hard as I could to the porch. The guys rushed forward, and I concentrated on holding him still until Earl grabbed Darren's wrist and shoved a knee between his shoulder blades. Once he was disabled, I let go of his mind. The wind died down and colors burst behind my eyelids, making me dizzy. I spread my feet a little to keep from falling and opened my eyes to get my bearings. The men were staring at me, and Darren was crying like a little girl and babbling about Jedi mind control. Matt just shook his head and grinned. And that, gentlemen, is why you should never piss off a redhead.
Chapter 43. Justin had managed to wriggle free of the ropes that bound him and rushed out of the house to me. Max floated out of the house, quiet and retrospective, looking toward the road as a car came plowing into the driveway, almost on 2 wheels. Emily and Bobby Sue jumped out and rushed towards us.
I need to go see Em. She's put her whole life into those kids. Her heart's gonna be broke.
Another mind brushed mine, and I almost panicked before I realized it was Shelby's. "Noelle, are you okay? What in the name of Hades is going on?" I gave her the Reader's Digest version and told her everything was fine. "Oh my God, I just felt a huge rush of energy a few minutes ago, but when I tried to reach you, it was like you kept pushing me back out."
That's weird. The whole situation is weird.
I think we need to talk about it in depth when I get home and we're alone. Just me, you, Ray, and Addie. Maybe get Aunt Elizabeth to come too. All right. Love you. Love you back. It was several hours before we got everything sorted. Chet admitted he'd gone to try to talk some sense into the old codger about his spoiled Satan's spawn, but that Max had been alive when he left. Poor Joe had gone to tear Max a new one about the stinky fishing boat and found him dead. He'd picked the pieces up and moved them out of the way so he could get to him, then panicked when Max flickered in as a ghost for the first time, disoriented, and fled without calling the cops. He's not one who can usually see our ghosts, so it was an understandably horrific experience for him. I was relaxing on the porch with Hunter and Addie, watching as the workmen remeasured the area for my deck according to Matt's new specifications, when Max popped in. He'd decided to stick around after all, and he and Emily took the trip he'd been planning. That's why we were surprised when he popped in. "Hey, Max," I said. "Shouldn't you be somewhere near New Mexico right now?"
"Yeah, Em's taking a shower, so I figured I'd pop over and let you know I finally remembered what exactly happened."
Even though we knew Darren did it, he refused to say a word about it.
"That would be great if you want to share that," Hunter said. "It makes no sense to any of us."
Max pressed his lips together and turned to look out over the pasture.
"A couple weeks ago, he asked to borrow more money. He always said borrow, but I never saw a dime of it back. Em told me years ago to cut him off and make him work for his money, the same as everybody else did. But I loved the boy. This time, though, I told him no."
He shook his head.
"I did him wrong by mollycoddling him, and I guess in the end I got my own self killed. Em was right. He was a grown man and needed to stand on his own 2 feet and learn to work. He was always chasing an easy dollar, and that's what he'd done again. I'd already caught him stealing once. That's why I changed the combination."
"Ah, well, that explained that." He took off his hat and ran his hand through his silvery hair.
"I came in that day between jobs to get money to take to Darrell Lynn, and he was trying to get into it again. When he saw me, he started begging. He'd borrowed money from the wrong folks, and they were calling in the marker. I told him no, and he got so mad at me, he picked up the lid and swung."
I felt horrible as I watched the emotions flicker across his face.
That's really all there is to it," he finished. "I'm so sorry, Max," I said. And I was. He gave me a tired half-smile. "Me too, kiddo. Me too," he said as he faded out.
"Well, then," Addie explained, "now we know why he flickered out every time we mentioned the actual murder. His mind just couldn't deal with the memory and shut down."
That was as good an explanation as any, I suppose. As far as the rest, I'd asked Hunter to do some preliminary poking to push Bobby Sue and Earl through as foster parents, with the end game of adopting Justin. I wasn't going to say anything until everything was in place, but I did plan to have him spend more time with the two of them. A boy needed a mom and a dad, and Hunter and I weren't anywhere near there. If something happened and we didn't work out, I didn't want Justin to lose yet another father. Earl and Bobby Sue, on the other hand, needed a son as much as Justin needed good parents. She'd think twice about that ice cream thing when it was her upholstery in danger, I was sure. Until then, he had a home with us for as long as he needed it. Bobby Sue got to give Miss Ditz the royal boot, and Louise turned out to be a huge asset who will likely end up as general manager, which will play well with my plans for Justin. We definitely needed to have a family meeting about what had happened with the whole mind control thing, but that was going to have to wait for a couple of days. After everything was all cleaned up nice and neat, I went home, ate an entire bowl of Aunt Addie's spaghetti and meatballs Shelby had made for me, then crashed for 12 hours. The last thing I learned from my first experience with mind control is that it takes a ton of energy. The sound of motorcycles revving in the driveway at 7 the next morning woke me up, and for once, I was semi-excited to get out of bed at that hour. By the time I stumbled downstairs, Hunter already had a pot brewed and a cup creamed and sweetened the way I liked it. "So, are you excited?" he asked. I blew across the top of my coffee and took as big a drink as I could, while still leaving skin on my tongue. "Excited about what?" "You're going to learn to ride today. Wow, you are sharp as a beach ball before you've had coffee." I glared at him, and he kissed me on the temple, but I dropped an ice cube in my cup to make my coffee gulpable. Just the thought of sitting on that bike and riding by myself made the sunshine a little more tolerable. By the time I was dressed and clomping down the stairs in my boots, I was positively giddy. Expecting to see his sleek, shiny bike, I was surprised when I bolted out the front door and found a dirt bike sitting out front, with Cody sitting on it and smiling. I scowled and looked at the scrawny, knobby, tired thing. "What's this?" "This," Hunter said, "is what's going to keep my perfect paint job perfect while you learn the ropes. I guarantee you're going to drop it at least 3 or 4 times over the next week, so let's get that out of your system on something that's meant to take a beating." Thinking back to how rough I was on my first car, I had to give him the point, and besides, I've seen the motocross bikes. Those suckers are fast. I looked at the shiny red bike in front of me in a new light and nodded. It was time to start living again instead of worrying, and I had some catching up to do. I smiled as I fastened my helmet and started the bike. No time like the present to start making up ground.
This has been Murder to the Max, written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Merritt North. Copyright 2018 by Tegan Maher. Production copyright 2019 by Tegan Maher. Murder to the Max, written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Merritt North.